We have a $1,000 donation from Laserbomb. Majora's Mask was one of my favorite Zeldas as a kid. Great to see it in this marathon. Putting this money towards naming Edge as Arby's, because who needs a time machine when you can just make something Arby's instead? Shoutouts to Bulbasteve and Glittertext. We have a $256 donation from Principa, $64 for each of the runners in this co-op run. Majora's Mask was and is to this day my and my husband's favorite Zelda game.
All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah. All right.
Holy.
So, I hope everybody's buckled. I hope everyone's buckled their seatbelts in because you guys are in for an insanely long and unbelievable speedrun. I'd like to welcome all of you to Majora's Mask 100% speedrun. And I'm kind of going to do a little introduction. I'll start with everybody. So to my left over here, we got Mr. Fullgrowngaming, a.k.a. Kyle.
A.k.a. Killfan.
To my right, we got the wonderful thiefbug, also known as Ricky, also known as the guy that helped me with 2 players, 1 controller last year, if you might remember him. And to my right, last but not least, we got the wonderful Trevperson, a.k.a. Certified Person. And basically, this is how it's going to go down. So this is a co-op 100% run, which means that we all have a part of the run. And we've broken it down into quarters, where each player is responsible for 1/4 of the run. Now, Kyle's going to take the first quarter, thiefbug's going to take the second, I'm going to take the third, and Trev's going to finish it off with the fourth. And then, because you guys met the incentive for a blindfolded co-op Majora battle, that's going to be happening at the end to finish it off. So if you stick around and make it all the way through a 5-hour speedrun, yeah, that's what you get. Now, if you guys remember last year, we also did Majora's Mask. However, that was any percent. And this one's significantly longer because there's a lot more to do. And simply what's going to be going down is, in any percent, what we did was we beat the game from start to finish without any restrictions. That's why it's called any percent. And basically, that lets us complete it as fast as possible. And in this run, we're not really able to do that because we have to collect everything. So the definition 100% says that we have to beat the game and collect all the items that go back in time with you when you play Song of Time. So that includes all the heart pieces, all the owl statues, all the dungeon maps and overworld maps, all the compasses in the dungeons, all the masks, all the items, pretty much everything except boss keys, because boss keys do not go back in time with you from dungeons. So because of that, there's a ton of side quests. You get to see us complete all of the different not NPC side quests, like the Couples Mask quest, if you're familiar with the game. And basically, the way it's going to work is we've got 4 cycles, and I'll explain to you what a cycle is. Basically, in this game, the only way you can save is to play Song of Time. This is the Japanese version, and some people might know in the English version you can save at an owl statue. One of the differences between Japanese and English is Japanese does not have the ability to save at an owl statue. But what happens in the Japanese version is they actually gave us a 3rd file that we could do when you guys are mostly familiar with the 2-file system at the main menu because of the owl save. They basically had to compromise that to add the 3rd file, or to have the 3rd file in the Japanese version. So because the only way to save is during a cycle, what we want to do to complete as much as possible is we want to do as much as we can within a cycle without having to reset the date, like to the beginning of the time. And what I mean by that is that if you're not familiar with Majora's Mask, basically the game is broken down into a 3-day cycle system, where there's 3 days and there's a moon crashing in Determina. And if you don't complete all the objectives before the 3rd day, the moon crashes and it's game over, and you start back at the last time you saved with the Song of Time. But because you can play Song of Time, you prevent yourself from going back in time, and you prevent yourself from the moon crashing, and you just basically repeat the first 3 days completing different tasks as you go back and forth between the cycles. So in 100% speedrun, we have 4 different cycles, where the first cycle is the boring one, which you're going to watch. There's just a ton of cutscenes, nothing happening at all, basically, except just kind of with one objective. And we're just going to kind of explain to you how it works. Kyle's going to take commentary as soon as I finish with this intro, and then basically what's going to happen is you're going to understand why we're doing what we're doing in the particular order. And so yeah, the first cycle is about 20-22 minutes. It's kind of boring, lots of cutscenes. The main objective is to grab our ocarina so we can become a human, and we're able to do a ton more as a human being because we're able to use bombs, bomb shoes, hookshot, all that good stuff, which we'll be getting in the second cycle. The second cycle is the bread and butter of this run. It's basically the backbone. It's a 4-hour cycle. You'll be shocked at how much we get done in one cycle. It's actually pretty remarkable. The new route actually lets us complete almost 3/4 of this entire run in one cycle. which is actually crazy because the in-game time limits us to what we're able to accomplish in this game, because a lot of the time, if you manipulate one side quest, it kind of affects another side quest, and we're not able to complete everything at once. But because we have different ways of getting around that, we were actually able to route in doing several things in the same cycle without having to go back in time and sacrificing resetting with the Song of Time. So yeah, the second cycle has definitely got the most stuff. It's 4 hours. The third cycle is about an hour and finishes off all the stuff we didn't get to finish in the second cycle. And then the fourth cycle is as quick as just getting to the moon, completing the trials on the moon, and then fighting the Majora battle. And that's pretty much it. It's again, it's not that difficult to understand. Hopefully I made a nice explanation for it, but I mean, that's just perfect. We're going to run into our first trick very soon. Kyle's going to do it. It's called the Happy Mask Salesman cutscene skip. And as soon as we get into Clocktown, Kyle's going to take commentary. And I'll kind of explain what he's doing because it's kind of a trick that he's not able to explain while he's performing it. You might remember it from any percent. And basically, what happens is, in this game, the game takes 2 frames to activate cutscenes. And essentially, because of that, if we pause buffer 1 frame at a time, we never give the game 2 frames to activate the cutscene because we're only advancing 1. So if we do that through a cutscene loading zone trigger, which would trigger the cutscene, we can actually skip it and advance into the next area. You can't do it in every area, but in certain conditions, you can actually make good use of it and save a lot of time if you do good pause buffers. So we're just going to make our little way here and get through some text, collect some rupees, which we'll be using later, and then we're going to make our way into the cutscene skip. And if he misses it, it's not a big deal, but if he does get it, then you guys are going to know exactly what I'm talking about. In the meantime, I'm pretty sure we can read a donation or two.
Well, I'm happy to announce that we have reached $700,000 raised. Every little bit you guys are donating makes the biggest difference, so thank you so much for being a part of this. We have $200 from Scald. When saving both lives and princesses, it's important to donate. It's dangerous to go alone, so take this. We have a $75 donation from Thymbrius. He says, I lost my grandfather to cancer, and this is the first AGDQ I've actually been able to watch with any regularity, and even though it means I'm going to have to stay up a bit late and be really sleepy tomorrow, I wanted to make sure to donate during the MM run. Good luck, guys. This donation goes to Kyle's Choice.
Okay, so we're coming up to our first cutscene skip. I wish you good luck.
Thank you. Yeah, this is the HMS skip, Happy Mask Salesman cutscene skip, if you will.
We call it HMS for short.
I think it takes 12 buffers to do it perfectly if you're a TAS, but let's be real.
Hey.
Here we go.
Awesome. All right. So normally the second last staircase triggers that cutscene where you meet the Happy Mask Salesman. He just saved about 25-30 seconds with that skip.
Yeah, it could have been done in probably, what, 5-6 fewer pauses,
Yeah.
but it wasn't bad. Getting it is definitely
I mean,
the
getting
huge
it in a
play here.
marathon run at all is
Yeah, getting it in a marathon run is huge. We actually had a world record pretty recently that didn't have that cutscene skip in it. And, I don't know, we felt like it was a tainted run from the very beginning, because usually, I'd say 99% of runs that fail HMS, we reset on. But for some reason, Trev decided to not reset on the one fateful run, and he got it. Alright, so our goal is to make it nighttime of the third day. And the quickest way of doing that is to talk to the grandma, which I guess casually the only reason you'd really ever talk to the grandma is to get the heart pieces that we will be getting later. But we will be using her in the first cycle because if we didn't use this grandma, what she does, she has 2 different text options, and the second text option brings you to, I believe, 8 o'clock on the next day. So if I talk to her once, I'll be at 8 o'clock on day 2, I believe. Yeah, there we go. And if I talk to her a second time, I believe I'll be, it's either 8 or 10 on the third day. But the main goal is to make it day 3. And once we make it day 3, we can go talk to the Scarecrow in West Clocktown. and he will be able to dance with us, dance the night away, and make it nighttime of the third day. And then after that, all we really need to do is grab 99 rupees. We already have 2 rupees. To get the adult wallet, we need 101 rupees. And we'll be depositing all of those in the bank very shortly. And then after that, all we have to do is wait. We actually have a 2 or 3 minute, maybe, section of the run where we just sit there and do absolutely nothing.
It's perfect for donations.
Yeah, definitely a great time for donations.
So
We got good little kid RNG. This is going to be a really good run.
perfect.
If that kid is in the wrong spot, you can only get 2 rolls in there, or spins, which isn't a huge deal, but always nice to get a 3rd spin in there.
Also, you heard Kyle use the term RNG. That stands for random number generator, in case anybody was wondering. But we use it short term is RNG. So we're going to fill you in on the different abbreviations as we go along, so that way you guys don't understand, like you guys understand all the different things we're talking about here.
Yeah, there's a lot of terminology
Yeah.
we'll be going through. All right, so now we're on nighttime of the 3rd day, or 3rd night, I guess. And we just have to deposit 101 rupees in the bank, get magic, and wait for midnight. And there's really not much going on, so if you have any donations, that would be great.
Fantastic, we do. We have a $50 donation from Elvin Beanley. He said, Phil, I told you I'd be donating for this run. Good luck on this. I hope I'm still up for the blindfold battle. Tolbarone hype. Put my money towards runner's choice. Emily T donated $55, and she said, Legend of Zelda has always been my favorite series, and Majora's Mask has always been my favorite game. Thanks so much to all the speedrunners doing such an amazing job breaking games and keeping us entertained, all while raising money for a fantastic cause. Hopefully this donation will help kick cancer's butt and keep others from meeting a terrible fate. $100 from Liquid Wi-Fi 181. Good luck on the run, guys. Here's hoping to first try Postman. We have a $50 donation from Rain. Hey there, guys. It's Rain. Wishing you good luck on the run. You guys decide where this money goes to, unless the keg is thrown. Then Trev gets to decide. Hashtag keg throw. We have a $50 donation from Christopher. It has been an amazing time watching these runs for the last 2 years. Got to donate during Zelda because Link beats all. Link stopping the moon, and let's stop cancer. We have a $50 donation from GlitchyMon162. Hey guys, longtime viewer. It's a shame that I couldn't be there to run Garfield Caught in the Act for the Sega Genesis and Garfield Prime this year. Shoutouts to thiefbug, Trev, Phil, and FGG, and good luck on your run. Shame I couldn't see you guys in person. $75 from Anonymous. I've watched and enjoyed AGDQ for the past 3 years. After losing my father to liver cancer this past March, donating feels that much more important. Let's save the frames and kill the animals. $300 donation from Jamas Martinez. Greetings from Mexico. Awesome runs, like always. Majora's Mask is one of my favorite Zelda games. I've had many friends lose family members to cancer, and a friend that's been battling with it for years. This sucks. This is a killing for cancer, and since we're already killing, we'll kill the animals.
All right, so you might have seen me fail picking up that fairy, which I do quite often. That actually doesn't waste any time because we have to wait for it to be midnight anyway, so I can do anything I want right now as long as I get 101 rupees in the bank and the magic meter, which I'm getting right now. So, not a big deal.
As you can see, this is quite the boring cycle, like I said.
It was so boring, it caused the current any percent world record holder to quit actually. There's this like cycle you get into when you run when you reset, you have to do first cycle, obviously, and it does grind you down. But shout out to Fanir, by the way.
The good news is, though, is once you finish first cycle, it's just non-stop, fast-paced
Oh, yeah.
the entire time.
There are tricks right out of the gate in cycle 2. It'll be a great time. In all categories, really. They all start the same exact way. They all have a really boring first cycle, but it picks up immediately as soon as you get into cycle 2.
So maybe there is a good point to explain why we're playing in Japanese, because we have time now. Until like 2 months ago, I think, we were still speedrunning the 100% category in English. Most people thought that that was because of the Keaton questions. That is a side quest where you answer questions to a fox, basically. And we can't really read that because, well, at least I can't read Japanese, at least. So, but that's not really a problem. But it turned out that recently we found a strat that lets us time a certain other side quest which gave us problems. Turned out that it's easier, actually. So, there's a lot of differences. between the English and the Japanese version. I think we can talk or explain them or point them out
There's a
as we
few.
go.
The main difference, like the biggest difference as far as Japanese and English is the text. When you're going over a huge run like this, Japanese makes it much faster because there's a lot less characters. Also, you can see Kyle not getting this heart piece. If you keep target held during a forward backflip called a gainer, which is to perform like this, you can't collect any items such as heart pieces like this because he keeps target held. But as soon as he releases target, the heart piece will collect. It's actually faster to collect that heart piece later, and we will just explain that when we get to why, like the part that we need to do that. But some other differences is power crouch stabbing. You might remember that from Ocarina of Time. It's basically a power crouch stab is where you hold crouch and press B, and it does the same damage as the last attack you did prior to that. So let's say you do a jump slash with a Deku stick, which is a really strong attack. All your power crouch stabs will do the same amount of damage as that jump slash Deku stick. It allows us to exploit a lot of boss fights and allows them to kill, like you can kill them really quickly. So you'll see us do that on Odolwa, and you'll see us do that on, do we do it on any other person? I think we do it on
Odolwa and Georg.
Georg, yeah.
Oh yeah, we do it on Georg, and we also do it on a few mini bosses like Garo Master, which you'll see later on. But that's just a couple. What else is there? There's the Pirate's Fortress,
There's the Iron Knuckle.
the Iron Knuckle, yeah. So there's quite a few differences. I believe loading zone times are different too.
Yeah,
between
exactly.
Yeah, the
You
English
lose-
version actually has faster loading zones for some reason. I'm not really sure why. It's kind of a weird difference, but we do actually have to keep that in mind when we create routes and stuff, you know. Which actually, I should probably mention, there was a huge rerouting kind of, I don't know, project, I guess you could call it, over the summer. This game's route had been the same for 100% for probably like, I don't know, it was years. Well, when Index Warp was found, they added Index Warp, of course. But it was pretty much the same basic backbone for a route. And this summer, a group of people, I would probably forget some, so I probably won't go through names or anything, but shout outs to you, all know who you are. We put a lot of work into rerouting 100%, and although we don't really know how much faster it is, like just by playing it, we can kind of tell that, you know, it feels more optimized. You don't have to play as many songs and stuff, which, of course, if you have to play songs, like specifically Song of Soaring is one that is kind of an overused song. Like if you have to soar everywhere, I think it's like what, 22 seconds per play of the song or something?
Yeah, around 22.
Yeah.
So if you can optimize the amount of times you have to play Song of Soaring or Song of Double Time or Inverted Song of Time or any of those songs, you can save a lot of time. I believe this route only inverts, or plays Inverted Song of Time, what, 3 times? Twice, maybe?
It only plays it twice.
I think we played
Twice.
2
Yeah.
times.
If
that's
you're
it.
bad, you play it like 3, 4, 5 times, but like, hopefully it doesn't come to that.
We're pretty bad, so we'll probably
Yeah,
play like
we'll probably
7.
play it 7, 8, 9,
Yeah.
10.
It's all on me.
Yeah, I play it once at the very beginning of Cycle 2, and then we uninvert at the very end of Cycle 2. And that should be the only 2 inversions of time, I guess, that we will be doing. And there's a really important in-game time-based segment in Cycle 3 that, of course, Trev will explain when he gets there, but you want to play it to where you don't have to invert. If you have to invert, I think it's probably like at least a minute time loss, depending on where you play it, maybe? Would you
Yeah.
say a minute?
Basically, there's certain quests like the Blast Mask quest or the Aliens quest where the events to complete those side quests happen at specific points in time in the game. So it doesn't matter how well we route. Basically, we have to make sure that no matter what happens, we're at those points in the game during those times. We can't do them earlier or later. So the only thing we can work with is we're able to route stuff so that it works out that by the time we finish completing objectives, it's time to do those particular quests. So what we try to do is put all of the requirement side quests that are in time-based like that in one cycle so that we don't have to deviate from our route in the other cycles. It's actually what allows Cycle 2 to be a 4-hour cycle because we're not bound by the in-game time in that sense. There are certain restrictions, but in that sense, basically, all right, perfect. I'll explain what just happened there in a sec too. Basically, we're able to just kind of progress and finish everything around the in-game time side quests. Also, you see Kyle reset there. It's actually faster to hit the reset button after playing Song of Time because otherwise you watch a cutscene that shows you the events of what happened before you're shown dawn of the second day or dawn of the first day of the second cycle. And this is what I mean by a cycle. Now we're starting all over again from the first day. 72 hours remain. And yeah, so resetting saves quite a bit of time there.
Yeah, it's a very, very long cutscene that we don't have to watch. VC, or Virtual Console, which is the the Wii's emulation system, I guess, for a lot of old systems. We play it on the Nintendo Wii VC, and the resets on VC are actually extremely long compared to Nintendo 64. So if there was some way we could like find something on N64, for example, that was even just slightly faster, I think N64 would probably be faster. Speaking of, you know, Wii resets and stuff. But this is going to be the final like long cutscene before we really get into the run. If you have any donations, now would be a great time.
We do. We have $1,000 from Torque Stomp.
Wow.
He says, keep fighting the good fights, y'all. We have $150 from Doc Sigma. Thanks for all you do. I've lost several family members to cancer. Here's hoping for a day when cancer is addressed as a past tense only. And my friends always say, taunt the animals. We have a $50 donation from Marvel Girl. Good luck to all the Majora's Mask runners. Looking forward to seeing a great run. Save the beavers and the other animals too. $125 from TMC. Good luck, Phil, Trev, Thiefbug, and Kyle. I hope after this run, everyone will understand the greatness that is Gold Dust dupes. $25 for each runner's choice. $25 to whoever gets Postman's heart piece.
Oh.
Something on the line there.
We do have actually a few special things that we're going to be doing to donate to the marathon as well. The first one is Goron bonking. When you roll as a Goron, you'd actually be surprised at how difficult it is to do Goron movement because it's very sensitive on the joystick. So what ends up happening is when you try to make sharp turns and stuff, sometimes you can kind of skid or sometimes you can lose traction, especially if you're in like a snowy area, ice, or not like a regular surface like in Clocktown or whatever. But so there might be quite a bit of bonking in this run if we don't do it properly. And for every bonk, we're going to donate $1. So between all of us,
yeah,
so each person puts $1 in for every bonk. So that's the first one. The second one is a thing called the Postman Heart Piece. It's another reason why Japanese version wasn't played for a long time. It was considered a heart piece that was almost impossible to consistently get on the Japanese version until recently. Maybe Trevor, Kyle, or Thiefbug can explain it. But basically, we're all going to take turns going for it, and we'll explain why we're going to take turns going for it and how it works and stuff. And for every miss, whenever the 4 of us have each gone for an attempt at getting the Postman heart piece and miss, we're all going to contribute $5 extra per person to the marathon, and it's going to start at $10. So we're automatically donating a total of $40 for Postman, and then $5 for every 4 misses.
Which is very likely to happen.
Which is probably going to happen, yeah.
Probably going to be donating thousands of dollars to Postman here. All right, the final cutscene is over. Well, maybe not the final cutscene, but from the beginning of the run, the final cutscene is over. We're about to be getting into the real part of the run. And there's going to be a lot of glitches that happen right off the bat here. And I guess one of you guys can explain while I'm doing them when I get there.
We'll let you focus.
Yeah, for sure. If you mess them up, you can fix it, but it's kind of a big time loss. We hardly ever fail it, so it's probably going to happen.
Marathon
yeah, marathon
probably, though.
All right, the first thing we need to do is come over here and grab the bomber's notebook. You may know there's a way to backflip over this kid. And by the way, there are 120, I believe, different options here, so hopefully I get the right one. Oh, wow, that was very lucky. But I'll explain what happened there in just a second. But yeah, it's pretty easy to fix those mistakes if you make them. We hardly ever make them. All right, anyway. The bomber's notebook that we just got, or we're about to get, you have to actually play or talk to the kid to have this little interaction right here happen. If you don't, this won't happen and you won't get the bomber's notebook. And the bomber's notebook is one of the things that you need to get for 100%. And when you create a file, the reason I knew what the code was right away, normally you would have to play the minigame with the kids or whatever and find them, and they would show you what the code is or whatever. But there is when you create a file, your codes are generated automatically. So when this file is created, 23451 was generated as the bomber's notebook code for this file. And what we do is basically, like what we would do is create a file in file 2 or something, and then copy to file 1, and then play one of the files until you find out what the code is. And then because you never actually played on the second file, you'll be starting from the beginning of the run, of course. But it will have the same exact code as the one that you've just determined from the other file, if that makes sense.
This also works for the Oceanside Spider House heart piece.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a mask, like a set of 4 colored masks, and there's a 6 mask code. like for each color, and each run has a different code for the masks. But because we generated the file prior to this to figure out the bomber's code, we already know the mask sequence as well to get the heart piece from that. So you'll see that later on as well.
Right here we're getting the adult wallet, which lets us carry 200 rupees, which is pretty much immediately useful. And we'll be withdrawing 199 here. If you withdraw all of your rupees, there's an extra text box, I believe, or something. And since there's no reason to not, or to have 200 rupees, we just withdraw 199. I'm just gonna climb on all of these like flower pots, by the way. It's RNG manipulation for later. It's no big deal. All right, so we're gonna be buying probably the most broken items in the game: the bomb bag, or bombs, I guess, and bomb shoes, which we'll be using them pretty much right away.
So Kyle's going to attempt his first trick right now. It's called Hidden Owl. You may recognize this from any percent if you're familiar with Majora's Mask speedrunning, but if not, don't worry, we're going to go over it. So the first thing we're going to do is Kyle's going to get infinite sword glitch off of this sign over here. So you're going to see his sword infinitely swinging, just like that. You can see the white. That allows us to hover on bombs. We can stand on the bomb explosions and perform a trick called bomb hovering. And he's going to hover up this wall, and he's going to go around the loading zone, because to the right in that staircase is the loading zone to head to South Clocktown. But if he does a side hop at the top of these hovers and goes around the loading zone and lands on this side, he actually gets to this this owl statue. Now, that looks like the statue in South Clocktown, which would be normal, but because we're still in West Clocktown, it's actually a completely different owl, and hitting it provides some funky properties. And basically what we're able to do with that one is, if you're familiar with the warping system in Majora's Mask, the owl statues allow us to go from one point to another with relative ease, because it's a pretty big overworld, so that way we're able to like travel quickly with convenience, so to say. Now, the only way to activate an owl normally is to hit it with your sword, so basically what they were trying to go for there was saying, okay, you can only reach an area once you visited it for the first time and hit it with your sword. But because that owl has some weird properties, we're actually able to exploit that system and travel to any owl statue without ever visiting it in the first place, so we're able to perform some pretty ridiculous sequence breaks.
Which we're about to do another one.
Right.
I like the beginning of 100% because there are a lot of setups or just direct like sequence breaks. Like the hidden owl we're not going to use right away, but right now we're about to do a trick called the... Do we want to call it by the real name, or do we want to call
Grotto
it by like...
alternate exit? Yeah.
The Grotto wrong warp, yeah.
Alright, so that was a super slide, by the way. Basically allows us to travel really fast as a human. It's basically... We don't have to do bomb techniques to travel very fast later, because we'll end up using Goron to do a lot of the rolling. But yeah. So now we're just bomb hovering to the top of this grotto. And essentially the way it works is Kyle is actually going to jump into an unloaded grotto. And the unloaded grottos don't have any actors or graphics in them whatsoever. But they do have the light that you can see in this grotto. So basically the lights are supposed to be the exit point. And the exit point allows us to leave the grotto in the particular area that it is. So this is actually a grotto in Deku Palace, which we have to go to get the Sonata of Awakening. So when we hit the light, we're here in Sonata.
The reason for that is Nintendo decided it was a good idea to put all the grottos onto the same map, because otherwise we would have to activate some sort of warp or anything to reach that grotto. So now, unlike actors or anything you can interact with, loading zones are always there, so that means that we can abuse or use all the loads or the entrances from other areas, which is why we're just able to do this.
So Kyle's parkouring around Deku Palace now with bombs, and he's getting onto these Deku Flower platforms from the bottom, which you're normally not supposed to be able to do, but because bomb hovering is so powerful in this game, we're actually able to skip that entire sequence and not need magic beans at all. Magic beans are by far the most useless item in this game. Trev argues that they're ice arrows, but...
We actually do use the ice arrows a few times,
Yeah.
otherwise I would agree, but...
I like to argue that the magic beans are so useless they don't even count as an item.
Alright, I'm gonna have to wait on the cycle here, because if you don't get into the flower right away, you pretty much have to wait until... Like, you lose height. And I hope I can make it back. There we go, that was about to be really
You
bad.
should invert.
I think we'll be fine on inverting.
Okay.
Like, usually, Phil says invert, which is a really great idea. We are gonna have to do that. But... as long as we make it to the stockpot inn before, what is it, 4:15? 4:10? We'll be fine.
Okay.
And usually, I don't know, even if you make little mistakes, we'll be fine. In old routes of 100%, if you made even slight mistakes, you had to invert. Like, I know thiefbug's favorite route was the old, I believe, Kita route, or was it SVA, I'm not really sure. But you had to do aliens which we'll get to in the third cycle in this route, it was pretty much the first in-game time thing you had to do in the old route in Cycle 2. So you had to play pretty much perfectly from the beginning of Cycle 2 until Aliens, which happens at about 2:40, 2:30 in the morning, something like that. And if you made any slight mistakes, like it was pretty much over, and you'd have to invert, and that's an automatic like minute time loss or something.
Yeah.
It's not so strict in this game.
Yeah, one of the things about
in
this
this route, I should say.
Yeah, this route is actually very lenient on in-game time, which is what makes it so good for RTA, which stands for real-time attack, basically. And it basically makes it so that you can still make a few technical errors and still make the in-game time requirements for certain side quests. The biggest in-game time side quest in Cycle 2 is by far the Couples Mask quest, which spans the whole 3 days. So we'll be doing stuff to fulfill that entire requirement for the Bomber's Notebook, as well as getting the mask on each day of the 3 days during this cycle.
All right, so we just got the Sonata of Awakening, which we'll be using for to raise Woodfall Temple later. And we're about to go get the Song of Soaring, which once we get Song of Soaring, we can use the glitch that we talked about earlier called Index Warp. And we'll be using that pretty much right away. Alright, there's this kind of cool little clip you can do here onto this rock thing. Saves a little bit of time, because otherwise I believe you'd have to go like through the intended exit and fly through a bunch of flowers and stuff.
When are you gonna...
Yeah, I need to invert here.
Okay. If we need to, we can just get the room key before the minigame.
Yeah, there's also, like, you can do routing on the fly for a lot of the route. So if it looks like I'm going to be late for getting this item called the room key, we can go get the room key before we do some other stuff. So we're learning Song of Soaring, and we'll be using it to warp to Mountain Village pretty shortly, even though we've never really been to Mountain Village yet. Alright, so immediately after this, I need to invert.
We have a $400 donation from Paco Taco. I've been looking forward to the 100% Majora's Mask run all week. I've never seen a co-op run before, so I'm excited to see how it works with some of my favorite runners to watch. $100 goes
This is
to
not
each
all
runner of
masks.
choice.
Right. This is
Aren't
inverted
you
Song of Time,
supposed to-
please.
Oh, I thought, okay, never mind, that was my bad.
100% Majora's Mask.
No, I thought you were soaring to Mountain Village.
Alright, so we're going to do a trick here called the reverse octo skip. It looks pretty cool, but it's a really easy trick.
Yeah, you can use the bomb recoil to send Deku flying past the Octo Rock.
For some reason, that octo rock there just doesn't want any part of this flying Deku, so it pieces out.
Alright, these lily pads are RNG.
They are literally RNG. There's a person doing a task, shout out to Fox, and these lily pads actually barely move, and it doesn't really affect RTA runs, like what we're doing right now, too much, but it does affect tasks.
We have
All right.
a $1,000 donation from Anonymous in loving memory. In loving memory of Julie, who died before her time.
Okay, so that trick right there was called a hyper-extended super slide. We're going to call that short, we're going to call it a Hess. And it's basically the same speed as a regular super slide, which we saw when we exited Clocktown. And the only thing that's good about it is it lets us turn and keep momentum as well. So it's really good. You saw Kyle kind of work his way through the Woods of Mystery to talk to the witch, which we need to do to get a red potion and a bottle. And basically, you can do a Hess throughout the entire thing. And in 100%, you actually have to do it twice. So we have to come back here and give the red potion to the witch.
If you don't talk to her twice, which I'm pretty sure I did, the other witch up here won't give you the red potion, and it's a gigantic, embarrassing time loss, so hopefully I get it. But yeah, you saw me fail the angle change there. When I pause, you can actually switch the direction you're holding on the control stick, and you'll go the other way, and you can turn like the other way around the circle that you're continually kind of going in.
To go the other way is a lot more difficult.
Yeah, left ESS, which is holding ESS. Did we explain ESS?
We did not. ESS stands for Extended Super Slide. It's a position on the control stick that basically, it's the least amount of tilt on the control stick that triggers Link's movement, and it allows if we keep that position held on the control stick and then use bombs like this, or honestly any single damage frame, you can keep the momentum and slide. So the window to keep the slide is very small, so to switch from both sides is kind of difficult. You can see Kyle actually got it there, which is really cool. So full Woods of Mystery Hest there, that's awesome.
So, the reason why we have to go to the witch twice, because I'm pretty sure some people are wondering, why do you go there twice? Why don't you go there when you haven't bought a bottle already? If you would go to the witch first with a bottle and would show her the red potion on the first time you visit her, the game would soft lock, because it does not expect you to have a bottle at this point.
We have a $100 donation from Avery170. Thanks for such a great event. It has entertained me throughout the week. 1 million hype.
All right, so Kyle's just doing some fancy movement with some Hess. And now he's just going to work his way to this hut here and get the Pictobox. We need the Pictobox to take 2 pictures. One is of a pirate and one is of Tingle, and that's for 2 different heart pieces.
There's actually a small little trick we can do here. We line up perfectly on the door and talk to the... Oh, man. If we talk to the witch in the perfect position, we can stand in front of the door. If you're standing directly in front of the door, the icon on the A button or the text on the A button says open, I believe. And if it says open, you can't actually begin the cutscene, which would have you go on the boat and go on the boat tour or whatever.
If you don't do that, it's a huge
Gigantic time loss. Another one of those embarrassing ones too, because like there's no reason for it. It's really easy to actually get that.
Alright, so now Kyle's making his way over to Goron Village. He's going to do 2 things. The first one is going to be talking to the baby, and he needs that in order to trigger the Elder Goron later to teach you the lullaby, which lets us get into Snowhead in this route. And you may be familiar with Lullaby Skip in any percent. It's a notorious trick to skip getting that song in order to get into Snowhead Temple. But fortunately, because this is 100%, we do need to get that song in the first place to complete the definition. So because of that, we actually take advantage of it and learn the song. But
It was close.
we also, yeah, that was really close. We also have to get the Lens of Truth, so he's going to be jumping over these platforms shortly, and then from there he's going to leave the area.
Alright, it's been my lifelong dream, or at least as soon as I knew we were in AGDQ, to have the chat. You'll see what you need to put in the chat very shortly. As soon as we walk in this loading zone, I think you'll all understand.
Alright, unleash the baby rage.
For some reason, this baby is also, we called him ZFG a long time ago. I'm not really sure why. His name is ZFG.
Crying for his world record.
I was actually really close to a Hess crouch right there. If you target... I almost fell off the thing there too. Nice. That was a really good Hess, by the way. If you target on the wrong frame while you're trying to do a Hess, you will crash the game. Which, if you crash the game at this point, it wouldn't be too bad, you know, if you were doing a... like PB attempts or something, but obviously in a marathon, we're already probably like 35 minutes in now or something.
Yeah, there's actually several points in this run that we can crash the game or soft lock it, and it's kind of scary because if that happens, there isn't really much we can do. Like, we just gotta kind of go in dark and hope that it doesn't happen.
Alright, so here we're gonna skip talking to the owl. Sometimes we're not gonna skip talking to the owl, I take it back. You don't actually have to talk to the owl to get across these platforms. Normally what happens is you talk to the owl, and it drops feathers on these platforms, which I probably need right now because, you know, I'm falling and stuff. But yeah, there's like this weird position you can stand in on the first platform where he'll still talk to you, and I'm not really sure where that is. So, but we're in there. Not a big deal.
Alright, cool.
Alright, also we need to blow up this rock over here because there's a rupee chest, and this grass for some reason gives you a lot of bomb drops, which I have full bombs, so I don't need to cut any more grass.
Wow, I actually didn't get many bombs from that.
Yeah, did I just not use bombs before this? What happened? I felt like I got 1 bomb drop and I had 20 bombs. I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
But here's the Lens of Truth. We'll be using it for 1 thing in this run.
2.
Pretty shortly. 2 things?
Goron Mask and Stone's Mask.
Oh yeah,
Stone's
you're right.
Mask.
I forgot about Stone Mask.
Yeah. Alright, so you might have seen Kyle, he just kind of went to the pause menu on the map, or the map on the pause menu, and he put the cursor on Mountain Village. And remember we hit that owl that we weren't supposed to hit at the beginning, when he did that hover to the side in West Clocktown? Basically, the way you can manipulate where you travel with that owl is based on where your cursor is on the map of your pause menu. So Woodfall, which we haven't visited yet before, but you can see that the owl hasn't been hit yet. He still got there with the owl. Is accessible if we put the cursor on Mountain Village. So each location correlates to a place on the pause map when you put it on that cursor. When you put the cursor on it. The only one that you don't ever have to go to the pause menu to visit is Great Bay. That owl defaults to Great Bay. So if you just play Song of Soaring, like if you would just play Song of Soaring right now, he would go right to Great Bay. And that way...
It was actually found like probably 6 or 7 years ago, and it wasn't until 2013 maybe that they figured out how to manipulate it, so that was really cool.
It was right after ZFG's any % run.
I'm expecting a very big game-breaking glitch to be found very shortly after this run, by the way. It's the MM curse, really. Every time there's a marathon run, there's a big glitch found immediately after, so I'm kind of eager to go home and see what they found.
Yeah,
right after
thiefbug always makes tutorials. And he gets really unlucky because every time a tutorial that's made, the next day something's found and the tutorial's no good.
I finished my first tutorial, and one day after index trick got found, and that was basically, not index trick, index 4. So my tutorial was completely useless.
You can do a backflip to get up here on this. There we go. It's not too precise of an angle, but...
You can see Kyle's getting rid of all his Deku Nuts. He's going to need to do that because he needs 0 in his inventory. He also needs 0 of his bomb shoe count, but we already have 0 because we used all the bomb shoes for the hover earlier. Alright, so this is a pretty cool trick. You see that torch over there? He's going to land on it. He does a bomb hover, kills the moths behind him to avoid getting hit with the explosion. And then he does a trick called a Mega Flip.
Which I promptly failed, you know. That's how marathon luck.
It happens. The Mega Flip is actually a 2-frame trick for the backflip. And it's okay. We could just keep trying.
Yeah, it's really not a big deal
It's
at all.
not a big deal. You just void out and try it again. But Mega Flip is a very difficult trick. It's not a marathon-friendly trick at all. But we decided the only Mega Flip we were going to showcase in the run was this one because I thought it would be really cool to show you guys what it looks like. So that Mega Flip actually lands you on the torch there. And now he's already on the second floor. So usually the objective in Woodfall is to get to the second floor so you can pick up the bow. And you can see he actually dropped the bomb there.
Dropping that bomb saves 1 frame because normally, well, like, I had my stick out, but I need to have my sword out here to kill the Dinalphos or Lizalphos. I'm not really sure.
So you can see that guy's all bark, no bite. Yeah. Takes 1 hit to kill. You can see that was our first showcasing of a power crouch stab. When he got onto the second floor, you can see he used the jump slash to give him that little boost of height to land on the second floor in front of that switch after the torch. And that was the last attack he did. So all his power crouch stabs did the damage of that Deku Stick jump slash, which is why he killed it in 1 hit.
Alright, now we have the bow, which is a really useful item. For a lot of glitches and just beating the game.
Hopefully you don't die to this part.
Yeah, if we die here, you might notice I have low health. It's very bad. It's probably like Mercy Kill the Run bad, I think.
That's a recoil flip. Lets him get a lot of speed off the explosion of a bomb. So he was able to reach the dungeon map room. And taking out these turtles puts him in good shape. Perfect.
Alright, we didn't die. That's good.
Not yet.
We have a $1,000 donation from Tureen.
Wow.
Says, I'll have to sleep through Sunday to make up for watching all these amazing runs. Thanks for all the hard work that goes into making this marathon happen.
Oh no.
Oh my god. He was supposed to backflip over that bomb, but it...
It's a prank. We're good. We're good. Alright, that was a death warp. Normally, like, if we wanted to get out of the temple, we would have to play Song of Soaring or just, like, walk out of the temple, which are both pretty slow.
So we're going to be toying with your emotions the entire run, basically. There's a ton of times where it looks like we're supposed to die, but we're not actually going to die. There's probably going to be a point where it's going to be the boy who cried wolf, where we're not supposed to die, and you guys think we are supposed to die, and we're just going to pretend nothing happened. But you can see there, he actually did an index warp again. It's called index warping, and that time he put the cursor on the map it was Woodfall, and Woodfall correlates to Mountain Village, so that's why he was able to go here without ever visiting it in the first place, or with without the owl activated.
Also, you actually have to have the lens equipped for getting the Goron mask in a minute, so you could memorize the pattern of this, but there's really no need.
You should break everyone's ears with the lens.
Oh yeah, if you spam the lens, which is just a nice sensual sound, you get basically infinite magic. It doesn't actually use any magic for whatever reason.
Yeah, so that's good. We usually do get magic a little bit right after this, so it doesn't really matter, but it's kind of cool that we can just conserve whatever magic we do have by spamming the Lens of Truth. If you didn't have to use the Lens of Truth to show the Goron Ghost to get the Goron Mask, we could actually memorize that path and save and equip there by not equipping Lens.
Cutscenes.
Donation time.
Sounds great. We have a $100 donation from a pig that flies 131. Been watching GDQ since 2012, and I'm blessed to finally be here this year. Thank you to everyone making this last week the best week of my life. I can't possibly ask for a better group of friends, both online and now IRL. Good luck to Phil, Trev, Kyle, and TB on the run. $150 from Andrew. My mom died a couple of months ago from cancer. While she never liked my obsession with video games, it's nice to think that all of the money this community is raising is to make sure that this never happens again. $100 from Zorg. Hey AGDQ, second year watching and I'm loving the event. What a great cause. My family has been fortunate to be cancer-free, so this donation goes out to all those affected by the horrible disease. Oh, and to killing the animals.
All right, so Kyle no longer has any need for hessing anywhere because he has this handy mask.
Hessing is the same speed as Goron, if we didn't mention that.
Exactly.
So you might remember the bonk donation incentive or whatever.
This is where we start the counter.
Yeah, I'm gonna do an intentional bonk here. So unfortunately for you guys, we're about to be
All
dipping into the pockets.
All right, let's go. All right, so keep tally, guys.
Also, one thing I just did right there, if you have a transformation mask on, like I had the Deku mask on, if you have a transformation mask on and you put on a different transformation mask that you've never worn before, it won't play the cutscene where you're like screaming or whatever. So it's a nice small time save.
That doesn't count.
Yeah, that wasn't a bonk. There was no bonkage there.
We have a $400 donation from Kino. As a nuclear pharmacist, I see the effects of cancer treatment every day at work, and I wish none of my patients had to go through it. Here's $400 towards saving the animals, and I'll give another $100 if the keg is thrown during the...
What was that, dude? Are you kidding?
Wow, dude.
Oh my god.
Amazing. That's a first.
Never happened before.
Never, hashtag never happened in a run before.
What was
Wow,
that?
That was so cool. Dude, I don't even care. That was awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, that was a bonk too, so
Yeah,
that's
that
a dollar.
yeah. That's what, 2 now?
Okay, so now we're at 12, or no, we're 2 for the bonks. That one should count for like $1 million.
Yeah.
All right, so you can see, remember we went to talk to the baby in the Goron Shrine. So that lets us trigger this entire dialogue text with the Goron Elder. So he's going to teach us the intro to the lullaby.
After an extensive amount of dialogue where he seems to forget the song.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to listen to the
notes.
beginning of the song probably, what, 4 or 5 times. Kind of nice.
So a good time for donations?
Definitely.
Go for it.
All right, we have $75 from Connor B. First, AGDQ had a blast watching this week. Thanks to all the runners and Save the Animals. $200 from Anonymous. Great games for a great cause. Keep it up, everyone. Another $100 from Anonymous. Hey, everyone, this is my second time donating this AGDQ, and my wife and I have been watching all week. Zelda is my favorite series of all time, and I have to donate for such an amazing cause. Every one of you have done an amazing job, so keep up the great work. We have $100 from Golf or Ski. Here's a donation for one of my favorite games to watch. Good luck on the run, and good luck with Dampe. So long, and thanks for the fish.
Yeah, you guys might be familiar with Dampe from Ocarina of Time. Fortunately, he's not as evil in this game as he is in that game. He's still evil, don't get me wrong, but like, at least we can get out of there quick enough that we don't have to sacrifice our runs to him.
In Ocarina of Time, 100% like, wow, just gonna quickly punch the Goron
punch
Elder.
him in the face, nice.
In Ocarina of Time, 100%, Dampe can take however long he wants to take before he gives you the heart piece. In MM, there's a kind of an upper limit for how long he can ruin your run.
Yeah, we'll go into it when we get to it.
Baby Rages again, please.
So now Baby Rage.
There's also a new trick that we're about to show, which
You guys are in for a treat.
it was just added probably, maybe not even a week ago.
The trick itself is not new, but the application is awesome.
Yeah, it's
We're gonna
actually...
have to shout out sample name for that one.
Yep, sample name found this.
We call it the sample swap. I
Sample
believe.
swap. The glitch is called action swap, but we're going to call it sample swap.
ZFG actually demonstrated in his run. We're going to use a different application of it to shoot a flaming arrow.
Yeah, we shoot a flaming arrow out of thin air. I tried to do this in an any % run a while back, but it's a very strict trick, and in this route we can actually do it pretty easily. So I hope you guys are excited to see it because it's definitely a cool thing to show off. All right, so more cutscenes.
Yay.
We have $75 from Sarah Kitten. Longtime watcher, first year able to donate. Had to donate during the 100% run. Good luck to all the runners. $75 from Stegolibrium. Had to save my donation for the Majora's Mask run. It's always been my favorite Zelda game, and I've been looking forward to this run all week. Good luck to all the runners. Kill those animals. $100 from Steve Shea. Been watching AGDQ for 3 years now, but this is the first year I've had the money to donate. This donation is in memory of my grandfather, who died to a rare form of lymphoma 20 years ago. Research has since made this form of cancer treatable, so I can't think of a cause more worthy of my support. $100 from Silent Shade. Just wanted to donate during one of my favorite all-time games. All-time favorite games. The Legend of Zelda games on N64 is what got me into gaming. Keep up the great work beating all of these fantastic games so we can beat cancer.
All right, so check this out. So he stands in the middle here.
I'm just going to quickly see up it. You don't have to do this, but I want to get it.
We're gonna do it properly.
All right, if you Z target, you actually can't do it anymore, so we're going to go ahead and set that up again. I'll explain it after I get it. It's pretty easy, but...
So you see the flaming arrow out of thin air. He does a backflip holding the flaming arrow. And then he shoots it and lights the torch. Then we know which one has the rock sirloin in it, so he does 3 spin attacks, which lets him set up for it, and then if he hits this one, he can grab it. That's actually extremely important that he hit it that time. If he missed it, he wouldn't know which one it was because he'd lose track of it, and it would just be a guessing game at that point to grab the rock sirloin, which could either take 1 try or 5 tries. And of course, we're on a time limit here because we do have to be at the stock put-in to pick up a room key before another Goron takes it from us. And if it would take him a long time to get that, then we might be late.
We're pretty short in time already.
Yeah, it's 3:10. Are we good?
Yeah, I'll just go straight to the room key.
Okay.
So the fact that you can light the center of that circle with a fire arrow was, I want to say, discovered in 2013. It's pretty stupid, actually. We used to light a stick and run around and light all the frickin' torches until someone came to us and was like, you know, you could just shoot a fire arrow there. It was pretty stupid.
Yeah, well, we don't have fire arrows at this point, so if you don't want to do that action swap trick, which could be tricky to some because it's kind of weird, you can actually just light a torch with a Deku stick and then shoot an arrow through the torch to, in order to just like light the chandelier. All right, so we're picking up I believe this is our first side quest.
I think this might be, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, not counting the transformation ones.
We have a $1,000 donation from Augustine Park. As my mom passed away this last April from a combination of cancer and other diseases, I wanted to donate again this year to help so that no one has to go through that pain as well. She was an amazing cook, so I'm donating to kill the animals for some amazing Korean barbecue.
Okay, so this time he put the cursor on Milk Road, or was it, no, on Clocktown. Clocktown
yeah.
takes us to Milk Road.
If you move the control stick, by the way, while you're moving on the index warp menu or the Song of Soaring menu, while you have index warp, the game soft locks or crashes. I'm not really sure what it is.
It's a hard crash.
It's a crash.
So
yeah.
I make sure to keep my hand off of the control stick while I'm doing that.
Another very scary thing about that glitch, especially in this run, because once you activate a normal owl statue, that glitch gets canceled. It's one of the criteria for being able to activate this glitch is to not hit any other owl statue. But because in an any % run, you never hit an owl statue other than that one. So because of that, you'd kind of just condition yourself to never move the cursor on that menu. But because in 100%, eventually you have to start moving on the cursor or moving on the pause map to like choose where you want to go. You might accidentally do that in your run at the beginning because you don't remember that you're not allowed to, causing it to crash.
The reason why it crashes is actually pretty simple. we have an owl active that that's not supposed to be active at the moment. So when you hit the cursor on the control stick, it's trying to find the next owl, which takes a pretty long time. Actually not possible. So that's why the game just crashes at that point. It keeps on circling.
Exactly. This is a bomb boost. You can use the bomb to go over walls. That way we don't have to get from the back and clock down to this place. This has the best music in the game other than Milk Bar, I think.
We're going to get to listen to it for a while since you have to wait on Deku Scrub.
Exactly.
I still think that Mayor's Office
Are we good
is
on time?
underrated.
Yeah, we just have to be back to Clocktown before 4:15. If it's bad after this cutscene or whatever, I'll just go straight to
Is it
Clocktown and pick it up.
4:15 or 4:10?
410.
4:10.
4:10, all right.
You could also get it in 4th cycle or something like that.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
I'm
true.
pretty sure one of the old routes of this game didn't route in room key or something. So anybody that did a run of that route actually didn't complete a run of 100%.
Oh my god. The reason we need the room key is because it's actually one of the things that triggers in your bomber's notebook, which is part of the condition of fulfilling 100%. And it also makes it easier to talk to Anju later in the quest, as she's the person that you have to keep talking to in order to receive the couple's mask at the end, because you have to unite her with Cafe. And if you talk to her at midnight, you can't get into the stockpot in from the front door because it's locked. But with the room key, you're allowed access. So if we wouldn't get the room key, we'd actually have to go in from the top because the back door is always open. All right, so just like that, we're gonna need that Moon's Tear later, and he's just gonna bomb boost over.
I'm gonna go straight to Clocktown right now. You would
Yeah.
never do this in like PB attempts. I just forgot to invert like when you normally would. So I'm gonna go grab the room key right now just so we have it.
Yeah, that Goron is probably inside already.
Yeah, you have to get this before 4:10 or you do not get the room key.
So that Goron's about to have a terrible day because he doesn't have a room now. We literally just stole his room.
He will actually be outside later, like in the rain and stuff. It's really sad. All right, so that was it was a little bit of a time loss, but not as much of a time loss as if I'd missed the room keys.
Yeah,
So that's one of the things I was talking about like routing on the fly. Like you can move stuff around in 100% all the time, depending on what you need to do or where you need to be.
Yeah, there's very few things that you're just like, all right, I don't even care. I'm just gonna reset.
Yeah. All right, so you might have seen the Deku Scrub that flew in here, or the Business Scrub, I guess.
Yeah,
We'll be
we call it
getting
business
a
scrub. He's
heart
pretty
piece.
scrub at business. We're
Yeah.
about to show. So he tries to sell you a heart piece for 150. You tell him no because it's too expensive. And then he's like, whatever, 100.
Which is actually important because we need those rupees later.
Exactly. All right, then he takes an eternity to leave.
I've tried to skip this cutscene. Like I can't think of any way to skip it. It would be nice if we could, because
You almost figured out how.
yeah, there was almost a theory that almost worked. Oh, what is that? Like angle? I've never seen that happen before.
Happens to me all the time in the fairy fountains for some reason.
All right, so you probably saw him do this before, but you can see that Kyle's going up to these Gossip Stones and playing the Sonata of Awaken, or the Goron's Lullaby. If he plays the Goron's Lullaby on all 4 of these Gossip Stones in each of the 4 sections of the game, so there's one in every area of Termina in front of all the regions, one in Swamp, Mountain, Ocean, and Canyon, and if he makes them all red, you get a heart piece. So they're kind of just routed in to be as convenient as possible. So we do the first 2 right now, and then we'll do a whole bunch of stuff, and then get the 3rd one later, and then the 4th one near the end of the cycle. And remember, it is a 4-hour cycle, so because of that, we're actually going to not get the heart piece till like near the end of this.
Yeah, we won't even be getting that heart piece until about the 4-hour mark, so a long time from now.
Exactly. So now Kyle's going to do a minigame. This minigame's kind of weird and annoying.
Yeah, we're going to be using bomb shoes. One interesting thing about this minigame, on JP, you can use as many, JP I mean Japanese, on the Japanese version, you can use as many bomb shoes at once as you want, but on English they added a cap. So if I do this like right, it's pretty hard to actually do it correctly, but you can, that's looking good. No, not quite good enough. You can actually hit all of them at the same time at the very beginning, which is a very big time save.
Yeah, a lot of people struggle with this minigame casually. I still struggle with this minigame. I hate this minigame.
I'm currently struggling with this minigame. There we go.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Perfect, quote unquote. There's going to be a lot of quote unquote perfects.
Yeah. As long as you finish it, you get a perfect, which is kind of weird, but... Alright, so now we're going to go get our 2nd mask, I believe, the Cafe mask. Uh-oh, there's a
that's
bonk.
3 bonks, okay.
That was almost
I
another.
thought that was 4.
close.
I'll probably get 4 or 5 more before I leave this building. It's really, the movement in here is very difficult sometimes.
All right, so that's side quest mask numero 2. Did you almost?
I almost bonked, yeah. Oh, okay, we'll just, oh, okay.
Stop doing that.
Get out of the door, please. Oh, does that count? I didn't stop. I don't
No,
know.
no, that doesn't count. We're good.
All right, so, oh, there's the Goron about to leave. Normally, you'd get out
Think you
of
can
here
beat him?
before.
Beat him to the door?
Yeah, actually, if I don't beat him to the door, that's kind of bad, because you have to wait.
Outside.
Could you leave? Thanks.
All right, so now Kyle's gonna play his first Song of Double Time of the run. And we need to make it nighttime here because we're actually gonna complete a whole bunch of objectives while it's nighttime. A big one being the Pirate's Fortress section. Once we do that, we can kind of clear a whole bunch of the Great Bay stuff out. He's gonna grab this Stray Fairy to go get the Great Fairy's mask. This fairy's hitbox is literally comedy. It never cooperates, and after that, basically, he's gonna go start doing the first temple. I can't wait till you guys see the temples. The temples in this game are absolutely amazing in 100% because we can't just complete them as fast as possible. Because this is 100%, we have to grab all the stray fairies in each of the dungeons. There's 15 stray fairies per temple, and they each provide a power-up for you once you return them to the fairy fountain in that particular region. Now, the fairy fountain, the stray fairies are all over the temple, so we actually have to visit rooms you normally wouldn't see in an any % speedrun, or even an all-mask speedrun, because you don't need those power-ups. So you're going to see some really cool tricks you typically don't usually see in the temples. On top of that, the temples are done out of complete order. So normally you do Woodfall first, Snowhead second, Great Bay Temple third, and Stone Tower Temple fourth. And in this speedrun, we actually complete Snowhead second, Snowhead first, Stone Tower second, Great Bay, Woodfall third, and Great Bay fourth. So every dungeon is actually done out of order, which is really cool. One of the coolest things about that is that if you're familiar with this game, you might remember the Great Fairy Sword. It's an extremely OP sword in this game that we get to use for like the end of the game, because casually you get it from collecting all the stray fairies in Stone Tower Temple. In this run, we actually, because we beat Stone Tower second, we actually get to use it for a majority of the run because we'll have it early on. And that's really cool. It allows us to route in some pretty cool stuff that you'll see later, and allows us to kill some enemies very, very quickly. All right, good luck on this minigame.
Thank you, it's really hard. It actually is pretty hard.
Look at the timer. If he gets a timer of 38 seconds by the end of the minigame, that means he did it quickly.
If he gets a 37, he's a legend.
37 is legend
If
status.
I get 37 at AGDQ, that would be insane. I already can't do it because the cycle on this one was off. If the platform is going up and you shoot out of the flower, sometimes the platform will go faster than you do, so it will knock you out of your like flying state or whatever.
Yeah, and you can actually jump off the platform by accident doing that.
Whoa.
Ooh, that was a scary one. All right, that's good.
Yeah, not too bad.
Alright,
I just
so-
wanted to play it safe, you know.
So 40, 41, 42 is not bad. That's pretty good. It's better than falling.
Yeah.
All right, and now we're off. So remember, default to Great Bay with that weird owl statue, so he didn't have to go to the pause menu on this, or the map on the pause menu to go anywhere. You can just see it just defaulted there. A couple things we're gonna do now. Before we tackle the Pirate's Fortress, we're gonna get the Zora mask, and we're gonna do a glitch called bottle duping to create some bottles on items that we're not supposed to actually be able to do. And the reason for that is because we only have one bottle, and we need to get the 7 Zora eggs in Great Bay in order to learn the New Wave Bossa Nova, not only for 100% completion, but we need it to enter Great Bay Temple. So by duplicating bottles and making several of them, we're able to collect the 7 eggs in shorter trips, so you don't have to go back and forth between the areas to collect all 7. We can just kind of go in, do one swoop of the area, get all the eggs, leave, and then clear out the second area. There's 4 in Pirate's Fortress, 3 in Pinnacle Rock, and we also need to go there and take a picture of our pirate. And once we're going to do that, we're actually going to showcase one of the coolest glitches in the game, recently discovered. It was a community effort. So this is Bottle Dupe. You just saw that weird motion that Kyle did. So if you pay attention to his C buttons, he actually has 2 bottles now, and now his Deku Nut on C right is actually a bottle, so he has 3 bottles now. That's a very cool trick. All right, so now he's going to do a glitch called Time Stop. So this camera is actually it's basically the middle of depositing an item in a bottle on the floor, but you interrupt it and are able to control Link during that motion, and it stops you from depositing the bottle. So you keep the... And what happens is it's considered a cutscene, so because of that, when he activates another cutscene, which is basically what he did, when he pushed the Zora high enough, he actually got the Zora to actually start walking up the beach, but in Time Stop, you can keep moving during that cutscene, which you're typically not allowed to do. And because of that, he was able to leave the area and then enter the area again, and it actually got the Zora all the way to the top without having to watch him walk. It's extremely slow to watch him walk. So that saves quite a bit of time if you do it fast, which he did. That was pretty good.
Yeah, the hardest part, when you're in Time Stop, you might have said this, your controls are reversed. So you have to be kind of careful with how your camera is, or you'll be kind of fumbling around trying to figure out which way to go. Like what direction to hold on the control stick to actually go towards the loading zone.
Yeah.
Yeah, and while the cutscene skip itself is long, him walking up the beach is even longer. I think to put it in perspective, King Zora moving out of your path in Ocarina of Time is a shorter cutscene than the Zora walking up the beach.
Is it?
Yeah, it is.
Wow.
What?
I know this one actually doesn't seem that long to me, but
It's pretty long.
Apparently it
Also,
is.
for the first time, I want everyone in chat to spam happy face for this cutscene, because like the faster this gets over with, the faster we get a mask, and we like to go fast. We don't care about the Zora. Right, Zora? Yeah, that's right.
Just a quick note about that Zora Link plushie on your lap. It was donated by Eyes5, and it's the prize for this run. If you guys want to be entered to win that, you need to donate at least $10. So make sure you get those donations in.
Give me a home.
And in addition to that, we have a $500 donation from Bethalazar228. Shoutouts to the MajinSD family. Keep it classy, Phil. If everyone on the couch agrees to call the Grotto Wrong Warp the Grotto Wrong Warp, I'll donate again.
All right, it's called Grotto Wrong Warp.
it's definitely the Grotto Wrong Word.
All right,
Absolutely.
he's on the hook now. All right, I forgot how many bonks did we have? 4?
4 or 5, yeah.
4 bonks? Okay. All right, so we got a handy Zora mask. So now he's gonna make an equip.
Yeah, not that equipped though. There we
Zora
go.
mask, yeah, nice. Okay, so now let's make our way to Pirate's Fortress. Those guys can be annoying. If he starts his roll early, sometimes they can catch him from the back and make him fall. You want to be careful you don't land in the water as a Goron, or you void out and spawn in the last place you started rolling, so that's really slow. In-game time's perfect right now.
Yeah, the next thing we have to worry about as far as in-game time goes is the Curiosity Shop, which closes at 5, I believe, right?
Yeah.
5 a.m.
So we need to complete a glitch called Gold Dust Duping before 5 o'clock a.m.
And we'll go into that in a little bit. We'll have tons of time to explain it.
Yeah, it's a really tedious glitch. Yeah.
All right, so Pirate's Fortress. One of the main reasons we're here at night, if you're familiar with any %, we also come here at night, and that's because in the Japanese version, the pirates have poor vision. It actually allows us to get the hookshot from the hookshot room, even though the pirates are inside of it, because they're that blind. We actually just like literally go in the room, the pirate stares right at us, and we just side hop past it, and it doesn't catch you. If you try that in the English version, you'll never get it because it doesn't work. They actually fixed that so that you can't get the hookshot from there. So now, we used to have to go in through the sewers in order to reach there, the main fortress area in 100%, because there is a heart piece that's out of the way. In any %, you would do what we're doing right now. But because of a new trick called Reverse Pirate's Fortress, which we're going to be showcasing in just a little bit, it's one of the coolest tricks in this speedrun, and you guys are probably going to Craigasm everywhere when you see it. But basically, it allows us to enter this Pirate's Fortress from this side, and then go in from the back end and get the heart piece, so that way we don't have to complete the sewer section. It's kind of just like a quick reroute.
You don't even need the Goron mask at all anymore to get the heart piece.
Exactly.
Yeah, you used to have to hit that switch with the Goron mask to be able to get to the area where the heart piece is, but we no longer need to do that, fortunately.
All right, so we have a trusty bow, and we have bugs. We're gonna have to make an extra bottle. We only have 3 out of 4 for the pirate eggs, so we're gonna need a 4th one over our bombs. We couldn't do that earlier because we need the bombs right now. or we needed the bombs to get into the fortress. But with a nice little shot,
Oh.
oh, it's okay, it's fine. All right, so that's a very tricky shot. It's okay. You could shoot the beehive from there, but if you take too long, the pirate will catch you. But you can see, like, look how long it took him before he got caught to get to.
Yeah,
to
you
shoot
definitely
it,
do
so,
have a lot of time there.
one of the things about Virtual Console, which really sucks for Majora's Mask, and Kyle kind of exhibited it there a little bit, is the sensitivity on the joystick is extremely crappy. Like, you basically try to move it just a little bit, and sometimes it'll just kind of go like crazy over. But like, if you're very careful, you can maybe move it a smidge. But it's not a big deal. You just try it again. The in-game time here is very lenient, so.
Well, and yeah, if you try to go very, very...
There we
There
go.
we go.
Okay. Good stuff. Good shot.
If you try to touch the control stick very lightly, Link will just not do anything at all.
Yeah, that's one reason why the N64. That's one advantage of the N64 anyway. The
Okay,
dead zone is so much smaller.
Right. So Kyle here has he put 3 bombs on the floor there, and you noticed when he made those artificial bottles before, he had 0 of that item. If you want to make a bottle out of an item that has an item amount greater than 0, you have to have 3 of that item on the ground so that you can no longer use that item, because you're only allowed to use a max of 3 at the same time. So because of that, he was able to trigger that sound that says he's not allowed to use an item, and he could make a bottle over it. So the cool thing about it is we get to swap a bottle over our bombs for now because we don't need bombs. But as soon as he picks up a bomb drop, that bottle disappears and becomes bombs again. All right, so now we begin our egg hunt. And we gotta avoid these shelters, that's what I call them. There's a lot of Pokemon in this game. We got the Sand Gyarados, we got the Magikarp. You guys will see.
We have a $500 donation from Balthazar228. Good job. Shoutouts to Thursday because my last $1,000 donation totally stuffed his by accident. Lost my golden retriever to cancer in September, so here's to extending the time we have with those who are affected by it. Put this towards saving the animals.
Ooh, that's close.
That was really close, yeah.
Okay, so what Kyle just did there is he entered the exit of one of the pirate areas to get the egg. And normally, if you do the pirate's fortress casually, you have to fight a pirate that guards each of the 4 eggs, with the exception of the first one. But because fighting the pirates is really slow, there's actually ways around the pirate fights. The pirate fight for this one was actually to the left. That's where you would come from if you would enter the right area. So what we do is we enter the exits using specific cool little jumps and slashes. So he actually jump slashed off the wall to land in that little corridor, allowing him access to the egg without fighting the pirate. We only have to fight the 4th pirate to get the 4th egg. Other than that, we can skip it. This is the awkward jump. It allows him to skip the pirate for the 3rd egg and enter through the exit here.
We don't necessarily have to fight the 4th one, but first of all, we don't have any explosives anymore
That's
to
true.
get, work our way around it, and it wouldn't even save much time. So the explosives we would use are better used in other places.
Yeah. So that's 3 out of 4, just 1 more. And before we do our little pirate fight here, Kyle's gonna make a pit stop and take a picture of one of the pirates. And we need that for a heart piece.
It's one of the 2 pictures we take.
So this pirate's also blind.
Oops. Good equips first.
Perfect. And we'll be on our way. Nice. That's a bottle cutscene skip. He deposits the bottle so that he can use it for the egg later while watching this pirate fight. That saves some time. Wow, she's being cooperative.
That was a really good
good
pirate
fight.
fight.
She never does that.
Never happens.
All right, and now I want you all prepare for the coolest trick you'll ever see. So we're just gonna pick up egg number 4 real quick. Just grab 3 hearts before you do
Yeah,
it.
definitely.
Yeah, that way you're good.
Oh, he has enough. He only needs that much.
That's true.
actually.
Yeah.
For safety's sake, you never know what could happen.
I've hit like all the mines before in that
Yeah.
little spot. All right, so hopefully he doesn't get caught by a pirate here.
Yeah, that would be pretty much run over. Oh, well,
God.
rip.
All right, so we get thrown out of the pirate's fortress. He's going to make an equip here, and he's going to equip Ocarina, and he's going to equip Zora Mask, or Ocarina and Deku Mask, sorry. We jump slash through the back here, and we swim over. He's going to hit this mine on purpose because he has to clear it, and he's going to climb this ladder. Then he's going to do a setup, and he's going to turn into a Deku, and he's going to start bouncing on the water. And just prepare to be amazed by this. It's amazing.
Might be.
That's good.
Is it good? Yeah, it looked a little weird.
All right, so he lands in that vent. That vent gives you Deku flowers to fly. It clips him out of bounds and allows him to fly out of bounds around the walls of the pirate's fortress. Okay? He follows a specific path, and he keeps following around the walls. He needs to make a sharp left here in order to not clip in bounds here in the tunnel, and then he hooks a right. That's the heart piece we need to get. There's unloaded water because of the path that we took, and we actually land inside and can grab it. Oh, sick, man. Nice.
I think that was one pause, right?
That was amazing.
That was really good.
I thought it was going to be an issue.
Yeah, I practiced that a lot over the course of this week. I'm really glad that went well.
So that's one of the newer tricks found in the run, and also, coincidentally, one of the coolest. The reason you get Deku flowers from that is because if you're familiar with the game, there are these vents in Stone Tower Temple. They're called the updraft rooms, or these updrafts, and you can actually use the vents as Deku in the temple to traverse some of the areas that have fire. And what happens is you can actually get Deku flowers off of the same vent, because that vent in the water is actually the exact same style vent. It's just going horizontally and it's placed there. So if you void out on the frame that you touch the water and you have that particular angle, you can use the water to you spawn where you first started the jump, and then you have the properties of touching that like draft, and then you get the flowers, and then you can clip out of bounds in that corner with that exact angle. It's unbelievable how that works, actually.
That was a really cool like community effort too.
Yeah, I
believe Glitches and stuff found like that if you land in that underwater vent, you get the wings or whatever.
Yep.
And then Imbued was messing around with it, and he just so happened to clip out of bounds. And we've been trying to do that for years.
Yeah,
so.
there's actually, it was like 7 people that like helped put that together.
There was a lot of people coming up with setups. It was a really cool community effort there.
All right, so now comes a really cool part of the run. Kyle's just going to hook around the back of the lab and pick up some stuff like bombs, magic. I think, is there arrows there too?
There are, but I don't need to
we use a lot of arrows for the
that's
beehive.
true. I might as well just pick them up.
Yeah, just grab them. All right, good. And now we're going to do our first spider house. So there's two spider houses in this game. One in the Oceanside Spider House here in Great Bay, and one in the swamp called Swamp Spider House. And they each have 30 gold Skulltulas in them. And if you collect all of them, you unlock something in each of the areas. So the Oceanside one, if you get all of them,
you have to talk to the seaver or something.
Yeah. If you collect all the ones in Oceanside, you'll get the Giant's Wallet, which allows us to hold up to 500 rupees. And if you collect all the ones in Swamp Spider House, you'll actually get the Mask of Truth.
That only applies to the first day, though. If you finish the Ocean Spider House on another day, you won't get the Adult's Wallet, the Giant's Wallet.
Oh, really? Actually, I didn't know that. Wow.
And another difference between the English and the Japanese version for the Ocean Spider House, which I think is a little stupid, but okay, is there is one room where you need the bow to collect a heart piece. So what would be user-friendly to put in that room? Arrows. What's there in the Japanese version? Hearts.
Yeah. So we have to make sure we have some arrows. All right, so that's actually a very precise shot. The hitbox on that web there is like made of cast iron. It's ridiculous.
Pretty much. It extends out way farther than you would think.
So you have to stand quite back and shoot it from the top. All right, so he's going to take this library room first, then he's going to make his way through the corridors, and then he's going to go to the basement and finish up. The spider houses are quite remarkable to watch. I love watching spider house movement because it's very fast-paced. You don't really have much time to breathe, and you just have to keep moving and getting good hook shots. Usually with spider house, it's very sporadic what your times are because getting really good hook shot aiming consistently is extremely difficult. And sometimes you can miss a Skulltula like 6 times trying to shoot it. Or
you can actually hit the painting here and the Skulltula at the same time.
Oh, cool.
Which is a little bit of a time save. You can do a weird shot here too, which I don't think we've got into that yet.
Yeah, we'll explain it.
You could do a weird shot here, but you would have to do it unbuffered for it to save time. So for consistency's sake, I didn't go for it.
It's kind of interesting to see. The game starts really slow. A lot of cutscenes. You don't even have anything to do, and the longer the run, the longer you're into the run, the faster it gets. And even with all the temples later, it just gets more and more fast-paced.
This one coming up is probably the most precise one. Oh,
Nice shot. It's like hidden in a wall kind of there.
Yeah, there's like a weird like hitbox on the bottom. Whoa,
Oh,
let's get back up there.
There we go. All right, let's see if we can get the jump slash. Oh, baby, nice.
Oh, I didn't get the stair ride or staircase.
Stare the grind.
Yeah.
See,
This one's kind of hard to kill from down here.
this is what we mean by hook shot. It's really hard to shoot sometimes. All right, so this is the room that we actually, just like we did the bomber's code, that mask code is exactly the same thing, where we don't have the code unless we make a pre-made file and know it ahead of time.
Wow, that was really hard.
Yeah, so that's actually a good code. If you get a code that has the masks closest to each other, it saves time. So ideally, you want a code like green, yellow, green, yellow, green, yellow, or red, blue, red, blue, red, blue, or vice versa.
So you noticed that we didn't collect the heart piece before.
Right. Good point.
You see we still have 3 hearts, and at the end of the Ocean Spider House, something might happen to our health. So if you would have collected the heart here, the heart piece here, he would actually have 4 hearts by now, and we don't want that.
You can actually do a really cool strat here where you kill all 3 of these that I'm standing next to at one time, but I'm not going to go for it. I probably could have, but you know, I want to go play safe a little bit. The hitboxes on the spiders last for longer than they would appear to, so sometimes picking up the tokens can be a little bit difficult.
We have a $100 donation from Matt Skaggs. I lost my mom to cancer when I was 12. Here's hoping we can keep finding better methods to beat this disease. Good luck to my friend Kyle and the other MM runners. $50 from Keno Lee. Just wanted to make sure you guys know I plan to donate an additional $100 if you throw the keg.
Oh my god. Wait, that's my part.
Don't do it.
Well, I mean, you have to go for it now.
Oh, man. The whole throw the keg thing is something that started up in my chat. Like, it's at best a minor time saver, but it probably loses time. And I did it twice in a row and lost 2 runs to it. It's not a good idea.
That was sometimes there's this weird property of the, like, see up, where your actual facing angle doesn't update as quickly as your, like, see up angle. So sometimes you'll cancel the see up, and you won't actually be facing the direction you think you're facing.
Here's another small difference between the English and the Japanese
no.
version. Yeah. On the English version there is pods, because for whatever reason golden skulltulas are bouncy. So they bounce all over the place when they come out of a barrel. And sometimes they even bounce on top of other barrels, and when you break that barrel to make it fall down, it's just stuck in the air, and you don't really need that.
Alright, so we're about to go collect the final 3 eggs. And any percent, actually in pretty much every other category you would just collect the eggs and leave. But we need to get the heart piece from the seahorse, and to do that we have to kill all the eels. Actually, I think they're not eels, they're a different enemy, I'm not really sure what they're called. Like underwater snakes or something like that.
It was just a bad idea altogether when they made that.
Yeah. So we have to kill, what, like 8 of them or something?
How many eels are there, Trev?
I'm actually not sure.
It's 2 per level, so it's 8.
Okay.
Alright, what I just did, I don't know why we called it this, but we called it YOLO dives. And
They used to be YOLO, not anymore.
yeah, it's really easy. At first when we found it, it was kind of a risky strat to go for, but it's kind of commonplace now. But if you have played Ocarina of Time, you probably know about the Wasteland. And if you step in certain areas of the Wasteland, you void out or whatever. And that maze that we just went through, which we did from the top, because you can dolphin dive and that's faster than just swimming through the water. That maze, if you step out of the boundaries of the maze, you void out and go back to the beginning.
So this part's kind of just movement-based. There isn't much going on, just kind of collecting the eggs, killing the eels. The one thing you do have to take note of is we have to watch our magic consumption here. We do want to have a decent amount of magic for after this area because we're going to end up going to Snowhead to complete our first temple. And we do have to roll up the ramp with the Goron, which can be quite ridiculous, you'll see. Hopefully you don't mess that up.
Hopefully not, but you never know. Sometimes a ghost will push you off the edge, and it's just ridiculous.
It's really bad. But basically, because the Goron roll takes magic, you just want to make sure you do have enough to make it there in one roll without having to stop and pick up an extra bar or magic jar or whatever.
I might for safety just pick it up, because sometimes you just barely don't have enough magic to make it to that snowball, you know?
Yeah.
We have a $200 donation from Dakana. AGDQ is the best way to bring in the new year. Everything you guys do is amazing. You bring me back to my childhood and help people around the world fight cancer. Here's to all the runners and staff making this event possible. A $50 donation from Kirby Master. I'm a huge fan of Majora's Mask Speedrun since it's one of my favorite games of all time, and I'm very glad to finally see one of my favorite Zelda categories, Speedrun, in a GDQ. Put this donation to thiefbug's choice. Also, I'll donate another $50 if you get the Postman minigame first try.
Ooh, there's so much on the line on that.
So not gonna happen.
It's okay, we'll end up making up for that with our millions of dollars in...
Yeah, and Goron box.
Yeah.
I still can't believe that trick, or not trick, but that thing that happened in Mountain Village. Wow, that magic didn't
There's
get
another one
picked
to
up.
the left there.
Okay, I'll pick this up real quick. But that was called a slope clip, and I did not know that you could do that there, so that was really cool. Or maybe a ground clip. There's different names. Alright, so that was the final eel, and we can deposit the seahorse right here, and we'll be getting a heart piece out of it.
Then he's going to perform a glitch called Ocarina Items. Remember we did that trick to create artificial bottles on our items? He does the exact same trick, but instead of using the item that he's transforming into a bottle, he does it with his sword, and for whatever reason, it actually makes an ocarina. As a Zora, you can do it underwater, because as long as you can stand still, you can actually do it. So the Zora can stand underwater, and we can do underwater ocarina like that.
So the reason for that is because you have a bottle in your hand, but you're in that busy state. The game tries to play a cutscene, but because you hit B, you have your fins out, the bottle's gone, but the game still tries to play that cutscene for the item that's in your hand. It tries to play a cutscene for your fins in that case, realizes there's no cutscene available, and alternates back to the ocarina.
Exactly. It's a really interesting property.
For a long time, there wasn't really any easy way of getting ocarina items in MM. In OT, you can do a backflip and press a bottle or whatever, and then the sword or something.
Yeah.
But you can't actually do the OT method of ocarina items in Majora's Mask, so it was really cool when that method was found.
It's nice in Pinnacle Rock because the old way was to go back up and you have to swim all the way out of Pinnacle Rock, and that's super slow because it's a very, like, the area is really deep. So to just be able to clear it from top to bottom is really nice.
Or the alternative was the clip, but that was pretty precise.
Yeah, Marco clip.
If you try and deposit eggs too quickly, he just shows you the bottle like he doesn't know what it is for some reason.
Alright, so you saw Kyle, he put the pause cursor on, I believe that was Milk Road, and that translates to warping to Snowhead. So that's how we're going to be able to reach the area of our first temple without having to, like, scale our way up the area there. And this time we have the Goron Lullaby on like an 90%, so
right.
we can...
So we can do Lullaby skip.
Yeah.
I forgot to equip the ocarina, which you might need to play Song of Soaring. Alright, there we go.
Alright, so that was a cutscene skip that he just did there. And what he did was he paused on the first frame possible after pressing Ocarina, and that's what triggers the learning of the New Wave Bossa Nova. So because, like we said, cutscenes take frames to activate, they don't activate on the first frame. This one actually takes 3 frames. Most of them take 2. But because he was able to pause on the first frame and then Song of Soaring away, he got the effect of learning the song, even though it looks like we learned nothing.
I actually kind of feel like checking to make sure I got the New Wave Bossa Nova on that.
No, you got it.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
And sometimes if you stand too far away, it doesn't like activate the learning of the cutscene.
No, you definitely moved closer.
Yeah,
Alright, good.
I think you
All
got
right.
it. Yeah.
I'm just paranoid at this point, I guess.
You can just pause if you want. Look.
Yeah, if we for some reason didn't get it, it isn't even a big deal. Like we'll be going back to the marine lab.
Exactly.
So
So because this is a co-op run, as soon as Kyle finishes Snowhead, his quarter will be over, and we will finally be done a quarter of the run. And then thiefbug here is going to take over for the second portion. Do we have bombs?
I do believe so, yeah.
Okay.
If
But
not,
there-
there's that room in Snowhead.
Yeah,
Yeah.
with the pots. So this is the scaling of Snowhead right here. Goron movement here is extremely difficult. You can skid out a lot on the snow on the climb, and you have to be extremely careful with your movement here, especially with the really crappy sensitivity on the joystick. And
Oh, we
oh,
made it.
that was really good. Okay. Huge praise. All right, so this is Snowhead. I hope you guys enjoy. We'll walk you through it. It's very fast-paced. Kyle's going to be moving really quickly through this. First thing he's going to do, he's going to clip through this this block. You can clip through acute angles out of bounds, and that little icicle there actually provides one that we can use to clip there. Next thing he's going to do is he's going to hookshot across to this thing, because we do have the trusty hookshot. In a casual run, you wouldn't have that yet, so you'd have to use Goron roll to get across. The first two stray fairies are in this room. The first one is right here, and then while that one's traveling to you because of the Great Fairy's Mask, he's going to break this one with a bomb.
Actually, a quick explanation of how the Great Fairy Mask works. Its hair will glow whenever there is a fairy in the room, and while you're wearing it, any fairies that are not encased in a bubble will always travel to you.
Exactly. So we do have to grab dungeon maps and compasses in this game for 100%. They do go back in time with you, so they are part of the definition. Boss Key's going to skip once again. They do not travel back in time. Now Kyle's going to do a trick called a weird shot. It's a trick that lets us hookshot and dislocate the first-person camera from where Link's standing, and allows us to hookshot out of bounds. That looked like a weird shot. That was weird.
Yeah, that was a really weird shot.
That's why they're called weird shots. There we go. So you can see he's actually below now where he's supposed to be standing, and he can reach this chest. In Japanese version, it's actually nice. We can do something called an unbuffered weird shot, which is doing the whole technique without pausing. On English, if for whatever reason, if you try and advance too many frames during a weird shot, it'll crash the game. So it's extremely dangerous, which is another beautiful thing about JP version. We don't have to stress out about doing weird shots, and there are quite a few of them in the run.
Oh, there's another one.
Crap. Okay, 5?
I think so.
Yeah, we're at 5 now.
Wizrobe,
All right,
not
Wizrobe.
overused.
Lots of Wizrobe in this run. Now Kyle's going to attempt a really cool strat. There's a Goron combo that you can do. Oh, that was cool.
Whoa.
There's a Goron combo you can do, and he's going to try and kill it with the last frame, or with the active frame. Oh, you didn't go for it?
Oh, I got it. There we go.
Okay, yeah, that was...
There's two different ways you can do it. That was one of them.
Yeah, like other cutscenes, the cutscene that Wizrobe tries to start after you punch him 2 times takes 2 frames to load, so you can interrupt it. And if you do it twice, it never activates, and it's a good time save.
Yep. You also don't have to guess. If you have the dungeon map, you can actually see where he is on the mini-map. It'll point him out, but if otherwise, you'd have to find him by looking at the different ones. All right, so now we got fire arrows. If you play close attention in this game, the weapons that you get in the run are all the dungeon items. The weapon is a form of your arrow. So the Woodfall gives you regular arrow, Snowhead is fire, Great Bay is ice, and Stone Tower is light arrows. So, and they all have a use in each of their own dungeon.
Except for ice arrows.
Except for ice arrows. We do use them a little bit for some cool stuff, but you just hate ice arrows. I don't know why.
I do. They actually do have some use in this game, I have to admit it. In OOT, they actually are completely useless, except for one minor use that it's really obscure, almost nobody knows about. It's like freezing Bongo's hands or something.
Interesting.
Other than that, they literally do nothing.
That'd be nice to use in Stone Tower Temple, but because we do that temple after Stone Tower, we don't get that practicality. All right, so this is probably the slowest room in the temple. He has to push that block onto a specific section, and that way it triggers a chest to spawn with a stray fairy in it. And you could probably read like 2-3 donations during this little block.
Thank you. We have a $50 donation from Santa Chanto. Always a pleasure to see Majora's Mask run at a GDQ. Thanks to all the runners and everyone behind the scenes. $150 from Menar. Hey, AGDQ. Greetings from Germany. Longtime viewer, first-time donator. This had to happen while the Majora's Mask run. I'm really happy about what you're doing since I lost my mother almost 2 years ago to breast cancer. And as that cancer is trying to get us down, we will get down those animals. So kill them. $100 from Michael. This one is for my Oma, who died from an aggressive cancer this past November. Rest in peace, Helka. Kill the animals.
Wow.
Could you step there? You can actually get a weird, like, Wolfos damage boost off of this, and he hits you right into the chest we're about to collect, but he's definitely not in position for that at this point.
Yeah, the Wolfos are feisty in this temple.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
He almost got me. You have to be careful here because the hitbox of the ice kind of extends out a little bit too. So you have to kind of shoot around where you would think you would have to shoot.
Alright, so this is the coolest sounding Stray Fairy in the game. You break that door and get the Stray Fairy, and it's a combination.
We have $50 from Testu. Gonna donate during my favorite game of all time. Too many people in my family have had their brushes with different cancers, so let's create a real song of healing for everyone out there struggling. Keep up the good work, and thanks to everybody at AGDQ.
All right, and right there you just saw Kyle picked up a couple blue rupees from those snowballs. They're guaranteed, and it's to just round out his rupee count. He needs to have 160 rupees coming out of this dungeon. He just grabbed a couple extra to make sure. And we're going to be doing that because we need to purchase Razor Sword, or at least begin getting it forged, and that's 100 rupees, and we're going to be buying some Tingle Maps, which are required for the definition.
So you can see him shooting through the ceiling and through walls. Those are normally things you'd find with Lens of Truth, but because we know where they are already, we can just kind of have a good idea of where to hookshot to reach those items, and that way we don't have to use the thing at all. This is a bomb boost over here. Lets us cross over. So the reason those work is because Link's distance that he jumps is based off his speed, his initial speed value. So that's why he gets further speed when he does or further jump when he does a roll jump. It's not the same as an Ocarina of Time. So because of that, if we stand right at an edge and we use a bomb, the bomb gives him a ton of speed, and because of that, he's actually able to travel pretty far with his jump. It's pretty cool. I don't know. What's the verdict on that? Is that considered a glitch, or is it just like a...
I'm pretty sure it's not allowed in glitches.
It's not allowed in
It's not
glitches,
allowed,
but it's
okay.
allowed in bug limit, which is like the Japanese form
Okay.
of glitchless.
Gotcha.
Slightly alternate rule set. It's kind of on the fence.
Sometimes these guys like to play
Oh wow, 2 for 1.
nice.
So,
Yeah, 2 for 1.
As long as they're slashing, they won't be able to dodge.
Alright, then he's going to jump off. Looks really bad. And we're in a hidden area. Okay. And that's 14 out of 15. One more on the bottom here. Oh, baby.
That was a really good... Oh, what
We're
was
on
it?
roll sound.
Alright, there's actually something that can randomly happen called, we call it VC crashing. And for some reason twice after, like I'm gonna void out in the lobby here, Zora. I've VC crashed twice here in PB attempts, so fingers crossed. Alright,
Okay.
we're good.
That scared me, actually.
Yeah, it's just a random crash. Nothing you can really do about it.
And like we said, boss keys are not required for the definition, so you're going to see Kyle skipping this boss door simply because it's very simple, very fast to do.
Very
and to
cool.
get the actual boss key, we'd either need to or actually no, you cannot weird shot it, so you'd have to fight the Wizrobe. I believe there's floor underneath the chest.
Nice. Good stuff. Alright, so Goat, if you're familiar with him in any percent, you just kind of find a sweet spot, you line up your arrows, and you just kind of shoot him. 15 shots kills him, and it's the same in any percent. I mean, it's just a fast strat. Or in 100%, I mean. You just kind of stand, same thing. It's way faster than anything else we can come up with.
Yeah, and we also don't do, you may have seen in any percent song storage, we do not do that in 100%, because if you do that, which we use that in any percent to skip cutscenes, we can't do that in 100% because if you do that, your stray fairies go away. And also, you have to pick up the heart piece, which would prematurely activate the storage. I think I lost count, but we'll be good. Alright, we're good.
Nice.
Yeah, that was perfect.
Good fight.
But yeah, you can't use storage in Hundo.
Yeah, you have to do stuff after that. After you finish killing the boss, the area changes, and you have objectives that you have to complete in those areas. Another thing is, you saw that stalactite fall. That's RNG. The stalactite could actually fall in front of you in your trajectory and cause you to not be able to get the fast kill on Goat, and that's not your fault. That's just complete luck based.
That's the end of my part.
Yeah, Kyle's done. When do we want to swap during the melting snow cutscene?
Yeah,
there's
okay, yeah.
no
Yeah,
There's
you
some
gotta learn us to
texture.
order, no pressure.
All right, I
Yeah.
think I can handle it.
We have $50 from Anonymous. Thank you to everyone for making this another amazing GDQ event. I look forward to it every year. Had to donate during the amazing MM run. $100 from Silver. Hey guys, I've had fun watching the Zelda runs during AGDQ, and this run is no different. I just wanted to say good luck to the runners. $250 from Miniism. It's so wonderful to see Majora's Mask being played cooperatively, just like how my brother and I used to do it. Shoutouts to all the runners and organizers for putting on this event. You've done a really fantastic job. Keep it up and go fast.
Okay, so coming up here actually is thiefbug here is extremely brave because he's going to be tackling some of the more dangerous portions of this speedrun. And there's two things coming up that are extremely kind of ridiculous. And the first one is the Goron race, and the second one is the gold dust duping, which we mentioned earlier, but we'll talk about it a bit now. The Goron race is a race that you have to win in order to receive gold dust. It's a bottle and gold dust also. It's one of the 6 bottles that we get in this run. And the Goron race is extremely difficult to complete first try. It's not difficult, but it's extremely difficult to deal with because it's complete rubber band AI or artificial intelligence, and it's very severe. So if you're very behind, it works in your favor because it gives you a very good opportunity to catch up. But if you're very ahead, they will actually be relentless, and there's 4 of them, I think, right? There's 4?
Yes.
You're the 5th one? There's 4?
Yeah.
So the other 4 are extremely relentless, and they try to knock you out, and they try to kind of bonk into you to ruin like your straight line. And sometimes there's actually a bridge too that if you get very unlucky, they can actually hit you off the bridge down, and you actually lose the race. There's no way you can come back from that. So the reason it's very nerve-wracking in this run is because we are on the clock here with the in-game time, and we have to make it back to Clocktown in order to do something called the Bank Heart Piece. And, oh yeah, hang on, let me just swap this out real quick because it's Ricky's turn.
There you go. Don't hit the reset button.
We all brought our own controllers. All right, you're good to go.
Thank you.
Maybe do
No, don't hang the Zora.
Oh yeah. So as I was saying, we have to make it to Clocktown to get something called the Bank Heart Piece. And the Bank Heart Piece is basically the most tedious heart piece in this run. You can only receive it if you've deposited 5,000 rupees in the bank, which is a ton of rupees. Like if you played this casually, you could spend forever trying to get rupees. It's just like, you'd run around. You can get rupees by shooting enemies with light arrows, for example.
Yeah, you get 50 rupees every time you shoot a light arrow at an enemy, which is how they do it in Glitchless, but it takes way longer.
Exactly. And on top of that, you also have a max of 500 you can carry at once. So
Right.
even if you wanted to like do it quickly, you'd have to make a minimum of 10 trips and deposit 500 times 10 to the bank in order to get that heart piece. Now, there is a trick called Gold Dust Dupe. If you go to the Curiosity Shop, which if you remember correctly, closes at 5 a.m., which is in about 3 in-game hours right now, but that's going to be slow because we have time inverted, so it's running slowly. We're actually able to sell the gold dust to the guy, and he pays you $200 or 200 rupees every time you sell it. And if you do the trick properly, you can actually infinitely sell the gold dust. Oh, that's okay, that happens to me all the time. You can actually sell the gold dust, and that if that happens, if you sell the gold dust without duplicating it properly, you actually lose like a lot of time. Because one, you need to win the Goron race again to get more gold dust, because you need that to craft a gilded sword later, and you also need to go back to like Snowhead and complete all that. Not to mention that you have to do it before 5 a.m. because if you don't complete the gold dust and get the 5,000 rupees in time, you won't have enough time to get the money because the shop closes. And it takes about half an hour in-game time if done well to get the gold dust dupes finished. So if he makes it back to Clocktown anytime before 4:30, he should be good if he does it well. So you can look at the clock now. Whenever the sun is at the top, that's the change of hour. So right now it's 2:45 in-game time at night.
We're really good pace right now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
Should be no problem.
Yeah, it should be fine if he wins. He has a couple tries for the Goron race too in case they decide to be unforgiving.
Yeah.
So yeah, so hopefully that happens. The cool thing about the gold dust duping, though, unfortunately, it does take 8 minutes. It's one of the more boring parts of the run, but it is extremely like nerve-wracking because you don't want to sell the gold dust during that trick at all, and you do have to do 30 individual gold dust dupes for that
They're
trick.
2-frame tricks.
And they're 2-frame tricks.
Every time, yeah.
The game runs at 20 frames per second in game for gameplay, so you do have 0.2 of a second to complete the trick.
1/10.
Yeah.
Or 1/10, so, excuse me, yeah. I'm bad at math. And the cool thing is that the Curiosity Shop and the bank are like right next to each other. So it actually works out pretty well that you're able to... That's going to work, right?
Yeah.
Should work,
Should
yeah.
work. You'd only have to go back and forth between Curiosity Shop and the bank. Like, it would be really bad if you had to go to a completely different area to deposit money, and then that place was the fastest place to get the money.
Yeah, it's just fortunate how it happened to be that they're right next to each other.
Right.
Definitely.
We have a $100.69 donation from that Luigi. Hey, my Zelda Speed friends on the couch. This is a friendly reminder to throw the keg.
Sorry,
we
too
forgot.
late.
Don't worry, we'll throw
Didn't do it.
we're going to throw the keg at the rock.
I'm sure that's what he meant.
If you walk over that bridge at the wrong angle, or like, I'm not even really sure what happens, you automatically drop the keg.
It's
And
1
then-
pixel.
Well, yeah, apparently it's a pixel. And the Wolfos right behind you is following you and runs into the keg and blows it up, and you lose probably 1.5 minutes or 2 minutes.
And
Yeah.
in-game time, too, so
Yeah,
you
and
have
in-game
less time. All right, so
Some damage boost to get closer to the entrance.
All right, this is the infamous Goron race.
all right, it's time for Goron race.
Yay, so much fun.
Like Phil said, the AI is incredibly aggressive. Will always attempt to knock you out of your spikes. In fact, my PB lost this race. Nobody is safe.
Yeah,
My PB lost it twice.
good luck, bro. No pressure.
Every loss will waste 1.5 minutes, so hopefully we get it first try.
Let's cheat a little
All right, so you
so
get a
they
good
go
head start.
faster.
Also, you can use the mini-map to kind of tell where they're coming from. In old routes, we didn't have that, so it mainly helps at the end of the race, so you can kind of block them from passing you at the final stretch of the race or whatever.
So
But in this route, we have this, so we can use it.
You can see that one Goron, the AI just kicking in
Yeah.
there.
So you might see I'm intentionally running into them. I'm doing that because it gives me a slight speed boost. It makes it all a tiny bit faster if I hit them. But from here on, they'll aim for me because whenever they hit me here, I'll lose my spikes and I can't do anything about it. And not here anymore.
Yeah, pretty much those areas with ramps. For some reason, if you get hit there, you lose your spikes automatically.
Whoa!
Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay, so that's what we were talking about. See, you could be having an
come on.
amazing race.
I didn't want to keep racing. What are you doing?
How do we stop the race?
If he goes back far enough,
Yeah, if you go backwards, they
it
figure
going
you
the
don't
other
want to
way?
win.
you might just have to wait for it to play out. Now.
Yeah. Okay, that
One's
happens.
almost at the end, you can see on the map.
It's okay.
Yeah, we're still on good pace for in-game time, but if he loses again, we might have a problem. We do have plenty of backups if we don't have time to do the gold dust dupes. As long
Yeah.
as we manage to get 500 rupees in the bank, or like not even in the bank, we just need 500 rupees in our own wallet, then we can do gold dust dupes later with a big Poe, which is actually sells in the Curiosity Shop for the same amount of rupees.
Yeah. So you could see it looks good. Like I was pulling for him there on that one, but like just out of nowhere you could just get wrecked.
It's rather unlikely to follow the bridge like I just did. I think I'm not going for a contact there anymore.
Marathon luck.
You can hear them they just fight behind you sometimes.
I actually had one run where all 4 of them fell off the bridge. It was
Oh,
really
wow, it's an
fortunate.
easy win at
That's
that point.
amazing.
Yeah, at that point, it's like it's impossible to lose.
Guaranteed win.
When I'm ahead, and pretty much close to the end, you can look at the minimap, and you'll see the ones that are pretty far behind catch up at an insane speed.
Yeah.
Yeah, the rubber banding puts Mario Kart to shame.
Yeah, it's really bad. It might be the worst rubber banding AI I've ever seen.
Okay, that happens too sometimes. If you get hit in the wrong spot, you can lose your spikes. Be careful. Oh my god. Okay, we're past the bridge, so that's a little bit better.
A little bit.
But he still
I
has
want
some-
magic,
Got
goddammit.
extremely unlucky here, though. It's having to deal with all 4 Gorons at this end part. If he loses his spikes here,
And I
he
have
won't
no
win.
magic.
I
You
think
might
it'd be
have
good
enough.
getting
I
to
think
the end,
you should
yeah.
be able to make it to the end. There's magic right there. Oh, just in time.
Oh,
Can you beat him?
No. Oh! Oh! Oh, so
Okay,
close.
that's unfortunate.
Okay.
That's Goron race in a nutshell there.
Yeah, so we don't worry. That's why we bumped our estimate up quite a bit, because this is typical.
Yeah.
During these, if this was a run for any of us going for PB attempts, we would have reset already.
Yeah, I
No.
would reset for sure.
You wouldn't reset?
Well,
I mean, you
my
could definitely
PB also
still
failed
PB,
twice.
But, you know.
Yeah. So don't worry. Even if he doesn't get the bank heart piece right now, he can still get the majority of the dupes done if he wins it this time. What do we do if he doesn't? Do we do a day reset?
Yeah, we can't really get around a day reset.
Well, we can either do the day reset or the Poe dupe.
Yeah, we
Later.
could do the Poe dupe. Trev can do that.
Yeah.
later. Oh, that was close. Sometimes the bomb flower can explode and knock you.
But that is one cool thing about the co-op aspect of the run, you know, like something that happens in thiefbug's part of the run, you know, Trev might have to fix 3 hours from now or something like that.
Exactly.
So,
We have
Yeah.
a $1,337 donation.
wow.
Holy.
From ex-soldier CL. He says, "Hey Phil, hope you have some Toblerone ready for when you guys destroy this run. In all seriousness though, I lost my wife to cancer in 2014, and any money I can donate to help prevent anyone else from going through that horrible disease is money well spent. Also, what have the animals ever done to
Okay.
you?"
Nice.
yeah!
Sorry, Britt.
We're a lot nicer to you this time.
You're still
Yeah.
good on in-game time.
That
too,
other
probably,
time
right?
where they
Like-
took him down at the end, that was extremely unlucky. It's very unlikely all 4 of them are just
Yeah.
on your tail right there.
If he plays really quickly, he can still
Done
do
with
gold
it,
dust
yeah.
dupes, I think.
Huh?
The control stick.
Oh, yeah.
Do you
Don't
want to finish
worry.
off that donation, Britt? Sorry about that.
Oh, you're fine. It just said save the animals.
Okay. Cool. All right, so I
This
think
is
we actually have
close.
enough time. Yeah.
This is
Yeah, if you're really quick about it, you can get it for
If
sure.
you play really well, you could probably finish this.
But if not, I think at this point the Poe dupe would definitely be
Yeah.
the best way to go.
Yeah.
Because even if he doesn't get all 5,000 rupees in the bank, he'll probably have, what, 3,500?
Well,
Yeah.
plenty to move on
Plenty,
with the run.
yeah.
We only need 500 to move on with the run, but at some point we do need to get 5,000 in the bank in order to get that heart piece.
I'm actually scared of that trick right now.
You're good.
You're okay. Your mashing skills are pretty good.
Yeah.
So.
It's
Um,
strictly a mashing trick. I believe Phil times
I
it.
time it actually. I practice
terrifying.
it.
Oh, what?
Yeah, I
If I
time it.
watch Phil's stream, I'm just like so scared.
So that scrub is the only NPC in the game that where you can show him the item like you can in Ocarina of Time, and he'll take it.
Yeah, normally you have to talk to them and a special menu will pop up and then you can give it to them, which is a weird change coming from like Ocarina of Time. But also here you see thiefbug equipping 2 bottles. It's just so that he has more chances to get this trick.
So you can see he sold the gold dust, got a 200 rupee thing, and he still has gold dust.
Yes.
Yeah, so pretty much what the game usually does, if you're not cheating, you know, is it overwrites an empty bottle over your gold dust bottle, and it gives you 200 rupees for it, and that's the game's way of like simulating a transaction, I guess. But in this case, you're spamming the other 2 bottle buttons, and it ends up overwriting an empty bottle over your already empty bottle, and you keep your gold dust.
Yeah, so rather than duping your gold dust, you're actually duping your empty bottles over other empty bottles.
Right.
It's
If you
the
would
same
have-
gold dust the entire time.
Yeah, if you would have an item there or something, you would actually dupe the item, and it would
Yeah.
turn into a bottle. But because it's already a bottle, it looks like nothing's happening. You can read some donations during this. It's a long thing.
All right. We have a $50 donation from Anonymous. Majora's Mask is my favorite Zelda game, and I'm super excited to see a 100% run at AGDQ. Thanks to all the runners and organizers. P.S. Save the animals. Another $50 from Anonymous. I've been enjoying AGDQ all week. Couldn't be there in person, but wanted to donate during this epic co-op run. Great job to all the runners, and let's kick cancer's butt. $75 from E. Sarge. Lost my grandma to cancer. She was one of my best friends, and it's really amazing to see gamers get together doing what they love for a great cause. Keep up the great work. $50 from David118. Another great marathon. Thanks for all you do. $50 from BZ Zerker. My first time watching GDQ. It's been an amazing and enjoyable week. Just wanted to put my contribution towards cancer prevention.
I'm not sure if we mentioned this either, but if you hold shield while you're doing this, you actually have an extra frame.
Yep.
If you don't hold shield, this is actually a 1-frame bottle press, which is way less significant, or
It's more strict.
lenient. Yeah, it's more strict.
Yeah. But yeah, you can see, this is what I was talking about. It's extremely tedious. I mean, he's only done 3 deposits so far. This is his third one right now, and he only has 1,500. Can you imagine trying to do this without this trick?
It's extremely fortunate the Curiosity Shop is like right across. It'd be even longer. And
Yeah.
in Glitchless, they actually have to use light arrows to farm enemies in Termina Field. It takes significantly longer.
Even with this, it's like 8 minutes, right?
Yeah,
From
it
the
takes,
first
about,
time
it
you
takes
enter.
about 7, maybe.
7, yeah.
We have a $55.55 donation from Stormsinger. Can't wait for the RNC Run Raider, favorite game series of all times. I love donating to a good cause. I beat cancer myself when I was 7, so this means a lot to me. Thanks to everyone else who donates, and I hope for a quark-tastic run. Also, please tell Bradley he's a potato. Just so you guys know, that RNC run is Ratchet and Clark, and there's a new donation incentive up, $675 met so far out of $2,500 for Zem to sing. So if you guys want to hear Zem sing, make sure you get that done.
This is so scary. I don't
You
know.
can see, like, how many, you have to do 30 of these, and each one has the potential to lose the gold dust, which would trigger another Goron race, which you saw is not fun.
Definitely want to avoid having to do Goron Race again.
Yeah. So that's why we call thiefbug a brave soul in this case.
In exchange for this, we gave him 2 temples. So.
Yeah, he gets to do Woodfall and Stone Tower, and the 2 temples are definitely really fun to do, so. Alright, halfway there.
Yeah, I'm not gonna make it.
Yeah, we might not finish before 5, and in this case, we won't get the bank cart piece now, but what we'll be doing is far later into the run, we will get that big Poe, and it sells
Yeah.
for the same amount, so I'll just finish up the gold dust dupes since the shop is about to close.
You know what? I'm just really glad that we didn't have to, that we got most of the money deposited before the Curiosity Shop closes.
Right.
Like, I wasn't too concerned with losing Goron Race a few times. It was more
That's
just
to be
like,
expected, yeah.
yeah, let's just get it done, you know? Just doesn't matter if you lost it 2-3 times. Alright, you might actually get to 4,000.
Yeah, it's gonna be
Yeah,
close.
should work.
That's pretty good. Also, this guy loves gold dust.
Just keeps
You mean
buying
empty
it over and
bottles?
over.
He is
Yeah.
obsessed with gold dust.
Looks like you might have time for one more set, but then after that, it's
Yeah.
gonna close.
Well, you only have to talk to him. Like, if he gets kicked out after he talks to him,
Yeah.
it's fine.
Technically, you can clip into the shop, but in order to like abuse that, you'd have to do it each time after 5 o'clock, and so it's really not worth it.
It's better to just come back with the Poe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe you could try and squeeze one more in.
Maybe.
It's almost 5.
No, this is probably gonna be the last one. We have plenty of money though.
Yeah, that's pretty good. When you withdraw money, make sure you take out, how much is it, 496, so that he doesn't, because it takes a fee, remember?
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, he could just keep.
I'm
This,
done.
he could
Yeah,
just
I'm
keep
gonna
this
I'm
last
gonna
bit.
keep it.
Yeah, he doesn't even need to deposit this.
That's true.
I would just go from here.
Yeah, I'm gonna go from there.
All right, so we'll have to come back for that. It's almost done. It won't take much time when we come back later.
Not a big deal.
Okay, this is more relaxing now.
Yeah, that's done. That's like,
Yeah, that was one of the big like choke points in the run. Like,
You don't want bombs?
No. Why?
how many bombs
You
do
normally
we
buy
have?
bombs here.
No, you don't.
I mean, we do.
I buy bombs there. Alright,
Yeah,
whatever.
the reason why buying bombs there is helpful is you have to rely on some RNG bomb drops in Stone Tower later, and if you buy a set of bombs there, it kind of alleviates that RNG a little bit. But it's really not a big deal. There are a lot of bomb drops we can get later.
We have a $500 donation from Rain and Alt. Any chance the Rupee Bank accepts US dollars?
So let's give that guy some toilet paper
Yeah. So what he's actually
or
gonna
our
do,
license.
he's going to be using this land title deed. This guy wants paper.
Chat better be filled with yays.
Yeah.
Oh, baby.
You can give him either like a letter or in this case the town title deed. And we can get all of the heart pieces. Like normally there's a big chain of heart pieces you can get by exchanging the title deeds through, with various business scrubs scattered around Termina. But we can get all of the heart pieces through alternative means. So we can just give that away to get that heart piece and then get all those. It's not a problem.
Alright, so what thiefbug is doing right now is mailing the letter, and that is part of the Cafe and Andrew side quest, which we'll be doing through the entire cycle too. I think each of us have had a part in that side quest, right?
Yep.
So it'll be kind of cool to see that play out.
Also, we get to stop with our little owl statue exploit
Alright.
glitch, which means no risk of crashing anymore. That's really nice.
Another sigh of relief.
Yep. The
Yeah.
more we accomplish, the less dangerous. All right, so he made it second day there because now he has to play. He has to do a couple objectives on the second day, but the first one being he has to do the second day of Honey and Darling. You have to play the game on all 3 days in order to receive the heart piece from this mini game. So Kyle did the first one, thiefbug's doing the second one, and I actually get to do the third one. So it's kind of nice that we each get one of them. This one's bomb skip ball. That's what I call it.
I think that might actually be what it's called in English. I
Is it
can't
called?
remember.
It's pretty cool. Yeah, sometimes the baskets have really poor hit collision.
I've literally had some just go right in and then they like
Yeah, they
flip out.
bounce
They'll
right
flip
out.
yeah,
It doesn't look
it's
natural.
Really silly. Also, if you fall in the water, the game stops and you lose so much time.
Still perfect though.
Another
Yeah, it was a
perfect,
perfect game.
quote-unquote perfect.
Congratulations.
Dude, I love this Zora. He's so cool.
No, I want to go to the mountain first.
I've done that once. Try to spin attack the owl statue, and there's no sword.
You can actually hit owl statues with a stick,
Yeah.
which I don't think we do that in this run, do we?
No.
We
No.
There is one time we have to hit it with the Great Fairy Sword, but
We hit a couple with the Great Fairy Sword. We hit
Oh, do we?
Clocktown and Great Bay.
oh, it's true. Yeah.
All right, you can grab that bomb drop there in case.
Yeah, it's a nice safety bomb drop.
That's all I do. All right.
So here's going to pick up the Razor Sword they deposited after Snowhead.
So if you're not familiar with the Razor Sword, it's the middle sword upgrade between this and the Gilded Sword, which is the final sword upgrade. And the Razor Sword is a pretty good weapon, except for the fact that you can only slash 100 things with it. After you perform 100 slashes, which is anything that makes contact with the sword, the sword breaks and becomes your Kokiri sword again. So you have to make sure that does not happen throughout this run, otherwise you can't deposit your Razor Sword later with gold dust to create the Gilded Sword. The thing is, in the route, we actually use the Razor Sword for a portion of the stuff. Like, we clear Woodfall as well as Stone Tower Temple and the Swamp Spider House using it. The cool thing around the sword issue is that we don't have, when we do a spin attack, like you saw a thiefbug spin attack that owl statue, that actually doesn't count towards your 100 slashes. So every time he spin attacks, he actually preserves a slash. So if you want to be fast, you can use slashes for certain things, but by spin attacking certain things, you actually make it safe that you don't run out of the 100 slashes.
And what thiefbug just did here was another instance of time stop. If you stand on the switch there, it will call over the block or whatever, and if you activate time stop at that point, you can get off of the switch and the block will not move because you're in time stop and no more cutscenes can play. So you can go stand on the block and then deactivate time stop and it'll carry you across.
In addition, he also hit his first real owl statue. He hit the one at the top of Stone Tower Temple first because it's the most out of the way, the hardest to get to. Now we cannot sword every owl on the map anymore, and the only reason we hit the real owl statues is part of the definition. It would be more convenient to abuse that glitch indefinitely, but we do, at some point, need to start hitting them, and that is the best one to start with.
Yeah, so that did cancel the glitch that we can travel to any statue. So now if we tried to play Song of Soaring, we wouldn't be able to reach anywhere except for Stone Tower. Also, this is a glitch called Early Basement. You can clip onto chests in this game if you sword slash into them. Then we did a recoil flip around the wall and landed in the basement from out of bounds. That's a very tricky recoil flip.
Yeah, that was really
actually.
well done.
Well done. Then he's... This is a glitch called Petrie Flip. It's made by a guy named Petrie. We just made a setup for it. You basically do a recoil flip with a bomb and land on the sunblock here. That allows us to skip hitting the sunblock or breaking it with a mirror shield, and we can actually get the dungeon map. the cool thing about that is we got infinite sword glitch off the chest, so that way that when he backwalked, he didn't go flying off the edge that way, because infinite sword glitch prevents you from walking off edges.
Which is why hovering works as well.
Exactly.
When you take explosive damage or even enemy damage, and you have ISG active, you will hover because you can't fall off of ledges. I'm not really sure exactly how that makes sense, you know, but
Yeah.
it does in its
really
own
cool.
way.
Bomb
There's a
drop.
bomb drop
You
over
should
there
grab the
too.
bomb.
Yeah, I want that one. I might not get it.
Also, speaking of ISG, the ISG, if you have ISG, you don't, it doesn't count towards your razor sword slashes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
So,
So that was interesting. You saw him in the sunblock there. He used the Armos there to do something called a hookshot clip. And basically what happened was it clipped him through the wall there. You can do it a lot of the time with torches, but that particular case allows us to abuse it with an Armos. Okay, then with some fancy swimming, he's able to get up on top of here. Oh, you can. It's not easy to do. You actually have to bonk at a specific spot, and you can get up there.
Gonna
But
bonk again.
there is a alternative means to it. You can actually do a trick where you take off the mask. When you equip Zora mask facing a ledge, you actually have increased height when you equip it, and you can grab ledges you wouldn't normally be able to reach. So it's a nice little backup. It's not the end of the world.
Grabbing the first key.
This temple in general is probably the most difficult in this entire run. A lot of
Yeah,
my runs go
definitely.
to die here.
Yeah, it's extremely.
there you go.
Perfect. Then he's going to do a trick called a gainer there. That's a one-frame trick. Looks really cool if done well. Okay. Interesting thing about stray fairies and pots. You can stun that thing. Yeah.
Come on. Get up.
If you fail this scanner
Thank you.
too much, which of course that didn't happen, you can die to that BMOS. and
Yeah.
it's not actually too bad of a time loss.
But it looks pretty bad.
Yeah.
So the interesting thing about stray fairies and pots, if you're human Link, they actually go right towards you and you can collect them instantly. But if you're a transformation, they actually don't like you and they'll try to like go away from you. Or sometimes if you get lucky, they'll actually go into you. But usually, like you saw, thiefbug had to catch that one because he was a Zora.
It's really weird.
It's weird. So a lot of the time, we try to make sure we open a lot of the chests as human Link when possible.
So I'm gonna grab some health here because I'm a little low.
Yep. Nice.
Okay.
Is that RNG drops there? I'm not really sure.
I think those
No,
efforts.
those not.
They have
I think the
reduced
ones on the
full
inside of the room might be RNG.
Yeah, they're RNG. They drop either arrows or magic. Or nothing. because
Or
why
most
not?
often nothing. Yeah.
health. All right, so that's a weird shot again. Able to go through the wall there.
He's getting good bomb luck.
Yeah, your
Like,
bomb luck is really
bomb
good right
management
now.
throughout this entire section is extremely important. Your bomb count at the end of this temple will actually carry over to the next one, and
This
it
is-
can become extremely
Nice.
tight if you're not careful.
Yeah. Those are the updrafts I was talking about. The same ones are in the underwater section of Pirate's Fortress. We use that. You can actually get flour off Deku.
Didn't see the bomb there.
This is a scary weird shot. Let's see if he hits it. Nice.
Nice.
Okay, that's a crash point. That can crash
Yeah.
there if you hit the wall.
Yeah, for some reason, if you hit the wall while you're doing a weird shot, the game can crash.
All right, while you're damaged here, you can actually go through the fire and open the chest.
It's a very solid stone tower
That's
right
a
now.
frame perfect
damn it.
opening as well.
Come here.
Nice. Sometimes what we do is wear a Great Fairy's mask there. It's a little slower because it's an extra equip, but that way the fairy comes to you and you don't have to touch the fire.
That's the only fairy that is... On the first frames, it's like, oh, you're human. Okay, I'm gonna come to you. Nah,
Yeah.
I'm gonna stay in the fire.
All right, so Garo Master.
Nope.
Oh,
Nope. LinkedIn one. Playing a little Dark Souls here with rolling invincibility frames.
perfect.
There you go.
So fire arrows is a good weapon to kill this guy with.
He is weak to fire, or no, he's weak to ice.
Ice
right?
arrows.
Ice
You can do a
arrows,
jump
yeah.
slash after you shoot him.
In one of the old routes, we had ice arrows and gilded sword here, and he died in like 2 cycles or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really fast.
Later on, we have the Great Fairy Sword and Deku Nuts that can actually stun him
Oh,
and
yeah.
kill him like right away. It's really nice.
And the light arrows.
All right, nice. So remember, we're doing the 4th temple second, so we're going to have a lot of cool weapons to work with throughout the remainder of the run, even though they're supposed to be the ones we get towards the end. All right, that's cool. You can pull out a bomb while you're flipping there, and it looks really cool. That bomb explosion hits a switch you'd normally have a tough time reaching otherwise.
Yeah, and any cutscene that any cutscene that spawns a chest, you'll immediately be facing the chest afterwards, so you can just press the hookshot button, hookshot right to it, save a couple seconds. of movement.
Nice. Wow, that was interesting. All right, fortunately, he can use Exora Gainer to get back up there, but he can kill the guy from down here.
Come on.
Oh, this point.
Whoa,
Nice. Okay, that was
awesome.
pretty cool.
Oh, yeah. Minor mistakes were made.
You can actually get a super slide off that second bomb there, and it puts you right in front of the chest that's about to spawn.
It's
Yeah.
a pretty
Saves a
tricky
little
super
time.
slide.
It is, but if you don't get it, you have more walk-in distance, so I'm usually hoping for to recoil off of one of those rocks.
Never thought of hookshot in there. It's clever. I usually just walk up.
Yeah, me too.
We have a $100 donation from Treat. First-time donor, and it really hits close to home. Brother is a cancer survivor. Due to early detection, a few family members were lost due to cancer. Horrible feeling, and watching a lot of my favorite games getting beat makes things better.
Don't hit me, Dragonfly.
Yeah, so the dragonflies are probably one of the most annoying enemies in this game. They can definitely be a pest sometimes.
Ah. Okay. Sometimes you can jump over without grabbing the ledge.
Alright, so we do already have the dungeon map. He's gonna get the compass right now, and that'll
Yeah.
fulfill our dungeon map and compasses for Stone Tower.
I don't like that shoe, so
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to do a weird shot coming up too, and that bomb shoe can mess up that weird shot. So it's good to take it out if you can.
So this weird shot's actually really cool. We actually shoot the camera down below us in order to be underwater with the weird shot, and we can use a light arrow underwater to shoot the switch.
come on.
And basically, it allows us to activate a chest spawn that we normally wouldn't be able to otherwise. I usually buffer this one because first frame.
Okay, I'm gonna buffer.
Might want to look for magic in the next room just to be safe.
Yeah.
I'm fine. I know where to get magic. It's okay. Early. God! It's a 2-frame roll, so...
That's good.
Yeah.
Hopefully we get a bomb drop from the guy. Alright, that's a first frame. So he goes down, he shoots the sunblock, and he side hopped there if you paid attention. And now what happens is, because he side hopped into the water, during a cutscene you actually do something called a cutscene dive. You'll just keep sinking all the way. So now he's at the bottom of the tank here, or the pool if you want to call it that. And that avoids having to swim all the way down here, which is pretty cool.
And if you start swimming right as you hit that switch, you start swimming up during the cutscene, and
Yeah.
it's a small time save.
That's pretty cool. I usually don't get that.
That might only be JP. There's some weird
No.
differences between JP. That might not be JP, but there are some different JP swimming properties, I
nice.
guess you would say, compared to English.
I never thought.
I
of
didn't
getting
think
that
I didn't know that magic was down there.
No, I usually
That's-
get the ones from the RNG pods
Yeah.
over here. There's some magic in the pots in this room over here that I usually go in and out from the room.
I might grab bombs. I hit... Okay.
You're
The
gonna
game.
magic now though, so that's
Yeah,
fine.
definitely.
Yeah. The game decided that I didn't hit the block there.
See
That's
if
fine.
the dude will give you a bomb drop here, and if he doesn't, then you can just make a pit
Yeah.
stop. All right, so this guy has a 50-50 chance for bombs. Perfect.
Nice.
There we
Now
go.
we're back on track.
I need 8 for inverted stone tower, right?
No, you only need like 3 bombs in inverted
Really?
tower. Yeah.
Yeah, you
I usually
need
go
one
with
for the
8.
long
Okay, never
But
mind.
You're good.
I mean, the more the better, of course.
Yeah.
Because you can use light arrows to kill the Igor and then grab the bomb drop in the final room before the boss. But if you use 2 bombs up,
Yeah.
of course, it's optional. Okay, so normally you need to hit a switch to move the block here to flip Stone Tower because you have to hit that red ruby thing. But with a weird shot, we can actually do the same thing like we did inside the...
I don't know.
yeah, maybe just buffering it. Oh, nice.
There you go.
Wow. So you can see he hit it from the back because the arrow shot the crest behind the switch, or behind the platform. And that lets us get into inverted Stone Tower. So the cool thing is, we actually left a chest unopened in regular stone tower that we're going to open in inverted stone tower, and it's cool because the chest is actually upside down. And if you remember, the first thing we did in regular stone tower was we climbed on top of an upside down chest to do that early basement trick. But what we can do this time is we can actually reach the chest and open it from the roof out of bounds and then fall, and it opens an upside down stray fairy. It's really cool.
That saves inverting the tower again.
Exactly.
Normally, to beat this temple and get all the fairies without like exploiting this, you'd have to flip the tower and invert it, and you hit that switch, which is going to spawn the chest, and then you have to flip it again to normal stone tower temple in order to open that chest. But so this skips flipping the tower twice more.
It's a very cool looking trick, so I hope you guys enjoy it. But it's first we have to go fight a Wizard Rope to get a stray fairy that's a little bit out of the way. What he's trying to do right now is this thing called a bomb boost with it sideways. You saw him do it in that one room with the Deku updrafts. And you can grab the ledge there. It's crazy.
That
So
That
there's
chest
that
spawning is the
chest.
one. Yeah.
Right.
I'm always going a little slow there because I really don't want to jump down.
Yeah, the camera there is going to be kind of difficult.
I heard Majora's Mask has a good camera.
Yeah, it's notorious for having a very bad camera. Sometimes it doesn't cooperate. This is the only room in the game with regular pose, actually. Fun fact.
So now he's going to fight an enemy we totally haven't seen before and definitely won't see again.
You can do the cutscene skip here too, but it's a little bit harder to hit the cutscene skip with light arrows because it's a much more precise shot than the Goron thing I did earlier.
Yeah, you have a lot of active frames on the Goron punch, so even though it's a frame-perfect shot, or a frame-perfect input to hit the Wizard Rope, you have a lot of active frames to make that hit. But the light arrow has one frame to hit him, so you have to make 2 frame-perfect arrow shots. And
Oh,
he actually
come
hit
on.
the first one. That was cool. But yeah, it basically just saves watching this guy go crazy for a second. And then we can use the mini-map to kind of find out where he is. Nice. And luckily he spawned right in front of you, so that's pretty cool.
Okay.
So far, so good.
During those 2 chests, the last 2 fairies I collected, I always make sure I have the ocarina equipped. Because when I collect a fairy, there's a text box upcoming, which prevents me from pausing the game. And I would have to stand there forever, waiting for it to disappear so I can finally soar away.
Okay, so now Thiefbug's gonna open that upside down chest. So first thing he's gonna do is get infinite sword glitch again off this one. You can see he got it because it was shining as he put it away. He backs up a little bit here. And then what he does is he hookshots the top portion of that chest, pauses to get a really good pause, does a hover, and then turns around, and then faces it, gets on top,
Nice.
and then he turns around and opens.
Yeah, for some reason you can open it from the bottom. Not really sure why.
Now you can see the fairies upside down. It's the weirdest thing.
That trick is actually done differently on English. For some reason, there are a lot of things that are different between JP and English that just seems like there's no reason they should be different. But that method does not work on English.
On English, you actually have to shield an explosive,
Yeah.
and it makes the English bomb count extremely tight, even more tight than it already is on Japanese.
Okay, so exactly like the other updrafts, we use the Deku here, and we can use these updrafts in this portion to reach this chest. Right? Sometimes you don't make it, you can land on that little seam there. Oh my god, see that's the camera being 10 out of 10. And that fairy, nice, that's pretty fast. And remember, before we fought Garo Master, we opened a chest we took damage so that we wouldn't be phased by the flames around the chest. We can do the same thing here with a different method. He's going to use a bomb to take damage and propel him into the chest. And what's going to happen is he's going to open it. Ooh, using the Veneer setup. I like it. There you go.
Nice.
So he goes inside and opens the chest.
So something interesting or funny, if I didn't wear the Great Fairy Mask right away and would have put it on a little later on, yeah, I'm gonna buffer that one because I fail it way too often. The fairy would have been stuck and would have taken me for... No, don't throw me. God damn it. Wait, I hear Bob.
Okay, nice.
The fairy would have been stuck on that platform the chest was on, and I would have had to go pretty much all over the room to collect it again.
Yeah, you can actually, if you go too far into that corridor also, it unloads the fairy because they're two separate rooms.
Yeah, there's like a loading trigger you hit in
Yeah.
there somewhere that unloads the previous room. Alright, so this is the Giant's Mask. I'm not sure, Thief, are you going to do the Giant's Mask strats?
No.
Yeah, it doesn't really save much time, and it's really RNG dependent, so it's not worth using the Giant's Mask.
Okay.
What is that?
So this is how you skip the boss key. A nice little recoil here off this bomb. It can be very weak. You actually clip through the wall here, and you can enter the loading zone. Nice. All right, so these are what I call sand Gyarados, or twin mold. And they are pretty RNG based. All they do is move around randomly. All their patterns are different every run, and they're notorious for never giving you a good fight. What
So
Ricky's going to try
true.
and do over here is he's going to take fire arrows and kill the blue one. The way that works is the blue one is weak to fire arrows and does triple damage, and the red one's weak to ice arrows, but because we don't have ice arrows, we're going to use light arrows as a substitute for them. The only disadvantage to that is that the light arrows actually take double magic consumption, so he has to make the light arrow shots count.
Oh, what?
But his fire arrows take 2 magic instead of 4, so because of that, he's able to be a little more conservative with his arrow shots. Or a little
explain
less, I
the
should say.
health?
Yeah, so basically they each have 20 health. Fire arrows will do 6 damage on the blue one, and ice arrows will do 6 damage on the red one. Light arrows will do 4 damage on both. So it takes 5 light arrows to take out either one, 4 of any elemental arrow to take out either one, or just you could even do, because 6 times 3 is 18, you can just do 1 regular arrow for the last 2 damage to make 20. So that's why he was able to kill the blue one right there. One thing to note about Twin Mold is he actually becomes a little different once you kill the first one. The second one starts to move faster, so you have to adjust your aim and your shot trajectory because of that, and can make it a little more tricky. The only reason we kill the first one we kill one right away is because you have a much better chance of getting hit by him. See, that's really like ridiculous, but you do have a lot of chances of getting hit because they're both on the field. But if you shoot and kill one first, you're less likely to get hit, but you do have to make up for that with the faster movement of the Twin Mold. You can kind of tell that he's moving a little quicker.
I don't like that.
You're so good. How many light arrows did you hit him with?
1.
Okay.
He actually needs to hit every single arrow now.
Okay.
I'm fine. I have a tiny bit of magic left,
Yeah.
so...
You can pause buffer actually too if you have to. Make some arrow shots count.
I'm gonna go safe now. I really don't want to use Giant's Mask.
You do have a fairy also, just in case.
Yeah.
You can go get some arrows from some of the things. If he runs out of arrows, what he can do is he can go and he can break some of the structures in the fight.
I'm missing everyone. Everyone. Every arrow.
Also, sometimes like it looks like he's hitting them, but like the hitbox is ridiculous on Twin Mold's tail sometimes, and you can. It looks like he hits, but it doesn't. Good shot. Okay,
Nice.
that was 3 very good shots. Yeah.
You can break these with Giant's Mask as well.
Yeah. So maybe if you get lucky, you can break one, get some arrows.
If he gets magic, he can just look for longer, so it doesn't work out either way.
So now he's on the sand actually, and once he's on the sand, the Twin Mold becomes more aggressive and tries to spawn underneath you.
I'm not sure whether there's arrows. I can't really see that.
Oh, there's magic though, so you can use Giant's Mask now. Yeah, just kill him with Giant's Mask.
Okay, I didn't hit. That's an unfortunate fight, but okay.
It happens. Twin Mold is like, that's just how he is. Nice.
There you go.
That was good that you had the extra magic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Saving a little bit of magic there for the Giant's Mask is... I'm not sure if that was done intentionally or if that's just how it worked out, but
That was good.
it's really good to have that.
Yeah, so now we just gotta grab the heart piece and we'll be fine. Perfect. And we can actually get arrows right outside where we spawn here,
Yeah.
because there is an arrow, magic, and bomb drop right next to each other. So that's good. Now we got 2 temples down, 2 more to go.
Yep.
So again, we have a Giants cutscene here. This time we already know the oath to order, so this one's a lot shorter, and all we have to do is watch this and then what happens to the area, and then we can keep on moving. Again, we can't skip these cutscenes because there are objectives we have to fulfill after we complete the area in order for 100% to be satisfied, because if we skip these cutscenes, we go back in time using the strat that we use for it. So we don't have a choice but to watch this. So we can read some donations now.
We have a $50 donation from Base Chick. As promised, here's my extra donation. This one goes to my fiance. Last year we watched Majora's Mask, and together we're watching again this year. Next AGDQ will be husband and wife. Cheers to October 9th, 2016. $50 from Rock. Lost my grandfather to cancer, so I'm happy to donate to help prevent it. Keep it up, guys. $50 from Vic Riman. Hey AGDQ, my wife and I have been watching all week and I thought it was time for a donation. Thanks for all the entertainment and a chance to support a great cause. $75 from Subtle Hustle. Take my money. Also, kill the animals. Kill all the animals. $100 from Clinic. Here's $100 to Majora's Mask 100%. Good luck with the run and shout outs to Trev for hundreds of hours of fun watching him. Donation goes to his choice. $100 from Neop. First time watching a GDQ and having a lot of fun watching the co-op MM run. Keep up the good work, guys. $75 from Golden Eagle. Good luck, guys. I love watching the Zelda runs and seeing all the amazing glitches that completely tear the game apart.
All right, now that we're done with that, we can go grab the Great Fairy Sword, which, since we're getting it so early on in the run, we can use it on way more enemies than was really intended. So some of the fights, especially in like Great Bay Temple, are going to be extremely easy with the Great Fairy Sword, like the frog fight, the wart,
Gecko
and
fight's
the gecko fight. Yeah.
Also, yeah, Wart, a lot of the mini bosses like Garo Master, and
Right.
also stuff just dies in one hit with that sword.
And the boss of Woodfall Temple, Adalwa. We'll see how easy that fight is with the sword later.
And the interesting thing about Great Fairy Sword is it doesn't equip to your B button, it equips to a C button. So we actually take advantage of that after, and we'll explain it when we get to that point.
And again, starting from this point, all overworld movements, just it's going to have to move around the overworld with Goron rolling or some other form of it, because he can no longer sword any owl he wants, and as we go, we're going to hit the owls. But there's going to be a lot of convenient load zones, and the way it's routed, movement is still very quick, because we have a lot of points we can just abuse.
Now, the next thing he has to do is go to Woodfall, or in Southern Swamp, to complete a couple of objectives. He's going to go talk to a frog, he's going to do Swamp Spider House, and he's going to complete Woodfall Temple, just to name a few things. The fastest way there is to land in here.
That's a shortcut a lot of people probably don't know. I didn't know about that.
That's
when I was
actually a
kid,
thing,
yeah.
you can land in Southern Swamp like that.
It's the only shortcut like that that I know of in the game. Like, I'm not really sure why that's there, but it makes this part of the game really good routing-wise. Another bonk, by the way, yeah.
Oh, that's 6. That doesn't count.
Okay. It's hard to maneuver through these lily pads.
Yeah, those lily pads will stop you right in your way. Like they look like they're like very, I don't know, brittle, like they'll just break. But
yeah, they
not.
completely stop you in your tracks.
Yeah.
There's no rolling over them or anything.
So you can see we actually get a ton of owl statues out of the way. 7.
Yeah, yes. Alright, now we get to see if that tingle picture we took like an hour ago works.
Yep. So tingle picture is very precise. You have to make sure you show the entire face and top of his hat or his whole body, and his face has to be showing as well. So that's good. We got it.
That's good.
If it hadn't worked, we would have gone to there's a tingle outside this building, like through a loading zone. It wouldn't have been too bad.
Yeah, the only thing that sucks about getting that one is you have to come back and you have to watch the intro Southern Swamp cutscene, which is slow. Also, that's 8.
True.
Or 9.
The spot's there.
So you can skip killing this big octo if you
That
roll at a
doesn't work.
very precise position and angle here. Nice.
Yep, that was really good. I usually get stuck by him. Nice.
Alright, so coming up, we're gonna have to. Are you gonna keep your stick, or are you gonna do?
I'm gonna no, I'm gonna break it.
All right. So we're gonna do another dupe over our stakes, because what we need to end up doing at some point is collecting fish for a hard piece we get later. And since we don't really necessarily need our stakes at this point, we might as well dupe over it. So we have more room for fish later.
Exactly. It's also really convenient in the Swamp Spider House. When you do a bottle dupe over something and create an artificial bottle, you actually don't lose the contents of the bottle that you're depositing on the floor. So we get 2 sets of bugs to use for these wall Skulltulas here. So that's the first one. You see he's emptying his bottle, but he'll still have bugs there, so that way he's able to use them on the other one too. And then we catch a 3rd set of bugs in another room in Swamp Spider House. Now, oh my god. Oh my god, that's
really?
so
What?
unfortunate.
That,
Okay.
That's
that never
really bad.
happens.
You
If
have
all
to- you
3
have to drop
bugs
them
don't go into the thing,
Oh,
you
really?
don't get the
Nice.
Skulltula doesn't pop out.
That's
Yeah.
extremely bad luck.
So
Like,
Yeah.
that's very
at
rare.
worst, usually it can take varying amounts of times for the bugs to enter the holes in the wall, but
I've
in
actually
some
never had that
cases,
happen to me.
it's extremely uncommon, so it's unfortunate that it happened
It's
here.
just
but
marathon luck. That's all.
If it takes the 3rd one too long, he will not even enter the hole, and it will just not work.
I've actually never had that happen before.
Yeah, it's pretty. I've had it once, I think, and I've done over 100 attempts probably. But the cool thing is that you know this segment is, even if you have a lot of time to save on it, if you're doing a run, you can lose a lot of time just to how slow those bugs can climb the wall, and it's really out of your control because that was pretty cool. But usually, even if you have good movement, but the bugs don't go fast enough to spawn the Skulltulas, it takes your time save away.
There's a lot of little things like that that you just don't even realize are taking your time away, you know? Like, there's a part later where we have to do a dog race, where there's one specific dog that sometimes is really slow, and you have to wait for him to finish the race, and that loses time.
During the dog race, there has to be like a tidal wave of Franker Z's
Of
in
course,
chat.
wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah.
The luck we had so far, I can see the blue dog winning.
Yeah, the blue dog, it's just an astronomically low chance that the blue dog wins.
Can it win? Is that like
Supposedly, if it has the perfect message, like, for anybody that doesn't know, different dogs, if you talk to them with the Mask of Truth, have different messages, like, oh, I feel good about winning today, or whatever it is. If it has a good message and every other dog has a bad message, and it gets pushed to the victory, like the finish line, it could win. Which, that can't really happen. We actually have a bounty on that. If anybody can prove, or like has video evidence of the blue dog winning without cheats or anything, I think there's, what, $50 or $100 on it? So,
That's really funny. Yeah, I think it's a myth at this point.
yeah, I've actually, of course, never seen it happen. I'm actually not sure that it can happen.
Also, you can see that those bugs were sonic fast. Like, that was really good.
No magic.
That's okay.
I think
There
you're
are
gonna have
those
to drop
magic
down
drops.
for bombs anyway in Woodfall,
Yeah, true.
so you can get magic.
Also, that Skulltula bounces, but unfortunately, you can't snipe it out of the air. You have to wait till it settles.
Yeah, so a little optimization is to kill another Skulltula while you're waiting for it to bounce up and down.
But you can see the spider houses are really nice to watch because they're fast-paced. I like the ocean side one more personally, just because of the way it's like made and how the Skulltulas are. This one is a lot more RNG based. This tree is a pain to bonk sometimes. You can just kind of slide off of it. It's like they coated it in butter or something.
Bugs?
Yeah, where did it, oh, there we go.
So you can see Thiefbug doing spin attacks to preserve those 100 hits.
Okay.
And then there's one at the front, right?
Yep, right there.
There we go. Perfect.
There are 3 bugs in there that have the same, or Skulltulas that have the same set spawn point, right, at the beginning of the room. And then the ones that you hit out of the tree are RNG. Those can land anywhere.
Magic!
Oh, nice.
I'm so good at aiming. Do it. No!
Oh,
This is what I mean by hook shotting. It can be kind of ridiculous sometimes.
I felt like I had it, but my finger didn't feel like it.
Alright, he's gonna go for a triple kill here. Oh baby, a triple incoming. Oh yeah.
nice.
Okay.
So you can see that like he is using normal slashes for some of them and making counts toward that 100 slash, but you see he's very conservative about it, and he does it on only ones that like definitely make it faster than spin attacking. Those bugs are pretty good too. And 30. Nice.
And let's get up here.
So completing this skeletal house gets you the Mask of Truth, and that can be used to like read the minds of animals and like interact with gossip stones. All we'll really use it for in the run is for the dog race later on. So it's not too useful, but we do need to pick it up.
And doing the trials.
Every mask gets put towards doing the trials.
Yeah. Alright, so we get to abuse that little clip up there again. And this looks familiar. We did this at the beginning when Kyle started off. But this time, because we already got Song of Soaring, and we don't have to clip past that Octorock, we're just going to hook a left into Woodfall and make our way into Woodfall Temple.
We have a $200 donation from White207. My husband lost his mother to cancer when he was 14, and I lost him last year to a different disease. I never forgot the pain and what he went through. It's amazing to watch one of my favorite games right now and my favorite dungeon of all time. Keep up the great work, guys, and beware the moon.
So close. Okay, let's grab the heart piece. In the older routes, we completed Woodfall first and collected everything after, but actually it's faster to do it this way and fly all the way over here because we don't have the owl yet, and otherwise we would have to go all the way, like the intended way.
Yeah, you can actually get around Woodfall Temple on the outside with that branch. It looks like it's like unclimbable, but it is.
$50 from Haxie. I look forward to AGDQ every year. It's always the chillest time. This donation goes out to a close friend dealing with cancer. Good luck, runners, with all of the things.
All right, Woodfall Temple.
This is actually part 2 here. If you remember, we went to Woodfall Temple earlier for the bow. That was really, we might have been able to finish it earlier, but it's way slower to do that. So now that we have like Great Fairy Mask and Hookshot and all sorts of other stuff, we're coming back again to complete it.
It takes about 8 minutes to do this temple. It's the shortest one for sure, but that doesn't mean it's the easiest. It's actually I consider Snowhead actually an easier dungeon than this one.
Yeah, definitely.
And this one can be very technical, even though it's short. You're going to see some really funky glitches to pick up stuff quickly. Just like really good movement and stuff.
Good movement.
So 3 hovers across here. That lets us skip having to raise that platform with the flower on it. And we're going to fight our gecko. We have to fight the 2 geckos in the temples, not for the boss key. And it's just conveniently a thing that the boss keys in the 2 temples we fight the geckos is the best way to get into the boss fight. Like, we could skip them, but it's not faster, so we just do get the boss key. But we also need to kill the geckos because they actually become frogs towards getting the frog heart piece later, which we have to talk to with Dongero's mask.
So, the intended way to fight this mini-boss is to use the Deku Flower, but any damage on the turtle's belly works. So bombs, bomb chews, or anything like that make the turtle fall over.
I actually didn't know that's why that works.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Another thing, you gotta watch Thiefbug's magic consumption as he plays this dungeon. It's actually routed perfectly that it takes exactly 12 fire arrows to clear this temple, and the whole magic bar is exactly enough for 12 fire arrows. So if he plays this dungeon optimally, he can actually clear it without having to equip regular arrows and substitute for missing a shot. But it's pretty amazing that it's exactly the right amount of magic you need. Also, check out this recoil here.
Nice.
That opens it. That's really cool.
Yeah, you can recoil off the side. We need to come down here for this key anyway, so you can also hit the beehive that has a fairy in it at the same time.
We jump into the Kool-Aid.
Now for some obnoxious hookshot.
Yep, this hookshot's extremely precise. Nice.
Nice.
That's
Works.
fast. Get
I
back
prefer
up.
to take some damage here because the moths can just knock you over and you fall down all the way again. I don't really need that.
Then we do a bomb boost here. Land on the switch. You can actually get a side hop and jump off before the switch starts. So
Like during the cutscene.
Yep,
Yeah.
he got that.
I don't. No, I didn't want that.
That's okay.
Yeah. Picking up the stick there overwrote the bottle. He duped over it earlier, and so now we're gonna have to dupe over it again later. It's a small time loss, but it's not a huge deal.
We'll do that when we get the fish later for the fish heart piece. Okay, so Thiefbug's not going to do perfect fire arrows. He's going to actually equip regular arrows. That's okay because
Just a
it's
save strat.
marathon friendly.
If you run out of fire or magic before you get to the final fire arrow, it can be kind of a pain to pick up more magic somewhere. And
It's pretty convenient that we have a cutscene here ongoing.
That's 9. Oh.
Yeah. Because otherwise, if you have a small cutscene ongoing, fairies can clip through objects. You can push. Otherwise, the fairies wouldn't be able to go on the other side.
It's actually really funny. Like a lot of people that play this casually, when they enter Woodfall Temple, they don't have bombs because they don't realize you can get bombs at the very beginning. But I mean, if you just go to the bomb shop at any point, even as a Deku, you can pick up a bomb bag and have bombs for this dungeon. Some cool looking jumps here.
We have a $100 donation from Anonymous. Big fan of Zelda games, and the commentary is insightful and entertaining. Good luck, boys.
I have spare bombs, I assume?
Yeah, I think you're okay.
Okay, good. I'm gonna waste a few.
this room can be really hard if
Might
you have
to
a
get another
dark
drop
TV.
actually if you waste a few. It's
Oh, really?
It's kind of. You'll probably be fine.
The point of this room is to light these torches, and optimally you light them with fire arrows, and it can be really hard to actually shoot them because usually the room is really, really dark. We actually had them turn up the brightness on the TV so we wouldn't waste fire arrows, but we actually didn't even end up using fire arrows in this room. But coming up is a pretty cool recoil back down to the second floor, I believe.
So that lands you on the upper platform down there, and you can just finish off the fire arrow usage right here. So we do have extra magic because we did swap normal arrows. And that avoids having to raise that middle platform in this room.
Yeah, that's a big reason going to Snowhead first is very fast because you come here with fire arrows and it skips a lot of the puzzles to just have fire arrows already.
Oh wow,
Oh, that
I've
was
never
so
seen
nice.
that movement before, that was really cool.
I just came up with it before, like a few hours ago.
So nice. He actually got very good Dragonfly RNG there. Did he kill them? No.
No, he didn't.
Sometimes the Dragonflies there can interrupt your hook shot trying to hit that torch, and you can have a bad time.
So now he's going to fight Odawa, and
This is probably
it's
the hardest
intended-
fight in the game.
It's
Yeah.
intended to be the first boss of the game, but since he's already cleared the last dungeon, he has the Great Fairy Sword. You'll see how quick he can defeat this boss with it.
Also, if you noticed, he jump slashed into that cutscene, and remember, your crouch stabs do the amount of damage of your last attack, so his power crouch stabs do the damage of a jump slash with the Great Fairy Sword. 1, 2, dead.
So that's 3 of 4
That's
down.
3 down, 1 more to go.
We have $100 from Nuya. Shoutouts to Phil, Kyle, Thief, and Trev. I'm sure the entire MM community is watching right now. The only true dog is the blue dog. I wish you guys the best of luck.
We love you, Noya.
Not going to use the blue dog.
$50 from Zachariah. Homesick watching one of my favorite games being played by 4 of my favorite runners. How could I not donate? Go Blue Dog, go! $50 from Robert. Been watching speedruns for a long time, and this AGDQ is no exception. Everyone's done amazing runs thus far. Knowing several family and friends who are battling with cancer is not fun to see, so I had to donate for an amazing cause. $50 from Nug Knight. Thanks for the fun. Cause is great and want to see more, so here's $50 to do my little part. Keep it up, guys. $50 from Red Slacker. First time donating. This is in honor of my cousin Crystal, who lost her battle with cancer just 2 months ago. I've seen previous GDQs, but now I see how important it is to contribute. And thank you guys so much for getting your donations in. Really, every little bit you can do helps out, and we're hoping to hit the 1 million, so keep sending them in.
All right, something of note coming up actually is normally when you beat Woodfall, there's a cutscene where your fairy Tattle apologizes to you 'cause at the beginning of the game she was kind of a jerk to you, helped Skull Kid turn you into a Deku, and but that only actually occurs if you beat Woodfall as the first temple. If you've beaten other temples, that cutscene just does not play. So having Woodfall routed in as the third dungeon even is extremely helpful.
So this is the Lost Princess, and we somehow have to get her back to Deku Palace. How would we do that?
Can you pick her up as a Goron? It looks amazing.
That would look amazing.
Please do it.
Oh my god, imagine a super slide off of her.
It look like when you pick the deck, like when the Goron swipes his bottle, it's like insanely fast. So if you would pick it up as a Goron, it looks like she just like vanishes.
I'm not sure if they just got lazy at this point or what. Like, how does that make sense to pick her up in a bottle, you know? Like,
I don't know.
I don't know. I've always found that funny, though.
I actually remember when I played this casually, I didn't figure out to put her in a bottle.
Yeah,
for,
I mean, who would think to swipe a bottle at the princess to get her in there, you know?
Yeah. Also, this movement's kind of weird.
Oh, that was another one, by the way.
Oh yeah, that's. Oh, that was close.
Yeah, that counts.
Oh. All right, what are we at now? 9?
Yeah, 9 or 10.
All right, we'll just say 10.
Did I double it?
I think you have. Yeah.
All right, so we're back in Deku Palace. We were here at the beginning. We do have a little bit of unfinished business here. The first thing we're going to do is return the princess to the father. Then the second thing we're going to do is grab a heart piece. And then the third thing we're going to do is the butler race. The butler race is crazy fast-paced and has very difficult movement. Expect a ton of bunks there. We're probably going to lose $1 million.
Yeah, the movement in there is very difficult.
It's very difficult.
Even getting there is hard. I expect 2 or 3 on the way to the loading zone.
Yeah. And thiefbug's almost done with his quarter, and then I'll be up next, followed by Trev.
Yep.
When I do Butler Race, I actually do a bunch of bonks intentionally to speed up going around some corners, so it's pretty good that I'm not doing that part.
Oh,
Expensive strats.
We have a $50 donation from the Tolbarone of Courage.
oh my god. Nice.
Rose, this run is legend. We have a $50 donation from the Tolbarone of Power. Dairy.
So, there's 1 heart piece left. Let's grab that. What? Camera?
Camera being fun.
So he uses a bomb. Same thing like Kyle did earlier. And that lets him get up here. This time we don't have to make a cycle of any kind. He just kind of jumps onto the platform here, or onto the fence.
On the English
down.
version, there's actually a torch right here that you can hookshot clip out of bounds with. Or I'm not sure if that's actually considered out of bounds, but anyway, you can go straight into the loading zone without having to get thrown out like this.
Oh, cool.
And it's one of the things it's one of the few things that's actually faster on the English version.
Come on, no bonks. Oh,
Come on.
All right, 11. All right, so let's keep count here. There's going to be a lot of bonks.
It's probably going to be 11 more at least.
Yeah.
I don't want to use any more bombs. So I'm gonna do slow strats
You're going to hit the switch with Zora?
as Goran.
Let's go right.
As Deku. Sometimes you can get a weird camera here that tries to stay behind Link.
About 12.
There's 12, yep.
And no matter what you do, you usually end up in the water. It's kind of dumb.
Yeah, if you void out as Goron, you
Start from the beginning.
start from the very beginning of the race. So, ideally, you don't have that happen.
Okay, so here's some funky jumps.
I slowed down there because it happened to me once that that I was faster than the butler. He decided to speed up and push me off.
Yeah, one of the big things about this race is you can get ahead of the butler and like kind of be with him, and like when you're next to him, he does have like a hitbox. Like you can run into him and he will push you. And it has happened to me a lot of the time that he'll push me into the water, and you have to start the race over from the beginning if that happens.
At the end of the race, sometimes he can actually like land on top of you or something, and you void out. Like you get crushed by the butler, and you start over. Also, sometimes he clips through the floor at the end of the race, and you have to start over. So hopefully neither of those happens.
Really, he can clip through the floor and that.
Yeah, it happened to. Who did it happen to? I think it was Tree. It happened to Tree.
Oh my god.
You'll notice like he'll sink into the floor a little bit at the end, and sometimes he actually makes it all the way through.
This game.
All right, so there's actually some Goron movement. You can roll over these logs over here, but it's scary because you're rolling over a void.
Yep. Okay. Let's try that again.
Deku bubbles actually are another form of RNG. Like, you can aim them, but they will deviate from their trajectory quite often.
Oh, you can see that. It's very scary.
Oh,
All right, 14.
I heard someone holding his breath.
I think that was me.
Because you can fall down there and have to do all
You
the
see him
race.
sink into the floor like
Yeah,
that?
that's really scary. All right, so that'll give us Mask of Sense. Okay, so the next trick we're going to do, or thiefbug's going to do, is something called a fairy fountain alternate exit. And essentially what it is all the fairy fountains are on the same map, much like the grottos we did earlier. But because of that, we can actually leave one of the fairy fountains out of bounds and enter one of the unloaded ones and leave that fairy fountain, which is in the corresponding area. So right now what we got to do is we're going to have to do a bunch of objectives where we scale Snowhead, or we scale down from Snowhead down to Clocktown, complete some objectives there. And to get to Snowhead quickest would be to just, because we haven't hit the Snowhead Owl yet, we can't soar there. So instead what we do is we do an alternate exit from this fairy fountain and go over one to the left. They're kind of just like all in a circle. And this one's actually to, like the one we have to go to is to the left, which you'll see very soon. And then that way we can end up in Snowhead without ever having to leave Swamp, essentially. It's also, it doubles us to our advantage because right now he's getting the Great Spin from the Great Fairy. And then right after he enters the other fairy fountain and leaves, that fairy fountain will load once he enters it again, and we can get the double magic meter from the straight fairies in Snowhead. So that way we get 2 rewards basically instantly.
And for those who are curious, they switched the rewards from the Woodfall and Snowhead in the 3DS version.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Didn't know
you
that.
get double magic in Woodfall.
Interesting.
I always found that kind of weird because the Great Spin seems like the most useless of them. So,
Okay, so what he's going to do here is equip Zora Mask, and he's going to equip Explosives. He's going to need to hover out of bounds. There is a setup for this. You might remember this from any percent if you're familiar with speedruns, but this one is pretty cool. So he does a little jump here, then he does a secondary jump to get up onto the pillar, which is very precise. Then what he's going to do is he's going to line up.
Don't do that.
Sometimes you can go a little too far and fall off.
Yeah, you can be inside of the pillar thing, kind of. It's weird. He's going to get Infinite Sword Glitch, and he's going to do a few bomb hovers with bombs and chews. And then he's going to do 5 strafe hovers to the side.
You might remember we did the Petrie flip in Stone Tower. That actually saves a few bomb
What am I
chews, so we can
doing?
do this method. If you don't do that method, you have to do mega flips here, and it's way more inconsistent.
Can you equip chews on C right for me?
Okay.
All right, so my part
Teamwork.
starts as soon as he enters and talks to this Great Fairy. Nicely done.
Thank you. Don't switch when I have to mash tech.
Yeah. Here, take Zoro. All right, we're good. It's kind of scary swapping controllers because I'm near the power button. I don't want to touch that.
we haven't saved in 2.5 hours to
Yeah.
hit the power button now.
If anything happens, it's rip.
We still have another, what, hour to go before we can save, something like that.
All right, so the first thing I'm going to do is scale down Snowhead. I'm going to try a trick that Trev made up called the Trev Strat. I'm going to try it once. If I miss it, it's not a big deal. But it's pretty cool looking. I get to Goron roll on invisible platforms, basically.
It's really difficult. It's named after me, and I don't even go for it.
All right, so that's a cool little way to kind of roll
The camera
down.
there is really bad,
Yeah,
so that
there's a
setup lets
strat
you get
to-
down there fast.
Don't bunk the poles.
We're going to hit our owl now, so now we have an owl there. All right, I'm gonna go once for this one timer. Let's see what I can do.
Oh,
Dang. Okay, that's all good. I was practicing it. Okay, I was practicing it earlier, and I couldn't get it one time. And then 2 days ago, I was hitting it like every single time. But that's just typically how it works. It never works out when you need it to work.
Even the creator of the strat abandoned it because it wasn't consistent enough.
Yeah, but don't worry. I do know where these platforms are. So what I can do here is actually line up right here. Right? It's this one?
Yep.
And then I jump, and then I go to the right. Oh, is it to the left?
Too far to the right.
Oh, too far to the right? Yeah, I can never... I usually use Lens of Truth here. I think I might just do that. Because I usually go for this strat in runs, and I do get it. It's just lately it's been giving me issues. I'm going to do that. So you can see... It's actually nice to show you, because you can see these platforms here. I actually Goron roll all the way here, stop here, and then I do hovers.
By the way, this hover skips the Scarecrow song, which we actually don't get in 100% because when you play Song of Time, it goes away.
Okay.
Not part of the definition.
So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and I'm going to equip Ocarina and Gold Dust. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do an Ocarina dive, play the song a double time, and that's going to stop my... and that's going to store the effect of Song a double time, which makes it the next day. And I can activate that as soon as I activate some kind of text. So the first text I'm going to activate is at a sign coming up here. And that basically skips me making it the next day without watching a cutscene. And then just some good movement here. And I can scale down to Mountain Village. Perfect. Okay. So make a quick Yui here. Turn around. And I can actually pick up... There's actually a bomb drop here, which is nice. Boom. And then spin attack this owl. And that takes care of one more owl. And you can hear them. There's no music, and that's because of the effect of Song of Double Time. But when I activate text like that, it brings up the ability to make it night of the second day, and I'll click yes when I enter the door, and now it's second night. Okay, so that's important, because now what we're going to do is we're going to talk to this guy, and he says, oh, I can make you a gilded sword if you have gold dust, which I just so happen to have because I didn't mess up the gold dust tubes with thiefbug here. And it's interesting. Now I don't have a sword on B. Now I'm swordless for quite a bit of the run. But because we beat Stone Tower second, we have the Great Fairy Sword, and that's why it's nice that it's equipped on C button, because we can use it to substitute for our swordless B button. And we're going to use that for a while and pick up the Gilded Sword right before we finish the cycle and enter Cycle 3. So normally to get into Road to Mountain Village here, you have to get through this ice, but this ice is kind of useless. You just kind of do some funky rolling, and you can just go right through it.
That's allowed in bug limit, by the way. Not sure why, but...
Now remember, if you paid attention, remember Kyle played the lullaby for 2 of those Gossip Stones. We still have 2 more to do. We're going to make a pit stop here, and we're going to play the song for the 3rd one. So that's 3 out of 4. The last one we'll do in a little bit later. All right, and there's a couple of really cool things coming up later. The Postman minigame's coming soon.
Oh, it's
Oh,
almost here. I
God.
forgot.
Yeah, so this is going to be quite a spectacle. Like we said, we're donating a minimum of $10 already each, and every time the Postman misses for each of us, we're going to up it by 5. So we're going to equip Great Fairy Sword, and we're going to equip Deku Mask. Now, we have to do the Deku Playground minigame 3 times, 1 on each day, in order to get a heart piece. So let's do day number 2 right now. I can get onto this by doing a nice jump. Oh, I missed. Let's try it again.
Once he goes in, you'll see a really weird thing that he's going to be doing. He's going to be switching masks back and forth. And what this does, every time there's a mask transition, the rupees stay where they are. There's a bunch of rupees on platforms, but the platforms continue to move like little by little. And eventually they move to the point where they just fall off the platforms because they've moved, under from the rupees. And I think it's 9 transitions you have to do.
Yep, it's 9.
And now they're all on the ground.
So they all fell on the ground because they're not attached to the platforms, and as a result, they stay where they are, and the platforms keep moving until they're no longer underneath. So you just pick them up, and then you climb back up, and we go and we talk to our buddy over here. He asks if you want to play. You say yes, and then as soon as I start the game, I let go and I win.
something worth mentioning, like on day 2, all of the platforms are moving horizontally for that minigame, and that trick to get the rupees to fall off the platforms only works when they're moving horizontally. And because they're all moving horizontally on day 2, it's faster to do it that way. But on day 1 and 3, on day 1 they're all moving vertically, so it doesn't work at all. And on day 3 it's a mix, and so we won't do it on either of those because on day 3 it's not faster, and on day 1 you can't do it at all.
On day 3, you're going to see me do a bunch of really crazy jumps to make it fast. All right, so see, Great Fairy Sword making really good use here because we don't have Sword on B. And normally we wouldn't even have a Deku Stick, so if we didn't have the Sword, we wouldn't even be able to do that. All right, usually I don't want to bonk. All right, so pit stop here. We're going to do 2 things. First thing is going to pick up Bremen's mask. He goes, eh? And we're good.
And then continue the quest.
So now we're going to do the second thing of Cafe. So jump slash across, go in here.
There's something really stupid here. If you talk to Cafe in another form than human, you can't complete the quest anymore in that cycle.
It's not even just another form of human. If you have any mask on at all, actually,
Oh, really?
it doesn't work, and the quest becomes uncompletable.
Also, if you notice, you can manipulate the camera to talk to him from the bottom, so you don't have to run around the stairs. It's only useful here because later it's just better to just, like you're already a transformation, so you just go and you talk to the other guy that's in this area after by spinning around. So that gives us the pendant. That's going to be a very important item. I have to give that to Anju before a certain time. We'll worry about that after. Okay.
Just gonna buy some bomb juice here, and we'll be doing Postman.
Yep. So, the Postman minigame, who wants to explain it?
All right. Well, basically, there's 2 different. On JP, it's much harder than it is on English, because on JP you have 1 input frame to actually hit the A button, and there are 60 input frames per second, even though the game runs at 20 visual frames per second. So you have 1 input frame to hit. On English, do you know how many frames you have?
You have 2 frames in English.
Is it 2 input frames or 2?
No,
2
2 visual
So
frames.
2 visual frames is a very big window. That's what, that's 1/10 of a second or something?
Yeah, you have...
Basically, in Japanese version, you have to hit it on 10.00, which is hundredths, and on English, you have to hit it on 10.0, which is tenths. So hundredths is a lot more precise. All right,
Big
here we
thing
go.
with the Japanese version, it can also be impossible to win sometimes.
Yeah.
If you ever see the timer stop on 10.01, it was impossible.
Oh my god! Okay, you're up.
All right, let's go. In that case, it was actually impossible.
Oh, okay. Ricky?
Oh well.
Early. All right. Goodbye, money. That's it. No. I thought it looked good,
Wait.
actually. Okay. All right, so that goes up by 5. So now we're 15 apiece. Early. Dang.
This is pretty hard.
It's
You only
very
have
difficult.
16 milliseconds for this.
That's good.
God,
The luck.
is unreal.
Bad luck.
Yep.
Oh.
Okay. Almost 20 apiece. Oh my god.
Ah.
Okay. early.
1 frame.
We can cap it. It's easier if someone keeps trying it over and over because we can calibrate. Save us.
There
Come
we
on.
go.
Yeah, good. Atta boy.
Yeah, like we said, every time we got
I
10
just
points,
bonked like
There's another.
that was like 40 bonks. Oh my god.
All right, you might be wondering why we're not using the bunny hood for that, because if you wear the bunny hood, it puts the timer on screen so you can see it. You don't actually need it. We use the Z targeting like circle or whatever. If you count 19 triangles, like there's 4 triangles in the Z targeting circle or whatever, if you look at the top of his head and count 19 triangles passing that point, on the 19th triangle, like right on the tip of his nose, that's like the frame that you need to hit, and that's what we were all looking for. But yeah, anytime we hit 10.01, we let the correct number of visual frames advance, or input frames advance, but because the game just doesn't work sometimes, it didn't count as a win.
Yeah.
The way it works is the timer was meant to be used on an N64, but the hardware of the Wii is obviously a little faster, so the timer desyncs and it can't count to 10.00 anymore, so it jumps from 9.99 to 10.01. On an N64, this is really unlikely to happen.
So you can see, usually you need a Pona to get over that wall, but a Goron boost will do the job just fine. So now we're in Great Bay again. Not that it mattered because we had access to this place anyways prior to that, but now we're going to have infinite access by hitting the Great Bay owl statues. So some Goron movement here. Go from land to sea real quick, and then we're going to stop here and pick up some Tingle maps and hit the owl statue. Great fairy sword coming in useful again.
We have a $100 donation from Tim245. I'm a cancer researcher, and I can confirm that every little bit helps. Come on, people, let's get that million. 200 from Anonymous, in memory of my mom, Candy. We'll always miss you.
All right, good. Now we're going to do Beaver Race. It's very boring. So the thing about Beaver Race is you have to do 4 races, and they're very long. The reason you have to do 4 is because you have to complete 2 sets. And the first set gives you a bottle, and oh, where am I going? The second set gives you a heart piece. Now, they try to make it more difficult every time, but it's not difficult even at the hardest difficulty, so it's kind of ridiculous. So all I got to do now is kind of just head to the far end of Zora Cape over here. And then what I'll do is hookshot up these trees and enter the Zora area, and then you'll see me do the races. As easy as they are, it's really hard to not to be unfocused on them because they are Zora movement, and if you optimize your Zora movement, you actually can save quite a bit of time. Oh, I should go a little closer. You're not supposed to hit this one first. You're supposed to go to the left, actually, but we can actually do that. So these look like they're closer than they actually are, but they're actually pretty far away. So you do have to walk fairly close to the edges. Again, hookshotting being really annoying. See, it looks like you're close to it, but it's not.
Yeah, and falling off here would be really bad.
Yeah, if you
have to go all the way back to the beginning.
I've done that before. Just rage quit.
Pretty much, yeah.
Alright, so we're up here now.
So if you hookshot the other side of that tree, like the right side, you have to go like precariously close to the edge as you like make your way around the tree. So.
Yeah.
And at the
Congrats.
beginning here, Phil is about to do what I believe is a Japanese-only trick, because I tested it on English and it does not seem to work, where he's going to dive during the cutscene where the beaver swims to the bottom.
I found it by
Oh,
accident
that
one
works.
day.
That works on the Japanese. Oh, holy crap!
Yeah,
I tried that on
it does.
English, and Link just stays in place.
Yeah, it does not work on English for some reason, at least not the same way if it does, because I have
No,
tested
this
it.
guy, you have to be like right in front of him to talk.
If you target him, you can talk to him immediately. You can
Really?
actually talk to him while you're swimming.
Really?
It's really weird.
Okay, I'm doing that from now on. Didn't know that.
Yeah, this is the first of 4 races, as Phil was saying before.
All right, so what you're gonna see me doing here is, I mean, it's kind of boring. I recommend going to get a snack. But like, what you're gonna see me do here is do a lot of Zora diving. Zora diving is faster than swimming underwater, so I like to optimize my Zora movement here by trying to dive as much as I can between the rings. The rings can be kind of weird. Sometimes they have really bad hit detection, sometimes really good hit detection, so you could find yourself bonking on some, and sometimes you'll go right through one when you expect to bonk. And other times you actually might go through one and it won't even register. It's really weird.
Yeah, occasionally that'll happen on the final one, and you'll hit the loading trigger for the end of the race or whatever, and you've missed one because for some reason it didn't register or whatever, so you have to do a 5th race.
You can tell that they put a lot of work in them by them spinning at like
Yeah.
2 FPS.
Yeah. But yeah, you have a ton of time for donations right now while I do this.
We have a $100 donation from Melons. Mad respect to these guys. Can't even imagine figuring this run out on my own. Money goes towards the 4 runners' choice. $50 from Kentucky. One of the first games my brother and I bonded over. Thanks for helping out a great cause. $50 from Kenny28. Thank you for all you do. I look forward to these events more than Christmas and Thanksgiving. Kill cancer. $100 from Rainbow Egg. Go Link Go. $50 from Brandon. Since we're killing everything, games, cancer, time, etc., I guess we have to save the animals. Wait, no, that would be silly. Kill them too. $100 from Repo. Throughout the work week, I've been dedicating an entire screen to AGDQ. Thank you so much for putting on this event and doing this run. $50 from Sam Collins. Longtime fan of AGDQ. I don't care how late I have to stay up to watch this run since it's amazing and it's for a good cause. Keep up the good work and props to all the runners.
All right, so the second race has 25 rings instead of 20. That doesn't mean it's any more difficult, though. I just have to be more careful. Well, I guess it's hard, okay.
Something small on the side. There's 3 different tracks for the Beaver race. One on the first day, one on the second, and one on the third day. And it's pretty convenient that we're doing this one on the second day because that one's shorter than the others by around 10 seconds per race. So that adds up to, oh, okay.
That was interesting. Okay.
To time save.
What is
This
this?
movement. It's like really good, but like,
Yeah.
So yeah, 40 seconds saved there.
So you can see me trying to just do Zora dives whenever possible. This one looks like the one on the right is in front, but it's actually behind this one. So I've actually been guilty of going to the right here and losing all the time. Okay. And then that'll give us a bottle. And then you challenge them again, and then you have to do 2 more races. And the only difference between the first set of 2 and the second set is how much time you have to complete each. But the course is the exact same. But like, the amount of time that you have to complete the other 2 races are extremely lenient.
As you see, he's finishing this race with over 30 seconds left. They're only going to take away 5 or 10 seconds, I think.
Yeah.
It's not much.
So there's our bottle. Perfect. This is the second most boring part of the run, other than the gold dust duping. And once we do this, it's like, everything else is pretty cool. Nope. What's that? These count, right?
okay, that was a Zora though. It's all good.
Zora save.
We said Goran bonks.
Goron bonks, okay. What are we at right now, like 16? I think? I bonked like 60 times in the postman office.
We have $60 from Crimtons. Here's an additional $60 for 12th Try Postman. Love watching
Was
you
it
guys.
12th try?
It was 10th.
I think it was 10th, yeah, because we did 2 full rounds and then
Okay.
you got it second.
$75 from Chibi. I want to give a shout out to any and all runners donating their time and energy to such a great cause. $100 from Aaron. For my grandfather who died of pancreatic cancer and to the 11-year-old boy that I used to work with. No family should have to go through any of this. $20 from Pipos. Great cause. Keep it going. Save the animals, you filthy animals. $25 from Fale Star. The gameplay in this MM run has been outstanding, and the commentary is excellent.
I wish there was more to say here.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's just the same
finish.
thing 4 times. Like,
Oops.
if you were to super swim through this, would it be faster, or do you have to wait for him at the end? I don't remember.
No, you don't have to wait for him.
So maybe we'll
There's-
spice it up one day.
There's a test of that.
Oh, nice.
All right, last one. Then we can all move on.
No, you do have to wait for them at the end. I've actually passed them before. I somehow got around the trigger that causes them to speed up, and when I made it to the end, the race did not automatically end.
Are you sure?
I'm quite sure. My ring count was at 0.
Okay.
Guess we'll have to look into that later, yeah.
$5 donation from Anonymous. I've been watching AGDQ since it began, but I have never donated because I never thought I could afford to donate enough money to make it worth it. But then I realized there are 120,000 people watching right now, and if all of us just donated $5, we could raise $600,000 very quickly. Good luck.
All right, almost done. So after this, we're gonna have to catch some fish. The fish can be kind of tricky. Like, this game is notorious for fish trolling, basically. There's all sorts of different trolling that can happen from different fish in this run. The first ones come from these fish outside of the area that we're in right now. And we have to collect 4 of them right now, and then a 5th one later in order to catch to get a heart piece from the lab where you have to feed the fish in the lab, the ones that you catch. And then what happens is if you feed the same one 4 times, it eats the other fish in the tank and gives you a heart piece. But because thiefbug got a Deku stick earlier, which was fine because he used it to light the torch in Woodfall, I have to dupe over it again and make another bottle out of it, which isn't a problem. It actually works out because I can catch another fish through it. All right, so we got our heart piece and we're done with beaver racing, which is nice. So we're gonna go back out, and there's a heart piece here that can be oversight if you don't get it. We dive into the water, and the like at the bottom actually has the heart piece. You just gotta kill it. The interesting thing about it is that there's like a barrier blocking this heart piece. And if I try to get it now, it's just like, it doesn't let me. It's like...
Yeah, the like-likes hitbox persists until it completely dies.
Yeah.
It's a little bit harder to get this on JP too, because on English, you can use the shield at any time while you're swimming. But on Japanese, you have to actually be swimming at full speed before you can use your shield. Or be like on the ground, underwater.
Alright, so there is magic here I can grab just to make this a little faster.
These fish also, like, they have to be at a certain depth for you to be able to catch them. Like, you could be standing right next to them, but if they're a little bit too deep in the water, you won't be able to catch them.
So I'm going to need Deku stick and a bottle here.
Yeah, and because TB got that stick earlier, we have to dupe over that again.
So I want to wait for the fish. You can only catch them in shallow water. That's why they're annoying.
You're going to have to break it first.
Oh, crap. Okay. Forgot about that. So break the stick. All right, so we drop the fish. I should have broken it first, but it's not a big deal. It's a couple seconds. Then we catch it, and now we do the trick. So now our Deku stick is a bottle again, and I can use that bottle to catch the fish in here. If you know, remember, I don't lose the item I dupe with, so I have 2 fish now, which kind of helps a little bit. So now what I can do is equip Zora Mask and equip another bottle here, and we'll have 4 fish. And I use Zora here. Originally, you don't even have to take off the mask, but you do it just because... Come on.
The thing about these fish is, for some reason, if they're in the deep water, you can't catch them. You need to kind of chase them into the shallow water. Although, it's a little, in my opinion, it's a little bit better than the old fishing spot. The old fishing spot, actually, if you missed the fish, you would catch spring water, and you'd have to empty it out, and it was a huge time loss.
Yeah, we do actually grab 1 fish there later, just for emergency purposes, because you only need 4, but a 5th one definitely makes it less risky. Okay, so we got the fish. Now we're going to grab our Goron Mask, and we're going to head into Zora Hall. We have 2 big things to do there as far as business goes. We have to play a song for a guy for a heart piece, and we have to collect another heart piece that we normally would use a land title deed for, but because we have other means of doing so, we don't even need it. We can just kind of get around that. So we're going to go down here. I like having magic here because there's a like and a fish. Again, fish trolling, like guarding it. So sometimes I've had it where like the fish hit me into the like and then I got eaten by the like. I just like sat there for 10 seconds. Okay. So once again, some pretty good music. Zora Hall music is good. We're gonna hook a left over here. I can optimize my movement here by doing this. And this guy gets out of my way. So you can actually do this thing called a Zora clip onto this platform. If I go and target this wall, turn left, and then do 2 side hops, I can actually walk this way. Go like that, and oh, it didn't work. Okay, hang on, let me do it again. I've always had issues with this strat. I always try to find ways. There we go. Clip up, and then you can just climb up here, and boom, heart piece. Okay. So then we jump off here. Nice. The reason I roll to the right there is because if you roll to the left, you can risk talking or reading the diary there, and that's extremely slow. All right, so I've memorized the song here that you have to play for this guy, and he'll give you a heart piece.
Yeah, normally there's an extensive side quest. You have to like play with the bassist and read somebody else's diary, and
Oh,
you'll
I
get
didn't
the
mean to do
2
that.
parts of the song. But you can just memorize it because it's the same every time.
All right, so actually, fun fact about that song, I memorized it with breaking it down into 2 halves. The first half uses the notes of Song of Time, and the second half combines the use of Song of Healing and Saria Song, which are the same notes, just in reverse order. So that's an easy way to just remember what I have to press.
We have
Also-
five.
Oh, go ahead. You're good.
You sure?
Yep.
Okay. We have $5 from Joshua. Good point. I'll throw in $5. And $6 from Lord Vashi. Don't tell me what to do. $125 from Armin. We're all major fans of AGDQ and what you guys are doing. Let's beat Cancer 3-0. $100 from Pie Bandit. 1 million. Let's get it.
Okay.
So coming up is a trick that we call turtle cutscene skip, and you have to pause on one specific frame. And if you do that, you can pause buffer into the loading zone. It's kind of the same idea as the Happy Mask Salesman cutscene skip from the beginning of the run. If you don't get it, like, not a big deal. It's just a small time, or maybe like a minute time loss or something like that. But
All right, let's see what I can do. I need to focus here. You did get the song. That's perfect.
Nice.
Okay. So that was a frame perfect pause actually. I timed that.
yeah, we used to mash it, like just you'd have to mash it 20 times per second, right, for it to be consistent. But we figured out how to do it without actually mashing, and it's become much more consistent.
Yeah. There is a glitch you can do here called Pirate's Cutscene Skip. It's done in any percent more often than in 100% because the setup is actually faster in any percent because we don't have to deposit our item from a bottle in order to perform the trick and then recapture it. That sacrifices some of the potential time save, whereas in any percent you can just kind of pick up the item. It's a fairy, so you don't have to like do the whole deposit and re-pick up thing, which saves more time. So in 100%, I think it saves around 4 to 5 seconds. I timed it a few weeks back, but like for 5 seconds, it's definitely not worth it. It's also quite a precise trick, and if not done well, you end up breaking even anyway. So Great Bay Temple coming up next. This is my favorite temple in 100%. Normally, if you remember in any percent, we just skip the dungeon from the first room. We can actually reach the loading zone right away. In 100%, we don't have that luxury because we do have to go for stray fairies, as well as dungeon map, gecko, and compass, and get the ice arrow. So we do have quite a bit of stuff we have to accomplish in here. This temple, if done casually, is pretty notorious, but we have quite a sweet route to get around all this stuff. So Great Fairies Mask, Bomb Shoes, Fire Arrow. First thing we're going to do is we're going to light these 4 torches.
And something cool about this temple is we still don't have a sword. No, not
Yep.
about this temple, but about this route.
Yep, I'm going to use the Great Fairy Sword a ton in this dungeon to make up for not having a sword on B. That's one of the cool things about depositing your Razor Sword when we do it. Alright, so that takes care of this room. Alright, 2 Stray Fairies in here. This is a tough room. If you tap up and then drop a chew... oh, I took off the mask. I didn't mean to. That actually blows up a Stray Fairy underneath here in a bubble. And that Skulltula I killed has another Stray Fairy, so they're coming to me while I'm doing this. Perfect. Then what I'm going to do is equip my Great Fairy Sword and bombs. Get an infinite sword glitch off of it.
I got to see like this entire temple is extremely laggy. As you can see, he's already starting to lag, and there are various areas throughout this temple where the game just starts to proceed at an extremely slow rate.
Then I'm going to backwalk. Kind of get some good movement there. All right, then we got an interesting camera here. I'm going to dive into the water and turn around, and I'm going to go into this tunnel. Now the water movement in this temple is awesome. I think that's one of the coolest things about it, is getting good water movement. This Bio Baba room coming up here is very tricky. If I can get underneath, I can take out 3 of them. You have to hit them in the head to kill them, otherwise they break down. Then I can do some really fancy swimming, and I can jump up here. Then if I turn around here, I can kill this guy without him bouncing. If he lands in the water and dies, there's a delayed cutscene before you spawn the chest, so you want to make sure you kill him on here. Now hopefully this guy cooperates. Nope, see, they run away from you when you're transformed. Okay, then we go down here and go up this path here. Alright, so to my right over here is another stray fairy. Go down here. So far so good in this dungeon. And I'm going to shoot this chest over here. And this is going to give us our dungeon map. No, our compass. Compass, sorry. Perfect. Now we can do a little side hop. That bomb shoot tries to kill us, but we don't let it. You're supposed to do a Zora barrier before he touches you, and then you can kill it, but it's not a big deal. Okay, we need a key. This is going to get us into the wart fight. I'm going to go around here, and I'm going to jump into here. See, this is what I mean by cool water movement. Then we're going to conveniently go into this tunnel over here, and we're going to hook a left. There's a bomb chew here that you can kill in a really funny way. You just bounce it off your shield and he explodes. Watch. I don't even have to.
You should use the magic shield there. If you what? If you just use your shield, you can recoil and fall down.
Oh, okay.
And he got good luck there. In this room, on your way and back, you want to refill your bombs, and there are 4 pots in that room that all have bombs, and he got extremely lucky. He got both that he needed. He has a full bomb count again. That's very important for this dungeon. He's going to come out of this dungeon with barely any explosives left. All his bomb trees will be gone, and most of his bombs.
So the wart fight actually can be quite annoying, but now with the Great Fairy Sword, we can actually take care of it very quickly because we do massive damage. Infinite Sword Glitch acts like a power crouch stab where it does the same amount of damage as your last attack. So I'm going to do a jump slash with the Great Fairy Sword. Store Infinite Sword Glitch with a bomb. Now I have an Infinite Sword Glitch swinging Great Fairy Sword with a jump slash. If I touch it, he goes down like that, and then he bounces here, and I can do a spin attack. And then you have to wait till he opens his eye. But he's not doing that. That's RNG based. And then he dies. That's it.
Sometimes that ISG will actually hit him twice, and he'll die immediately without having to go through the second cycle.
I've never had that happen. That's pretty cool.
It seems to happen more often with bombs. In old routes, we didn't have the Great Fairy Sword here. We just had bombs. And sometimes you would get a double hit from a bomb, and it would save a lot of time.
You threw two bombs.
2 bombs.
Alright, now we got ice arrows. We have all the arrow upgrades, or all the different arrows. I have full bombs here. I could go for another one. I mean, 19 is pretty good. Okay, so I do have a little bit of magic left over. That's a good thing. I'm going to use that to get a stray fairy. This is probably the most annoying stray fairy in the temple. It's in the middle of this room here with the turnkey. And
if you're familiar with this dungeon casually, you'll notice he skipped the red turnkey in that room. Normally, you're supposed to manipulate the currents in this dungeon, and you have to hit all the red turnkeys. And then once you've hit them all, you can go back to the main room, and you can reverse the currents. And you need to do that to access some rooms. But we're actually going to skip that completely. And at the end of the temple, in order to get into the boss room and to get the last, or like the room before the boss door, and get the last couple stray fairies, we're going to have to do a trick called turnkey skip. And so this entire temple kind of works up to that, since we're skipping everything that you would normally have to do.
Turnkey skip is a very scary trick. You'll see it done soon. Okay, so now we have a dungeon map. Now I'm going to turn here. I have Infinite Sword Glitch already, so just to be safe, I'm going to line up my hover here. And I'm going to do 4 bomb shoe hovers. And I'm going to get up here. Perfect. This area lags like crazy. Now I'm going to do a weird shot through this wall. Yeah, this is annoying.
Looked like it was close to a Hess crash, or a weird shot crash.
Okay, whatever. So I just buffered it because it's annoying. Sometimes I usually go for it unbuffered, but it's been kind of bugging me lately. So I can get to this chest from that. Then I drop down here. There's a stray fairy in a barrel underneath this weight switch here. So what I can do is I can launch a bomb chew off it like this, and then make an equip. I'm gonna need that, ice arrows, and hookshot. Equip the mask, and then pull out my ice arrows for the next room, and then wait for the bomb shoe to do the work for me. Then I just kind of wait up here, and the stray fairy comes upstairs. It's pretty cool.
In the next room, there's actually a difference between Japanese and English as well. You'll see Phil will do 3 side hops here to kind of time when to shoot this ice arrow.
Yep.
On Japanese, you actually have to time when to shoot the ice arrow, and it'll kind of fall into place where it happens where you shot it. On English, no matter what point in the cycle you shoot that ice arrow, it'll always fall perfectly in line like it did just there. So when we first routed it like this, we had to, or when we decided to move to JP, we had to, you know, figure out how to
Come up with a
go
way
with the
for it to
setup
line
to
up.
make it land like that. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, then we can land on this thing and then shoot down here. I'm gonna equip that. I'm gonna equip my Zora mask. I'm gonna pick that up as a human because remember they come to you as a human, so that way I don't have to chase it around. Then equip Zora mask. I'm gonna come back to this room. Now that I have ice arrows, I can do this trick called early boss key. This isn't even a glitch. Oop, I didn't mean to do that. Hang on. You can just jump from an ice patch. You can make ice patches in this game with ice arrows here, so I can shoot one like this and then jump up this. But I have to get up there. I had a bad camera. I usually just kind of jump without seeing, and it works, but you can see that there's an opening there. There we go. So that's not even a glitch. You're supposed to reach this boss key by killing the gecko from the other side, but because that's a thing, you can actually do that without a glitch at all. It's just a simple jump when he reaches it. All right, so remember, we don't need boss keys, but it's the fastest way of finishing this dungeon anyway, so we just go for it.
And even though he skipped the gecko fight, he actually has to go and fight him anyway because after killing him, the frog will spawn, and he needs that for a heart piece later.
Right.
So there's, even though you can get the boss key without fighting him, you still need to fight him, which is a little bit unfortunate.
So you might be wondering why he didn't climb up onto the ice platform again. The reason for that is because he can only climb them as a human. It's weird, but that's how the game works, and unequipping Zora mask would have been slow there.
All right, so I can kill him very fast.
Just another use of the Great Fairy Sword there.
Then I can do a very fast equip. I map my equips out to do 1, 2. That's another really cool thing about 100% is trying to come up with the least amount of pause menu movement as possible to maximize your speed on equipping.
Yeah, since you have both, since you have 2 item subscreens, both normal items and masks, you spend quite a lot of time in Majora's Mask, and so optimizing it is extremely important for this category.
All right, so here's one of the coolest movements in the game. We'll see if I can go for it. It's extremely clenching. Like you have to go against the turning of this thing, of this giant wheel, to reach the other side. We'll see if I can do it. I got it.
Nice.
Okay. That's very hard to do. All right. Almost done the temple, actually. Coming up to the end. We're going to go here, and we can hookshot up this thing. And then... Oh, just a little bit back. There we go. It should be good. What I'm going to do is I'm going to equip bombs, and here we're going to do turnkey skip in a second here. I'm going to mash jump slash here to land up here. And I can pick up a stray fairy. Then a simple backwalk, backflip. Oh, back a little too early there. I do that from time to time. Okay.
So the glitch coming up is called turnkey skip. What he's going to do is, even like paths in the water that are normally inaccessible, they still are affected by the water current, and this one is supposed to be an exit, but if we can hover out of bounds and get into it, we can use it as an entrance. And so what he's going to do is he's going to hover here and turn around once out of bounds, and he'll be able to dive using his ocarina through the water.
That's a little high. I don't know if that'll work. I just dropped a bit there.
He'll be able to use it as an entrance. So.
All right, so 5 hovers there. They're blind. I actually used my mini-map to tell that I turned around there. Then I'm going to ocarina dive out of bounds. Play song a double time to land in the tunnel. And then make it the final day, which is going to come in handy because we have to actually optimize our in-game time for the next part of the quest. Perfect. So now we're in the tunnel that we're not supposed to be able to reach, and we can keep this run into the temple. I get a stray fairy there like that. That's actually really good.
So again, that tunnel is never it was never intended to be used as an entrance. There's actually a thing blocking it off, and it's only meant to be used as an exit to get out of this room.
Then I'm going to do this, and I'm going to equip Great Fairy Sword, this, and bombs. And I can actually do 5 side hops here, conveniently. Then back walk up, target this, And then we're going to come up to probably one of my favorite glitches. I hope you guys are ready for this.
Yeah, there's two really cool strats here. The first, he's actually going to skip the Gaiorg introduction cutscene with a weird shot. And it's actually really hard to see where you're supposed to shoot if the TV is dark. Unfortunately, we fixed that before the run. And then you'll see how we kill Gaiorg in 100%. It's very interesting.
So I buffer a weird shot here. I go down. I actually have a visual cue that I line up, and I can hit him, and it starts the fight without the music or the cutscene playing. Watch. Boom. I got him first shot. Okay, that's really good. Then what I'm going to do is I'm setting up a fast kill here with the Great Fairy Sword. I'll tell you how this works as soon as I pull it off. Hopefully I pull it off. It's very difficult. Come at me. Okay. So I take him down with an arrow, equip the Zora mask. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to stun him once. And I'm going to go up here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to equip a fairy, and I'm going to equip this. And I'm going to stun him with that, okay? Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull out a bomb, pull out my sword, do a bottle dive, land in Gaiorg with the Great Fairy Sword ISG that I just got, and he dies. Oh, yeah. Okay.
That was really good, dude.
Nice. First try. That can be a very difficult trick to do.
That's actually only possible in the Japanese version of the game as well, because English, they patched out power crouch stabs, so you can't do enough damage all at once to kill Gaiorg before going to phase 2.
Pretty sure that was one of the best Great Bay temples ever done.
Yeah, that might be PB phase Great Bay Temple there.
Yeah. That was a very nice Great Bay. I think the only mistake, actually I don't even think I made a mistake in that temple. It was good.
Maybe like getting the boss key falling off the platform,
yeah, it fell
but
off
that
the
was
platform.
such a minor thing. That
Yeah.
We have a $5 donation from AA Ron. He says, here's my $5. Come on, guys, let's do this. Loving the run, keep up the good work. $5 from Slade. I just think it'd be hilarious if the donation announcer had to read 100,000 separate donations. $100 from Cash. $5 per person. I'll accept that challenge and toss in a bit extra. $50 from Impolo, donating during the Majora run. I thought the 3DS version, bought the 3DS version over the holiday and have been enjoying it for the first time. Good to see the runners sharing one game together. As always, save the frames, kill the animals. $50 from Dr. Dante, had to donate during my favorite Zelda game. Cancer took my grandfather a few months ago, and this is the least I can do to prevent anyone else from going through what he did in the end. Keep up the good work, and good luck to the 4 giants on the couch. $5 from Fondalore. If this is red, I will put in another 495. Also kill the animals, save the pixels.
Okay, so we still have some unfinished business in Great Bay. We're going to come back in a second. I just hit the owl there to make sure we have it. And we have good bomb count. So now I'm going to equip Hookshot and this. Zora Mask. And we're going to make our way this way to the Fairy Fountain and collect our double defense upgrade from getting all the stray fairies. There is a strat that you can actually quick grab this ledge. I've been really bad at it lately, though. So remember when thiefbug couldn't get on that platform? We can do the same thing here with that strat to actually climb up, because sometimes those little jumps can be quite tricky. But we can, with the extra height, it makes it really easy to do. All right, so another 2 little jumps here. Can pull a bomb mid-flip, which looks nice. And we're going to make our way into the Fairy Fountain. You can do a recoil flip there to kind of make good movement. Then I'm going to do an equip. And let's go. Almost done the cycle, guys. Looking good. You're going to see, when Trev takes over, it's actually unbelievable how little time there is left before the moon crashes, but you'll see him complete like a ton of objectives in a short amount of time. And it actually, like, not even to me as a runner, and maybe to you guys too, but especially to a viewer, it's extremely stressful to watch, because you're just watching this countdown on this clock, and it looks like he's not going to make it, but like he does. And you even see the red flashing numbers near the end of it too sometimes. So it's pretty cool to watch. All right, so we got all of our upgrades. Now we're going to Sword a Swamp, and we're going to play some archery games.
We have a $50 donation from Petree911. Majora's Mask speedrunning sure has come a long way since my day. You guys are doing an awesome job. Wish I could be there.
All right, so we did save the witch earlier, and we did beat Woodfall, so that gives us access to the archery game here with the witch. All right, 20 shots to win.
You're also not allowed to hit her. If you hit her 10 times or more, she'll stop the minigame and you won't get the heart piece.
I used to think it was 5.
No, it's 10.
That's a lot of hits.
Did we ever figure out what the record was for this minigame?
I think Trev has it with a
Well,
57.
no,
or
I have a
something.
57, and that's the highest score I know of. But it's very possible somebody has a higher time or score. It's not something people keep track of.
All right, so
But, like, to my knowledge, that's the highest score. There's
yeah,
probably-
I'm pretty
there's
sure
probably
that's the
a
highest
higher.
score. All right, so now we can just stare at the moon because we got 20 points. We could go for more, but I mean, it's nice to just kind of take a break. It is a long run. We could do some donations while we stare at this magnificent face.
Absolutely. $50 from Metronome49, gambling for that Majora's Mask bundle and donating to a good cause. $60 from Just a Classy Duck, yet another great GDQ, and I've missed way too much because of work. Anyway, here's a few dollars. Keep up the good work. $50 from Mom at Letta. My daughter told me about this great marathon, and I asked her about the save or kill the animals thing, and I think we should save them. $50 from Zelga. Thanks everyone for this great charity event. $50 from Adam198. This will be my first and only donation. Thank you for the hours of entertainment and the support you provide to these charities.
All right, we're not done with archery just yet. We actually have to go and do a few things here before we leave the area. We're almost done with Olive Swamp, actually. Just 2 more things to do. All right, so we're going to go over here. There is something called the tree heart piece here that's guarded by the bats. I hate this heart piece. The bats can be kind of annoying. So we take out this guy. Okay, nice. And then last but not least, this guy. Looks like we're good on in-game time for Anju.
Definitely.
Definitely, yeah.
That's good.
Especially with that Georg kill.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was
Way
worried
ahead.
about that one. Good. Now, remember, I used that fairy to kill Georg, so we have an empty bottle. I can make a pit stop over here and pick up a 5th fish for that fish heart piece I was talking about earlier. You have to be careful when you go in this water. You can actually void out as a Goron. And you can do what I just did, which is pick up spring water, which is why we hate picking up the fish here, because the fish are just so, like, their hitboxes are so bizarre.
You only need 4 fish to get the fish heart piece, but it's kind of unlikely that you get it only in 4 fish. So we get a 5th fish for safety.
Yeah. I take off my Goron mask here. You can roll up these stairs, but they're more inclined to bonk, which we're
Yeah, we're trying to
avoid.
cut down on the Goron box.
All right, so we have to do this minigame twice. One for a quiver and one for harpies. Oh. Okay. That's fine. Ugh, it's a bad cycle. I'm so good though.
We have $50 from Eternal Grim. 3rd time watching,
Oh
3rd
my
time
God.
donating. Majora's Mask is one of my favorite
Slump.
games. Spent many hours playing the games over the years and always fun to see it speedran.
All right. So
Sketchy, but it worked.
Yeah. All right, so that was a little
Still
slow.
perfect.
It was
Yeah,
perfect, though,
Yeah. You're going to see Trev actually is going to do... I'm doing Swamp Archery. This is the easier of the two. But you're going to see Trev do something called Town Archery later on, and that one is probably actually one of the hardest things in the entire run, to be quite honest with you. The second round, which for a heart piece is very... There's no margin for error, and you have to play perfectly. And if you miss, you actually lose a ton of time because you have to reroute playing it a second time later. And it's very easy to lose because you have to play very well. All right, let's see if I can get a better second game. Dude, I keep missing the Wolfos.
Snipe.
Okay.
We have a $50 donation from Anonymous. Thanks to all the runners at AGDQ for bringing people together for such a great cause. Loving this Majora's run, and of course, kill the animals. $50 from Kiosk. Here's another $50. This is for the 9 people out there who wanted to donate $5 but couldn't pull themselves away from such an awesome run. This money is going towards killing the animals.
Oh my god, please. Thank you.
God.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, that was close.
I almost lost it.
Wow, perfect.
Yeah, you got to be careful. I'm good on in-game time still. Fortunately, I had a really good Gyorg fight. The reason I was nervous about this minigame actually, which caused me to play so bad, is because you have to get to Anju before 11:50 a.m. because otherwise you can't deliver the pendant that I received from Cafe before we did Postman hat mini heart piece thing. Because she goes into the room and you can't get in there, and that would cause me to actually basically ruin the entire quest for Cafe to get the couples mask. So I'm kind of on the clock for it. I'm still good, but fortunately having a huge buffer for in-game time really helps. The good thing is that once you get to Clocktown after Great Bay, you have a ton of options. You can reroute the entire section basically. So if you're really early, you can actually do a whole bunch of the minigames first and then talk to Anju. But if you're late, you can just go to Anju first and then do the minigames after. They're all in the same area, so it's not too bad. All right, so here's the fish heart piece. We only need 4. Hopefully we can go 4 in a row and get good RNG with these fish. We're about to find out though.
It's
And then-
extremely luck dependent. I've had several runs die to this, and missing out on fish heart piece now would cause him to have to catch fish in a little bit and
Yeah.
come back here later, and that's a 2-minute loss.
Yeah,
in my
not to mention
experience.
in-game time being affected as well, so that would really be unfortunate.
Yeah, this requires anywhere from 4 to 7 fish as well. Like, it can't take more than 7 fish, but if it takes 7 fish, your run is probably over. There are some manipulation strats. We don't really know if they're really... Like, we don't know if they actually work or not. Like, sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. So,
Okay,
maybe
so,
one day we'll figure it out.
We
so
already got unlucky. Both
I got
fish have
unlucky.
eaten one. The next fish, so this fish that just ate one has to eat the next 2, or else we're gonna have to come back.
yep. Fortunately, there is some fish manipulation strats that I got. Trying to find the big one. I think that was the big one. I couldn't really tell. I hate when there's one's like eaten one and one that's eaten another one. Yeah, that was the
Alright,
big
that
one.
was good.
All right, I thought so. All right, one more. All right, that should be fine.
There you
Nice,
go.
got it. Okay, perfect. Always scary. Like I said, fish trolls all over the place. Sometimes Gyorg trolls as well. Like, there's so many fish. All right, now we're gonna do a cool mini game. Well, it's not really. It's kind of just jumping on platforms, but to get to it is cool. Something people don't really know about this is that once you beat Gyorg, it looks like the whole area remains unchanged, but the biggest property change is that you can actually make ice blocks in the water, which you're not supposed to. You can't do if. Oh, that was a good shot.
Yeah, that was really good.
All right, let's see if I can. Hang on.
No,
Oh, that's fine. Watch. you can use, you can climb up here as a human and actually kind of just do that, and then there we go, perfect. That avoids having to do the boat ride to get to this. The other thing is that, yeah, a lot of people don't realize you can make ice blocks if you kill Gaiorg. It's like he has like global warming or something while he's alive.
This minigame, we don't have a sword right now, so we're just going to be jumping from platform to platform. If we did have a sword, there's a way you can do it where you can just stand on one platform, like on the edge of it. Wow, that was really close.
Whoa, that was weird. It's okay
And,
if you miss.
You can slash your sword continuously, and every time the flame comes to the island that you're on, you'll get multiple points. So you can get scores of over 100 if you do that, but we can't do that because we don't have a sword right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, Great Fairy Sword isn't on B, so we can't even use that one.
Oh yeah. In this minigame, you can only use whatever sword happens to be on B.
It's interesting that they give you access to your B button during this minigame.
Yeah, I'm not sure like what, maybe trying to jump slash back up onto a platform or something, but there's really no reason why your B button should even be unlocked in this.
Oh, wrong one. That's fine.
You have so much extra time in this minigame that any mistakes don't really matter too
Yeah.
much.
I never go for more than 20 because it's not worth the risk of falling. And I always make sure I target and position the camera accordingly, because you don't want to get to like 17, 18, 19 and then fall. Then you lose a lot of time. Is it this one? Yeah. And 20, perfect. Okay, so now we just chill. We have some time for donations.
We have $50 from Tim Johnson. I love you all. You're all wonderful people, and don't you forget it. Thanks for another great event. $50 from FKT. Bring on the big link. What? Awesome run so far, guys. Nothing like Zelda for the weekend. $5 from Anonymous. Challenge accepted. Here's another $5. $50 from Anonymous. Love listening to the commentary during these runs. Don't shut up, but still take my money.
So yeah, unfortunately, there's no way to skip the timer on this. You just kind of have to wait it out, which really stinks.
If you were to fall in the water even after you got 20 points, it would still count as a loss. So unfortunately, you couldn't even do that.
All right, almost done with Great Bay for good here. I'm just going to pick up one last heart piece in the back, and that's it. We can leave Great Bay forever.
And our in-game time right now is really good.
Perfect. If I can get out of here before 11 a.m., that's perfect. And we got fish heart piece already, so there's no issue here. Usually I'd grab an emergency fish there if that would happen.
So normally for this heart piece, you're supposed to use like a combination of the Scarecrow song and Magic Beans, I believe, but all we really need is a bomb, or 2 bombs, I guess. And we can do a long jump here and a recoil flip on the next platform.
So yeah, long jump here, and then pull out a bomb here. And then I curve my recoil flip. You can do that with them if you hold a direction. And then we leave.
You can also make that jump with the Zora mask, but it's pretty precise.
Yeah. Okay, so a couple things to do in Clocktown. The main thing is to deliver the pendant to Andrew. Other than that, just a couple mini games, and then we can make our way to Ikana Canyon for some other stuff, and that's where Trev's gonna take over. All right, so I'm gonna make a pit stop over here, and first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pick up. Ooh, I almost bonked there. Gotta avoid those. First thing I'm going to do is pick up some bomb juice. I have a good bomb count, actually. 12 is pretty solid, so I'm not going to spend some money. It actually helps out later because we need a certain rupee count to purchase the biggest bomb bag, which we'll do near the end of the cycle. But I will get an extra bomb drop in Ikana, so I'll be at a 17 bomb count, which is more than plenty. All right, then we go in here, and I'm going to need to pick up a red potion and a Deku stick. And I need the red potion for Stone Mask, and the Deku Stick is going to come in handy for... wait, what do we use the Deku Stick for?
There's a torch we have to light later.
Yeah.
Also, we're about to come up to a trick.
Oh my god.
Little kid RNG. Yeah.
This is when the moon crashes in Terminate. I hope it lands on this kid.
Wow.
We're coming up to a trick called Index Trick, which normally the door in the laundry pool is locked at this time of the day, but you can use a... I guess it would be called... Is it a recoil? I guess. Bomb recoil. As Deku, and you can clip right in. Which, if we could actually do this in first cycle, you could get a mask, the Keaton mask in there, and become human on first cycle using a pretty interesting glitch.
Deku. So holding down right here uses the bomb's property to push me into the loading zone. I can go past the door, which is locked actually.
Yeah, you have to have a pretty specific speed or higher to be able to clip through there,
So I
which the
talked to
bomb
this
gives
guy.
you.
Talk to this guy, we get 2 things from him. First thing's Keaton Mask, which Trev's going to use later, and the express mail for Mama, which we're going to give to the postman for the postman hat. Alright, so we're done here. Perfect on time. My time is great, actually.
Yeah, at this point, if you're really early, you can do Honey and Darling 3, the chest mini game. Is there anything else? But
No.
the stuff you do in East Clocktown can be rerouted depending on how much time you have left. So at this point, you could probably do everything, but just for safety, I don't know what you plan on doing, but
I'm going to go to Angie right away. She might
It's
be in the
definitely the safest
door,
thing.
but like, whatever.
the closer it is to 11:50, 11:45, you are, the closer she'll be to the top of this staircase. And the less time you have to like travel down this hallway to go talk to her. So
Yeah, she's
oh wow,
actually-
she's about to leave.
She's actually right there. You don't want to reach her where she's in the doorway, because then you have to wait for her to like exit the doorway. All right, so okay, cool. Also, it would have been really bad if I had to wait for her to like leave the stockpot in, because she would be blocking my way. Okay, so now we got to do 2 things. The next one's pretty RNG heavy. Oh, 2 bonks or whatever.
That was like 4 or 5
It's
at
like
least.
yeah. Okay, I'm gonna bonk everywhere on this game. Oh my god.
This minigame, it's definitely RNG, like the path that you have to go through to get to the chest, but you can't actually help yourself out. You can cheat by rolling into like corners of these pillars, depending on like the configuration of some of them, but it looks like you just got perfect RNG, you know, no big deal.
Insane.
I think
No
I
need to cheat
clipped
there.
actually. I think I may have clipped into the.
Oh, did you?
That
Yeah.
almost never happens. Like usually you're gonna get blocked left
Yeah.
and right, check multiple pathways. So that was very good.
She tries to trick you into playing again, and then you lose more money. So just make sure you press no and then leave. All right. Cool thing about this minigame, Honey and Darling 3, I'm gonna enter it as a Deku. That's weird, but if you do that, there's less targets to hit with the arrows, because they expect you to play the game as a Deku scrub, which would be really difficult with the Deku bubbles. If you would enter it as a human or a Goron or any other transformation, you'd have twice as many targets to hit. So now I have a pretty easy game.
The Deku Bubble minigame is ridiculously hard.
Do you get the heart piece even if you complete it?
You have to
So,
complete
yeah.
it as human.
So even if you were to do that, you wouldn't get the heart piece,
Okay, perfect.
quote unquote.
So now we're done with Honey and Darling. Now I only have to get 2 Tingle maps and perform... Oh, do Deku Playground 3. You're going to see some cool stuff in there, hopefully, if it goes well.
Hopefully don't get the soft lock.
Oh, we're not
Yeah.
going to get the soft lock. Don't worry. I've
Most of us are
prepared.
guilty of getting that soft lock at least
That's if I can find the
once.
door to this place. Okay. All right. We're going to hook a left in here, pick up our last 2 sets of maps here.
We have $480 from Chess Jerk,
Wow. Okay.
sending in the donations on behalf of the poker tournament winners. Congrats to everybody. $50 from Math Tutor. Hey guys, thanks for running my favorite game. I'm donating for the betterment of everyone and for that Majora's Mask bundle.
All right. So this is really cool. I'm excited to show you guys this mini game. Hopefully I get it. It's very difficult to do fast. Normally you're supposed to go from platform to platform with Deku spins, or Deku flowers, but I'm actually going to do it using really well-timed jumps, yeah. So I purposely roll as a Goron all the way to the guy. Okay, then what I'll do is I'll talk to him as soon as possible. And that makes me able to hit a cycle on these platforms. So what I'm doing right now is I'm starting the game as soon as I possibly can. And I can make this cycle here. Then I can jump to this one. All right, here we go. So first jump. Okay. And now the second jump. Oh, I missed.
A little bit
It's tricky. Okay, one more time. I want to go for it. It looks really cool if you get them all. All right, the good thing is if I try again, it actually lines up perfectly. So let's try. Another good thing is that I'm not on the clock right now, actually. By doing this again, it doesn't really affect in-game time or anything.
Once we enter Sakon's hideout later, or maybe it's when you leave, it automatically gets set to midnight anyway, no matter what time it actually is.
Exactly. Okay. 1. Okay, I'm gonna go a little bit later here. 2. 3. Okay.
Nice.
All right, so I'm not gonna touch anything here. That's for, look at this text box that comes up right there. Yeah, that's very, very dangerous. If you do that, oh, I didn't have to do that, I just have it. If you do that, and if you press the ocarina before that text box appears, the game soft locks and it's impossible to come out of it. You actually lose
What
the
ends
run.
up happening is you get stuck in time stop with the ocarina out, and once you've done that, there's no way to cancel the ocarina, you can't play songs, there's no way out. You get stuck. And so the run would end right there.
So I'm actually almost done my part. This Sakon's hideout thing is the last thing I'm doing, and then I'm going to hand it over to Trev, and he's going to finish it. Now, Sakon's hideout, I'm going to go out with a bang here and do a really cool trick called the conveyor belt
hover.
Yeah, conveyor belt super slide or hover. And you'll see. So Sakon's hideout's interesting. You're supposed to be able to wait for him to go in. But if I just do a side hop, I can just go in. And that kind of, like, he has really bad security. So anytime you enter here on the last day, it triggers this entire sequence, which is cool. So if we fulfilled every other thing in Couples Mask, which we've done, it actually makes it legit. We can just go in and finish the quest. Okay, so the puzzle here is we have to go alternate back and forth to complete the little sections of this puzzle until we can both step on a final switch on the opposite side. And what it ends up doing is it stops the conveyor belt and lets us to pick up the sun mask, which is on the conveyor belt right now, you can see. And that's kind of slow because you'd have to go back and forth, complete the each puzzle. Like, Cafe has a bunch of block puzzles, and then you have to kill some enemies with Link. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to do something called a conveyor belt hover, which is where I'm going to hover onto the conveyor belt. It's interesting because the conveyor belt has a humongous wall on each side of it to prevent you from getting on. But we have the explosives to get up there. And then I'm going to do a super slide using a bomb to skip this entire thing. Let's see if I can do this. I got it. Okay, super slide, side hop, done.
Nice.
Okay.
There's another.
Now you're good.
All right, Trev's taking over now.
All right, so after getting out of Sakon's hideout, it's immediately going to set the time into the final 6 hours. So from the get-go, I'm going to be on a timer, which means that everything I do here, it's important that I go incredibly fast to make all the events I need to do. Nice. All right. So what I did there is I got ISG a little bit too close. Not a big deal. Just gonna have to wait this out, reset this up.
So like I said, it's interesting. Like, see how Trev's on the clock right now. We're at the final hours, and we still have a ton of stuff we're gonna do right now, which is gonna make it very, very interesting because it looks like you're running around out of time. But he actually has plenty of time to do this. He voids out as a Goron on purpose there to respawn over on this side, and that way he's able to make his way down the area. You notice he has a red potion. He has to not press that button until he talks to the invisible dude to get the stone mask. If he drinks that red potion, he basically rips the run because he has to go out of his way to get another red potion, which is miles away. It's actually in Southern Swamp, and you have to purchase it, or you have to get it from the witch. So he gets that, and he's safe now. He's gonna give the potion to the guy, and now we don't have to worry. Now we're gonna do Graveyard after this, and the Graveyard section is
One of my personal favorites.
and Trev's really good at it, so you're in for a treat.
Nice.
These bubbles are really hard to dodge,
Yeah.
especially these ones up here.
Thankfully, the curse doesn't matter that much. Great Fairy Sword is not affected by curse. Well, I got really good luck there. He should have knocked me off, but he knocked me further on. But yeah, like I'm saying, there's a condition in this game called Curse. When a bubble touches you, it's actually not an Ocarina of Time, but it prevents you from using your normal sword, but it does not affect Stick or Great Fairy Sword, so it doesn't really matter. And it should actually wear off since I got hit by a different one. But here what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to boost onto this grave. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to read it from a certain position. And by reading it, actually, the load zone becomes active for some reason. If I read it in the right position, I can just get right into the load zone without ever removing the tombstone. And what's cool about this room is there's actually a bunch of invisible platforms and enemies, but if I just hit A and hold left, I go over all of them.
The reason why you get into the grave is because of some sort of slope on top of the grave. So the game assumes you're falling down, and like in some areas, when you are above the ground and are falling down, you void immediately. This also applies there, and is the reason why you get into the loading zone, basically.
All right.
You can see the power of the Great Fairy Sword here. What was that, like 5 hits or something?
Yeah, it makes your knuckles look like nothing.
So now I'm going to go back through the invisible platform room, and going back is not nearly as easy as going forward. In fact, I used to hate this room. It was one of my least favorite rooms in the entire run, but now it's actually one of my most favorite, because just recently, Sample Name found a new strat to get through this room, and I really hope I pull it off.
Very cool looking.
I'm going to recoil off 2 invisible keys. Oh, this is a bad angle.
So instead of going into the other grave, you can actually just jump across to that grave.
Yeah, I had a bad angle, unfortunately. I messed it up, but now I actually get the angle again, so now I can do it correctly.
So there's some pretty fancy movement here. He's going to try it again. There we go. Jumps on there, and then can do 6 side hops to the left. And that avoids having to leave and enter the other grave. And this is for Song of Storms right here that we get from killing this knuckle. Coming up. Nice. It's also a very interesting equip. It's it's the only time you actually get to equip a Deku Stick and Great Fairy Sword at the same time.
$50 from Omega Unicorn. Loving all these games. Keep up the great work. $5 from @Raz. I guess I can throw in $5 too. Loving the run, guys. Can't wait for the Majora fight.
Oh god.
Me neither.
Yeah, if you're still staying strong with this run, get ready for a blindfolded co-op 4-player Majora battle where we use 1 controller and each person is responsible for 1 button. So it's gonna be interesting.
Alright, so here right now I'm learning Song of Storms. It's not really used for anything in the run except at the very end for a weird exploit that we'll explain when we get there. Because we're going to be able to skip, like normally it's used to like bring back the river Nakana, and that's how you get Gibdo Mask, but you'll see we're able to clip him there. So, but for now I'm going to get it. And then after this I'm going to head to where you would normally fight Captain Kita for the Captain's Hat. But that fight is very long. Not only does it take a good amount of time, but there's a cutscene after that's pretty long. So I'm going to skip that. And there's actually multiple ways to skip it. There's actually like 3 or 4. But the one I'm going to be using is one of the faster ones, probably the fastest one other than a ridiculous one. And hopefully it goes over well. I'm going to have to do 2 weird shots. 1 to get up there and then 1 to actually do it. So
I'm glad you've come to the dark side. The weird shot key to skip.
yeah.
There's a way you can do it by doing some weird exploits as Zora, and like taking damage and doing a Zora clip or whatever. If you fail that one though, you hit the fire. Like if you fail in a certain way, you'll hit the fire and void out, and that's a gigantic time loss. So, and we can't really afford time losses like that considering the in-game time right now.
I didn't know Trev went to the dark side.
This was just found recently, this method of doing it.
Ah, man.
This trick used to kill
This
runs.
is kind of why I don't
A
like
lot
this
of
method,
runs.
Go do the
Yeah.
Zora one. It's a guaranteed Dampe.
Doesn't matter too much. There he goes.
Nice.
That method was actually found by Umis just recently, like maybe a month ago. All right, so now if I do this correctly, I will be able to immediately clip into Dompe's grave, or like the third night grave, which I did.
Nice.
Nicely done.
That saves about 30 seconds. And now, my favorite parts, if you're familiar with OOT Dompe, he's quite a bit of RNG, and it's not nearly as bad. Like in OOT, he has the potential to waste an infinite amount of time, depending on how unlucky you are. At worst, in MM, there are 4 dirt patches. 3 of them have flames, and it's random which 3 have flames. I want the first 3 I check to have flames.
It's a good start.
And he immediately killed all my hopes and dreams. So we're having bad Dampe RNG today, and that loses a minute. The chance of good Dampe RNG is actually not in your favor. It is 25%, so kind of expected, but to not get a flame even on the first one is unfortunate. So.
Yeah, at this point, now that you don't have the first one, he's going to have to go up both elevators and get the ones on either side of the top portion of the room, which is why I waste so much time, because you have to wait for him to go like up both elevators. And
right here, you see me backflipping. There's actually a wall master that will try to get you in this room, and he'll reset the entire room if he grabs you. I'm backflipping to reset his timer, because I want him to attack me right here so that I can hit him with a light arrow and grab a 50 rupee.
Light arrows that kill certain enemies will spawn a 50 rupee, just a rupee worth 50. Yeah, so you can see the 2 platforms that he has to reach are actually the most annoying ones, which are the one here and the one up the ladder on the other side there. You can't really see it from here, but you will soon. On top of that, usually what ends up happening is he'll get like one on the ground right away, and then he'll miss. But you have to make sure that you have enough time to make it out of Dampe before 3 a.m. And the reason for that is because Trev's going to be... that express mail that I got earlier from the guy in the back of the laundry pool when he gave me the Keaton mask, he has to give it to the postman in order to get the captain's hat in this cycle. And he gets the captain's hat after he delivers the express mail to Mama in the milk bar, and then he's standing outside until 1 a.m. Once 1 a.m. hits, he leaves. So you have to make sure you talk to him before 1, or he runs away with your hopes and dreams and the run, basically, because you don't have the postman hat, and it's kind of a difficult thing to reroute. So right now it's 3:48 in-game time, so he's pretty good. He only has to get one more platform, or one more patch, and then he's going to kill the Poe that spawns from that, grab the bottle, and then head out. So he has tons of time. If you have a really bad graveyard section, it's happened to me many times, especially learning the category. What can happen is you'll end up not having enough in-game time, and you'll have to come back here to finish Dampe because you have to make sure the postman gets them the letter before 3 a.m. The reason I say 3 a.m. is because it takes him 2 hours to deliver it, and if you go before 3, he won't stop to give you the postman because he'll get there later than 1 a.m., causing him to run away.
Don't forget the Poe.
Yep, I'm gonna grab the Poe. Normally wouldn't grab the big Poe after killing him, but again, since we didn't finish gold dust dupes earlier, I'm gonna use the Poe to get the rest of the money we need for bank cart piece after this.
you can actually save a little bit of time here. You have like a frame, I believe, after he spawns where he won't be able to go into this like spinny thing if you hit him with any sort of damage.
A little bit early both times.
Nice.
Oh, I need to grab the Poe, yeah. I'll just go do that right now.
Does he stay there? Oh.
Yeah. We'll just do this. Not used to grabbing him.
We have a $400 donation from H. Unfortunately, been busy and missed a lot of the marathon, but that gives me lots of VODs to watch later. Thanks for all the fun, and let's beat cancer blindfolded.
All that for a bottle.
What did they change it to in MM3D? I know it's
think
not
it's a heart
bottle anymore.
piece.
Yeah.
Oh.
So yeah, in MM3D, that actually doesn't give you a bottle anymore.
So what's the 6th bottle?
I think in a fishing hole or something, maybe? I can't remember.
Interesting.
Or I think there might be a 7th bottle that's in the fishing hole, and then the 6th bottle is somewhere else.
There's an extra quest with the circus leader's mask. Nice sign. No, there's an extra quest with the circus leader's mask that was like put in to give the circus leader's mask more of a purpose, because otherwise it's completely pointless in this game. And
Yeah, in this game, the only thing that you can use the circus leader's mask for, you have to have completed before you get the circus leader's mask, so it's completely useless.
You gonna do the dupes first or after?
We can do them right now. Let's do them right now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna buy the thing first, and then
Yeah. So we just bought the big bomb bag. One more bomb bag upgrade to go.
$25 from Teach26, first time donating after watching the last few years. Majora's Mask bringing back a lot of memories.
so we have 3,500 in the bank now. I'm gonna deposit 500 more. Only need 1,000 more, so there's gonna be 2 more trips. And because of this, actually, I'm spending more in-game time now, and like that may seem a little bit scary, but it just means I'm gonna time how I uninvert a little bit differently. You actually can complete everything like really early, and so you actually have to uninvert to meet a certain event that occurs at a certain time. And all I have to do is change when I do that because of this to be a little bit later. I may be a little bit early because I'm gonna play it safe, but it shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, Trev has to uninvert because if he doesn't, he'll get to the sequence for the couples mask in the stockpot inn too early, and we'll have to wait. So by uninverting, he actually times it that he reaches that cutscene optimally without having to wait.
All right, 1 more trip. Not that bad.
It's pretty cool, considering Goron Race was ridiculous.
Yeah.
That was,
Yeah, that was maybe the worst score in RNG I've seen in a long time.
yeah, very unfortunate. It knew it was Marathon.
Yeah, of course.
It's okay, I'm gonna get good dog RNG now because of it.
Oh yeah,
Well, we already got bad Dampe, so we need some good
Yeah.
RNG.
the tidal wave of Franker Z's. I'm excited.
All right, and this is the last sale, so I'm just gonna sell the Big Poe. Don't need it anymore.
$50 from Anonymous, my favorite Legend of Zelda. You guys are doing awesome. $20 from Splucho, great event and great charity. Thanks to all the runners and donators.
Withdraw 200 rupees.
Yeah.
Guess we don't need to get rupees now from anything.
Yeah, we're good on rupees. So now we're all synced back up with the route, like as it should be.
Nice.
Oh,
Oh, that's another Goron pump.
That one was for the charity.
Yeah.
Nice.
all right, and remember, those 4 gossip stones, we're finally getting that
Finally
last one.
finishing that span 3 people. We're finally gonna get the single heart piece we get for playing this song at all 4.
$10 from Mattbox. Awesome MM run, guys. Keep it up.
All right, this is a cool movement. Oh,
Alright, so playing this song here, gonna give me a short cutscene. I'm gonna get the Camaro's mask, and the only use for that is I'm gonna get a heart piece with it later. So it's a little bit important that I get it. But it's just convenient that it's right here, because I'm also gonna get another heart piece right below where I am. So.
$10 from Skyblade. Fantastic game. I wish I could stay up late to see the final battle, but alas, I can't afford to ruin my sleep schedule that much. $50 from Keaton. First time making a donation. Love the game and love the run. You guys are great.
Alright, so I know it would normally uninvert right now, because I should explain, while you're inverted in this game, the time actually proceeds at 1/3 its normal speed, so it triples the amount of time you have to do everything, and that's really slow. I need to make an event that will occur starting from when there's a minute and 30 seconds left on the clock. And if I don't uninvert, I'll be very early and we'll just sit in the room waiting. So I'm going to uninvert at the latest point possible, since I did waste a lot of time doing extra dupes for that bank cart piece. But as long as I play well, I should make it on time, no problem. So I'm actually going to uninvert right here. And time will speed up triple what it's been going for the last 4 hours. And then notably in MM3D, they actually changed the inverted Song of Time. It only slows down time to 1/2 its normal speed, which is weird, I thought. I always thought, like when I first got it, I thought it was a lot faster, but then when I heard that, I was like, wow. Thought it was an odd change, but... And we're finally going to pick up the sword we haven't had for the last hour.
So now you get the Gilded Sword. That's why Great Fairy Sword is so good. Can go a long time without a sword.
$50 from Jacob. Here's another donation to help people avoid a terrible fate.
Alright, so it looks like I'm on pace. Definitely going to make it in time for both events. The reason this part can be so tricky is the 2 events I need to make, there's one you can be too late for, and one you can be too early for, and you need to make it like right in between that window so that you're not late for one, but you're not early for the other, optimally. And so I need to get Postman Hat before there's a minute left on the clock, and I need to make it to the Couple's Mask after there's a minute and a half left on the clock. But it looks like I'll probably get there at a perfect time.
So as you can see, like there's so much done in the last little bit of this of the cycle. It looks like you're not going to have enough time to do anything, but it does cut it quite close when you do it properly.
Wasn't quite sure there. I had the extra time, so it's okay. At a weird angle. So yeah, I will be making it on time for both events. Looking at my time now, it's about to be past the minute and a half mark, but I will definitely get back to Clocktown before there's a minute left. So that's perfect.
We have $10 from I Love Timo for Life. I've been debating throughout the entire run whether or not to stay up for the whole thing, but now that I know about the 4-player Majora fight, there's no way I can fall asleep. Good luck to everyone, and save the frames.
Alright, the only reason I get that powder keg, we're actually not going to use it in this cycle, but getting that powder keg actually is the first one you get put in your inventory, and unless you have one in your inventory, you can't buy them from the Goron in the bomb shop, and I'm going to need to do that next cycle.
And for him to give that to you, you have to have blown up the rock in front of the Goron race, which is why we blow that up. You could hover into it or something, but if you did that, he wouldn't give you that powder keg right now, and you wouldn't have it in your inventory, so...
Right, so he's 14 seconds early and gets the Postman Hat. If he would be 14 seconds later, he'd take off and you wouldn't be able to receive the Postman Hat, which we need for a heart piece and 100% completion. And since it's under an hour 30 minutes left, as soon as he enters this room, it'll trigger the Couple's Mask cutscene and we can finally Song of Time.
This will be the first Song of Time in the run. We're finally leaving second cycle.
So yeah, 4-hour cycle is pretty amazing how much gets done in one. That was the longest one. We're about 3/4 done, maybe a little bit more.
It's about typically a 4-hour, like at the 4-hour mark for me. So got about an hour left, a little bit more.
We're gonna do a save reset here, right?
Yes, we're gonna do a save reset. And the reason, like normally you would let the Song of Time cutscene play out. It's actually faster than save resetting. But if there's a weird thing that can happen in this game, we've already mentioned VC crashing, which is just a random crash this game can do. But if the game VC crashes, even after you save, if it does it like close to after when you saved, for some reason it can corrupt your last save and it can actually go 2 saves back. So if we were to VC crash at the start of 3rd cycle, it may put us at the beginning of 2nd cycle rather than the start of 3rd.
Which would be about 4 hours ago at this point, almost.
So even though we typically don't do this, it's for safety in case we get that random crash. We do not want that to happen.
Oh man, that Song of Time feels good.
It's just that safety net now.
Alright.
All of our work over the past 4 hours has been saved finally.
Perfect. All that hard work.
Yep.
And that should preserve our save in case of anything silly.
I'm glad the bank card piece worked out after that. That was really good. All right, so third cycle is an interesting cycle. It has probably the most in-game time related side questing. And that's because we take care of two things. The first one being the blast mask, and the second one being the alien segment. If you're not familiar with the two, you get the blast mask from the old lady who passes through North Clocktown, and she does that around 12 to 12:30 p.m. or a.m. in-game time. So what ends up happening is Sakan, who's like the thief in this game, he tries to steal the blast mask and the bag that she's carrying from her. And if you interrupt the sequence by slashing Sakan, you actually get the blast mask as a reward. But because we can't change what time that event occurs, we have to do stuff up until that time in order to make it that the route works out that we reach blast mask on time. Similar enough, after that, we have a couple hours afterwards in order to trigger the alien segment. The alien segment is the thing in Romani Ranch where if you trigger, or you don't have to trigger it, but if you enter the ranch between 2:30 and 5 a.m., there's going to be aliens that are trying to take the cow in Romani's ranch. And what happens is if that occurs, not only is Romani gone, but you also you skip on being able to get Romani's mask, which is essential, as well as the milk bottle, because the cow gets taken. So you have to be there by around 3:30 latest in order to interrupt the aliens from taking the cow. Otherwise, it's pretty much game over. So it's a very tight cycle, and Trev is going to try and fit as much as possible within those two time constraints before tackling him.
So the next thing we're about to go to is the infamous Franker Z race. And it's probably the last true RNG portion of the run, I would say. So if we can get by this...
Everything else is pretty minor compared to this.
Yeah, if we can get by this without too much hassle, that'd be great.
Yeah.
It could be first try, it could be, 20th try like it was in practice a few days ago.
This is also the last owl statue we now have, all 10. Those.
Alright, so we do have a powder keg now. So this boulder becomes absolutely useless.
We also bought 40 chews for safety. I think you only need 20,
30.
right? 30? But for, marathon purposes, we bought 40.
Alright, so Franker Z race coming right now. It's
All right.
both RNG, whether I get a good text box. We're going to be checking the gold dog. The gold dog has the best chance of winning.
There's a direct correlation between how many Franker Z's are in chat to winning this race. So the more
Exactly.
Franker Z's in chat, the better. There better be a giant tidal wave of Franker Z's right now.
First try!
Oh my god, first
There
try.
must have been a
Nice.
lot of Franker Z
You guys
in
must be
chat.
spamming like insane. Let's go, let's go. All right, you got to keep spamming though, because he has to win the race too. It's not enough that he doesn't, that he just gives you the good text.
Yeah, there is potential for him to still lose the race, but that text box is actually a very good text box. So it's very likely we win, but not,
All right, Franker
not
Z.
100%.
This is your moment,
Everyone
dog.
pray. He always starts behind. Need him to get ahead now.
Blue Dog's winning.
Blue dog.
Yeah. Come on, dog. Go.
He's catching up.
Yeah.
Yeah!
Yeah. Oh man.
Oh, man. Here comes Blue Dog.
Blue Dog taking in the rear here.
So that worked out really well, actually. Wow. Finally gave us a break.
Yeah, seriously, after bad Dampe and bad Goron RNG, we deserve that, I think.
All right, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to manipulate these back cuckoos into the center. They can kind of drift into the back if you're unlucky, and I just want them to all be in the center. Hello. This part's a little bit of RNG, but it's not too bad. It tends to only vary by like 30 seconds at worst. I need to get all 10 of these, and I want to make sure I don't miss any. I should have 5 before I go to the other side, so there's my 5th, and I can just go to the other side. Where are they? Got one over there. Oh, they're kind of spread out. It's not too bad. Well,
Oh, there's 3 right there.
this one over here.
Sometimes there's a straggler that just kind of can't be found.
Come on.
$100 from Anonymous. I plan to catch up on sleep tonight. Looks like that isn't happening. Thanks for the awesome commentary. $20 from Thugbus. Here's $20. Lost both my parents to cancer at a young age. Let's kill cancer and the animals.
Off to. He should be on this side somewhere. Clearly.
Oh, there.
Oh man, he's hiding in the corner. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, that doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, this Cucko thing is really ridiculous sometimes.
He's probably hiding behind that bush, and I didn't see him.
He's trying to run out of bounds.
They can run out of bounds, right? Like,
Yeah,
I
they
feel like I've
can.
seen that happen before.
You should make an omelet out of them. Kill the animals, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're here for, right?
Alright, so this gets us the bunny hood, which is actually fairly useless in the speedrun. Goron outspeeds it at every point. There's only going to be one point we probably use it in, and it's only to save us a very small amount of time. Alright, let's see how this goes.
So this is a trick called a quick slide. Instead of waiting for a bomb to fuse out to super slide, he just throws a chew into it and gets the slide immediately.
And I can just kind of zoom right at her during this cutscene.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
$50 from Nick Z58. Hey guys, good stuff on the run so far. Decided to donate one time during my favorite game of all time. Keep it up.
Alright, so this is the aliens. A lot of people were scared of these things back when they played it casually the
I'm
first
still
time.
scared of them.
Yeah, me too.
Me too.
More of their potential to end my run, though.
Yeah.
The nose ring.
Yeah.
I think it was removed, right, in the English version?
Yeah, it was.
They don't have rings in English?
No.
I
No.
didn't notice that. It's funny.
Alright, so this part's a little bit weird. I have to do archery now an opponent, and the arrows fly a little bit differently, so it can be pretty tricky, but we're going for sub 30 on this one. I'm gonna call it right now. I want sub 30, minimum.
Nice shot.
Okay, that was still pretty
Nice,
good.
still
Still
sub 30.
30. Good stuff.
Alright, all that is just so we can get a Pona song. We're actually never going to use this song. We only get it because it is required. In fact, I'm going to do the only use of Epona in the entire run right now, and since she's going to be right here, I'm not going to need to use this song.
Can you use this song in the trial, the human
Yeah.
trial? You can. Why don't you do one Epona and one Song of Storm?
I think Song of Storms is faster, though.
Yeah, that's true.
Alright, so like Bunnyhood, Epona's usefulness is limited because it is still slower than Goron rolling, but I'm going to ride Epona here, and that is because I need to do a minigame as Epona, and so it's just faster to bring her there than Goron roll there and then call her.
We have a $512 donation from Mr. Bowler. He says, I can't decide whether to save the animals or kill them, so I'm gonna have to flip a coin. Heads to save them, tails to kill them, and the result is heads, save the animals.
Alright, so this minigame will give us a Garo mask, which is also useless. Except for getting the Fierce Deity mask at the end.
It's a pretty
Raise your
simple race. I
walls.
don't really expect to lose, but
I'm not sure I've ever seen anybody lose those.
I lost it
Like,
once.
oh no.
I shamefully lost it once. It was my first run though.
I mean, that's understandable. Did you get stuck behind? Sometimes you can get stuck behind the fences or the gates or whatever that you can jump over, and
Yeah.
if that happens, you probably will lose.
I also had bad like management of carrots. You can kind of manipulate your carrot use here to try and like go
Yeah,
as
you
fast
never
as
want to
possible.
run out.
Yeah.
It's faster to just go to your last carrot and then let them refill. And then I usually jump these fences, but that last fence can actually really screw you over. For some reason, you just won't jump sometimes. So we're not going to do that for marathon safety, but it's only like a second at worst, so not a huge deal.
A good time for this is a 48, right? Or a 47?
I don't know.
The
I just
number?
do it usually.
I always look at the time to see. But I
I
can
usually
always-
get like 48s, 47s.
We have a $500 donation from Marshmallow. Looks like Goron Link has spent more. Looks like Goron Link has spent some time with Solar. Shoutouts to Phil for being awesome, and I have Toblerone ready. This goes to Runner's Choice.
So this is some pretty cool movement. I hope I get this. I can Goron roll with some fast movement by getting into these little dips on this turn, and it's went a little high on that one. It's okay. So I'm going to do the Poe Hut minigame, and you may remember these Poes from Ocarina of Time. They're in the Forest Temple. They've been repurposed for this little minigame where you have to kill all 4 of them. They behave pretty much exactly the same, except you're on a timer. And actually using Gilded Sword Power Crouch Stab, I can kill them all in 1 hit. Just like that.
It's like the only time where the Gilded Sword is more useful than the Great Fairy Sword.
And only
Yeah.
because it saves equip.
Yeah.
You know what you want to do is you don't want to target them because they'll actually go invisible faster if you untarget them. So you just run into them with the sword and it's fine. And here I'm going to charge a quick spin, or like a charge spin attack, and it's because normally I don't do that, but like it just zooms out the camera so I can see all 4. I want to see the one that spins because that reveals the real one.
Do you get a purple rupee from that if you don't use a light arrow?
I don't know actually, because I've always killed it with a light arrow.
Yeah. I wasn't sure if it was because of the light arrow or because of just gives you one.
Alright, so now this trick is going to skip a 4 or 5 minute cutscene. It's an incredibly long cutscene.
This is a cool trick. It's called Gibdo House Clip. You normally have to do an entire side quest to get Pamela to leave her house so you can enter when she's not looking. But you can clip into the house and actually enter from the inside. Alright, this is a traumatizing cutscene. Guy's kind of weird. Alright, so Trev's coming up to another section of the run where he's going to play Song of Double Time and make it nighttime. And that's when all the in-game time stuff starts to matter. Because he's going to be on the clock and he's going to have to complete a certain amount of stuff before the Blast Mask at 12:30, or 12:25 actually.
12:20.
Or 12:20, excuse me. And as well as the Aliens cutscene at 2:30. So he has to finish the Secret Shrine section, which we'll see. He's gonna go into it more. He's gonna finish the Keaton quiz. He's gonna get the Sword School, and he's also gonna do Town Archery. He's gonna do a whole bunch of Clocktown mini games, and by the time that's all done, he's gonna barely make it in time for Blast Mask if he plays it well. It is very scary though. I don't know. Are you gonna?
I'm just Song of Double Time a little bit later just to play it safe.
Yeah. Are you gonna do it after Ward or before Ward?
I'm going to do it at the latest possible moment before Wards.
Okay, cool. Yeah, normally, optimally, you'll probably want to do it during the Garo Master fight, but that's cutting it extremely close.
Also, right now I'm going to grab a Deku Nut drop here. It's kind of useful for this, but the main reason we grab it is we actually still have a bottle duped over Deku Nuts. And in order to fulfill the 100% definition, we need to have Deku Nuts on that slot, so that's just a convenient place to get them. If you skip that Deku Nut drop, the run it doesn't count.
So one thing a lot of people don't know, or at least I didn't know, you need 16 hearts to enter this door right here. So if you get here and you can't open the door, your run is probably over. Because you've missed a heart piece somewhere.
Yeah.
The last heart piece we got was the 16th heart piece.
So yeah, you can see Garo Master goes down quickly. Remember I said you could use Deku Nuts and Great Fairy Sword. Really comes in handy to make enemies like pretty much pointless.
In all of these mini-bosses, there will be a chest that spawns after you fight them. That chest just has 100 rupees in it. It's not useful, so we'll skip all of them. The point of this is just to beat all of them so that you get a heart piece at the end. So now I'm going to play Song of Double Time, and from this point on, I'm on a clock. There is some room for error, but hopefully I don't make any errors.
We have a $50 donation from OMGLX. Come on, everyone, let's jump on that donation train. We can't be outdone by the runners themselves. Let's hit that million. $10 from TubeLink. Can't believe I've been watching this run for 4 hours already. It's been so cool watching all the awesome glitches, and I can't wait for the Majora fight at the end. $100 from OD Pixel. Awesome Majora's run. Loving the tricks and the explanations that you guys are giving. Keep up the great work.
So the Wart fight's pretty similar to the one in Great Bay Temple. You just get infinite sword glitch and then hit him in the eye. Trev actually used a bomb there. It's just a different way of tackling the fight. It's all preference.
Yeah, they're about the same speed, the way Phil did it and the way I did it. I just prefer not dealing with him going around on the ground.
Yeah. So this Wizrobe can be kind of tricky because it's kind of hard to reach him sometimes if you can't find him. It's the only Wizrobe that you can't skip the second half of the fight because it actually soft locks the game if you try to kill him before he spawns this cutscene.
Yeah, so I have to watch this cutscene.
Yeah, if that happens, even if he doesn't, it even happens if he doesn't die. You have to soar out again. Because he'll just stay there and his dying animation is not gonna, he just doesn't die.
Yeah. So that was good. He actually had a really nice spawn there. He didn't have to kill him on a platform. And I don't know, Trev, you gonna go for the triple here?
Might go for the triple. Let's see if I can get it.
Gotta do it for the memes, right?
Oh, man.
All right, for the memes. Oh, baby,
The
a triple.
$100 from Graham Cracker. Really impressive run, guys. I can't wait to use some of these tricks in my own MM runs. $250 from Hendrix. Majora's Mask had a pretty big place in my heart, and I have got to have a lot of fun with it a number of years ago. I'm glad the game is still played and so broken.
All right, so now I'm off to Clocktown again. I'm going to do probably one of the most difficult mini games in the run.
Yeah.
It's
Probably.
Town Shooting Gallery. It's not a favorite. The first round's relatively easy, but the second round I need a perfect score, and it's very easy to make a mistake. So hopefully that doesn't end up happening.
So this is the one I was telling you about, the town archery. It's a lot more difficult than the one I did, which I barely got. I'm glad I'm not doing this one. Trev's
I
also
have
a
messed
great
this one
spot.
up before. It's no walk in the park.
So a lot of people say that this is a pretty hard minigame. On the Japanese version it's actually even harder because you have 20 seconds less than you do on the English or European version.
Yeah, the waves actually last less, so you have less time. You see Trev hitting these blue ones here. In the first round, you only have to get 40 points. So you have more than enough time to get 40 points. So what he does is he wants to hit 3 or 4 blue ones to make the timer go down, because that's what happens when you hit a blue one. And basically what ends up happening is he gets 40 right as the timer ends, so he doesn't have to wait out the last 10 seconds. But then in round 2, which you're going to see right after this, he can't hit a single blue one and has to hit every single regular one and get a perfect score of 50. If he misses even one, it's over.
I think if you hit a blue one in the next round, don't you have like 1 frame or something?
It's pretty tight.
Trev's
If you
actually
can
gotten
hit
it.
one blue one. I've gotten it once where if you have a really good last wave, you can get it, but it's really tight. You don't want it to come down to that.
So he has 40, and then he just hits a couple blue ones, and that takes care of the first one.
All
So
right.
that gives him the quiver.
So now I'm gonna really concentrate on this one. Don't want
Good
to
luck,
make a
bro.
mistake. Hopefully I get it. There's one really hard wave coming up that has 5 octos in it. That's going to be the... It's usually the one I'm going to miss. If I'm going to miss one, it's definitely the hardest wave in this minigame. So it's right after this one.
Nice.
Okay. We're good.
Final wave.
It's
yeah.
over.
Very
Nice.
nice. Wow.
Okay.
That is a true perfect. And yeah, you can see he almost missed one there. He barely clutched that one wave out. And even if he would have missed one, it would have been over. He would have had to do this after getting Romani's mask, after Aliens, and he would have been extremely early for Blast Mask. The reason it's nice to make the first round work is because he's killing in-game time right now as he's doing all these things. So by the time it's all done and set, he gets to Blast Mask with very little time to wait. He actually he played Song of Double Time, like I said, later, like right before the word fight in the Shrine, because he just wanted to have a safety net just in case something bad happened. But again, he's not going to have to wait that long for Blast Mask because it's already 11, and remember, 12:20 is when the cutscene triggers. So here he has to jump slash every single thing, all the logs, because you get 3 points per jump slash and you need a total of 30 points.
Weird difference between the Japanese and English version is actually after you get 30 points in the English version, the game takes control away from you, but in the Japanese version, it does not, so I can move to the door while I wait for him to give me the heart piece. Small time save. Alright. So I'm going to be a little bit early for Blast Mask, because I did end up playing it safe, but actually nothing went wrong. So that safety net I built for myself ended up not mattering.
Still okay, though.
Yeah.
Coming up is the Keaton quiz in Japanese that Trev has been working for.
See if
or
I did my homework.
Studying for, yeah.
Yeah. There is a fox, a yellow fox, that is going to ask me many questions, and it's all in Japanese, so I can't read Japanese. I'm going to have to see how well I memorize the correct answers.
He does it based on symbol. He just looks at symbols, and he just basically knows which answers is which based on what the question either looks like or what the answer set looks like. And a lot of the answer sets are actually numbers, so it's a simple thing of pattern recognition for the most part.
There are 2 questions that have the exact same 3 answer choices.
Yeah.
So for that one, you actually have to know what the question is asking, or at least be able to recognize what the
Yeah,
what the
you
difference is.
You can look for a special symbol to tell if it's which one.
Since I am here a little bit early, I will actually... Well, I did that wrong. That's not a problem. I'm going to get this heart piece now. Normally you would get that during this upcoming cutscene, but it's not a big deal. It's burn time.
We have a $75 donation from Koala. There have been so many amazing runs, and for such a great cause, how could I not donate? Keep up the awesome work. Save the frames, kill the animals.
Actually, since I accidentally rolled into those bushes, I think I might actually end up doing Keaton Quiz at Milk Road. I think that's going to be a better decision.
Do they not spawn again?
They'll spawn again after this cutscene, but I don't want to use my time to go over there. The Milk Road one will be a lot better. It will be in my path, so we'll actually delay that. That was unintentional. It's not a huge deal.
You can just invert if you have to.
Yeah, I might do the safe Akana Castle strat, since I have the choose for it.
The safe Iconic Castle strat was just found, what, maybe a week ago or something?
Yeah, it's really funny. I got a random private message in my inbox, and some guy was just like, "Isn't this faster?" So I look at the video, and instead of like parkouring up Iconic Castle to get to the heart piece, the guy literally just hovers up to the heart piece because he has like a ton of explosives, which you can't have in this cycle, and it actually saves a ton of in-game time and makes it less strict to get to the alien segment. Now, this is called Milk Bar clip. It's pretty amazing. He pulls a bomb chew and pauses on this frame, equips all 3 masks, and then explodes, and then goes into the loading zone.
I don't know specifically why it works, but sometimes there are configurations of like having a slope next to a wall or something, and if you hit it to the right angle or the right speed or something, you clip through, and that's what happens there. The same thing was used for the Stone Tower Temple BK skip.
Yeah. So now we're just going to do a couple songs just to get the Circus Leader's Mask. I think we have time for some donations. You're good.
Awesome. $50 from Garm993. Hey guys, long-time viewer, first-time chatter. Majora's Mask is my favorite Zelda game, so of course it makes sense to donate now. Good luck and finish strong. $20 from Xanto. Love GDQ since the first time I watched it in 13. Keep up the good work. Already hyped for the 4-player Majora fight. $25 from Horst. Thanks for great entertainment for a great cause. $50 from Alex Reeves. I'm always hyped for more Zelda games, and Majora's Mask never disappoints. This year's AGDQ has been an absolute blast. Everyone's doing such a great job. Keep it up. $20 from Ninja Carp. Love what you guys do. Majora's Mask was the first speedrun I ever watched, and I love seeing it this broken. Keep up the good work, folks. $5 from Wolf. Did somebody say $5? Seriously, hoping more folks will get in here and give $5. All too often we hear, if somebody just gave $5, we could get X amount, but so rarely do we see everybody step up to it and actually pull it off. Seeing a lot of these donations, guys, you're doing a great job. Thank you all so much for your support.
Something interesting. Something interesting about this side quest. If you finish as Deku, if the last song you play is the one as Deku, you only have half the movement speed in the milk bar. And if you finish as Goron, and turn human after the mini game, you're running as if you're wearing bunny hood. It's kind of weird, but
Oh, I didn't know that. You can actually skip these kind of cutscenes here. There's a glitch called the no music glitch, where you look through the telescope, or like you do time stop or something on the astronomer, and look through the telescope at the same time as you're leaving the door. And for some reason that disables all the music in the game. And if you do that, some cutscenes are skipped, like these cutscenes that play after you play the songs for the what's his name? I don't even remember. The Zora
Oh,
guy.
the Zora, yeah.
Well, anyway, those cutscenes are skipped. It would save time if we could do it. The only problem is if you have that glitch active, you can't get the frog heart piece, and I believe one other heart piece. So it would have been you would have had about 4 hours of the run without any music at all.
Yes, I'm
like
really glad it actually ended up not
Yeah.
working.
It would have been like, what, a 10-second time save or something? I don't remember.
For
It was
4
totally not
hours.
worth it.
Oh, nice. Alright, so we'll do the safe Iconic Castle strat here just to make up for the fact that I'm going to have to do Keaton quiz later, so we're gonna over here.
All right, so normally what he was going to do was equip bomb chews and bombs, and he was going to hover up onto this pillar up behind him and then jump onto the castle. But because he missed the Keaton quiz and he has to kill some in-game time waiting for it to spawn in Milk Road, he's actually going to do something called pillar hover. And
It's a lot of hovers, and they're really lucky.
it's 19 hovers. It starts to lag really bad, so you have to take your time after. Fortunately, he's not losing any time here because he has to wait for aliens to trigger anyway. So basically what it does is it just gets him to aliens sooner. All right, perfect.
Nice.
So that's pillar hover. Then he just backflips into bottom of the well and he can go in from the back. And then instead of having to complete the bottom of the well part, which is like a whole quest of giving items to these Gibdos with the Gibdo mask, he just goes in from the other side and he can just weird shot past this sunblock and hit these torches, and then all he does is light them with fire arrows to get the mirror shield, and then he can get out of here. So he's actually really good on time right now. And worst case scenario, he could invert. It's not the end of the world. I don't think you need to, though. Are you good?
Probably
Yeah,
good.
we're going to get to Milk Road very early.
Yeah?
I still have to do Keaton quiz, though, but that won't be a huge deal.
Yeah. You have to wait for the
Time will
grass
be
to go.
frozen during it. I just have to wait on the bushes. So this is plenty of time. I don't think I have to invert.
If you're scared, feel free to
Yeah, I'm
do
not going
so.
to take any risks. If I miss aliens, it will be a 10-minute time loss, and for 8 minutes of that, we will be waiting around doing nothing. So we're not going to take that risk.
So once Aliens is completed, the run's pretty much all set. We just have to finish up a couple extra things, and all the dangerous stuff is out of the way.
All right, let's see how well I did my homework. Can I answer the Keaton quiz?
We have a $50 donation from Pixel. Greetings from Canada. This is my third GDQ, and I can't get enough. Amazing speedruns and amazing cause. Thanks so much to all of the runners and volunteers putting on such an awesome event.
Nice.
Nice. Perfect Keaton quiz.
I actually ended up getting the troll question right there. There are 2 questions that have the same answer set, and if you don't pay attention to what the question is, you will not know the answer.
Should we invert?
Might. Let me see. If
I
I
would
get barn shot first try, I'm going to try barn shot once, and I'll pull out Ocarina if I miss. Got it.
Nice.
Nice.
This part's really scary.
Yeah.
That's all of them dead.
Perfect. All right, he got
Nice.
the aliens.
So now I'm going to... It's not over yet, though. Let's see how this works out. I'm going to go up back here and get ISG.
Nice. So here's what he's gonna do. So Trev, once he starts killing the aliens after 4 a.m., they no longer have the amount of time to make it to the barn without to take the cow. So now that it's past 4, he killed 1, so he has 7 more to kill, and so that's 2, that's 3, that's 4, that's 5, 6, 7. I believe that's 8. So now
So at this point, they can't reach the barn.
yeah, he's guaranteed to not get caught or have an aliens issue. So he has infinite sword glitch from the grass patches. And what he's going to do is he's going to climb up onto here, and he's going to turn, and he's going to do 2 hovers, and he's going to backflip out of bounds.
I'm going to fall for a bit, let more time pass, and then I'm going to do chew hover way down low and store Song of Double Time.
Yep, and then what ends up happening is, because the next sequence of the run is to go with Cremia all the way back to Clocktown to get Romani's mask, and it's the mission to complete where you just don't let the Gorman brothers take the milk from her carriage. It happens on night of the 2nd day, but because what's happening right now is on the night of the 1st day, he technically have to go forward in time 2 times with 2 Song of Double Times to make it night of the 2nd day. But because he just stored the effect of Song of Double Time out of bounds, you're going to watch him mash A right there like he just did, and basically what that did was already skip 1 Song of Double Time, because at the end of this cutscene you can see it's now day 2. So that's a really good use of in-game time while waiting for the aliens. And now he only has to play it once instead of twice, which is really cool.
Really happy I got through the cycle without inverting once. Inverting
Yeah, that was
is
a very solid cycle 3.
Very
big
solid.
time loss. I'm very glad I was able to do that. It's not an easy cycle. All right, and actually now this is a pretty long cutscene, so we have time for donations.
Absolutely. $20 from Anonymous. Majora's Mask was my favorite game as a kid. Loving this run. Good luck in the final fight, guys. $15 from Polly. Awesome run. I've spent so much time on this game as a kid. It's awesome seeing it destroyed by you guys. Can't wait to see the final fight. $50 from D. Basser. I had to donate during my favorite game of all time. It's been so great seeing you guys run MM and hear your commentary. Good luck, kill the cancer, and save the animals.
I have a very bad habit of mashing this text, but it actually advances automatically.
There is no text that you have to mash here?
No, it all advances automatically as long as this song is playing.
Oh, I always forget.
It makes
I
it
just
like
keep mashing.
fill up faster, but it takes the same amount of time. than starting here. I have to mash a gun.
So what Trev's going to do is he's going to start... Normally you could use a Circus Leader's Mask to prevent the Gorman brothers from doing the attacks on the carriage to take the milk because they see the mask and then they don't do anything. But because we're not wearing it, it doesn't really do anything. It's pretty useless because all you really have to do is use your arrows to protect the carriage and shoot the Gorman brothers as they advance with their horse. And what's happening is they only need to be hit 3 times each, and then they don't have enough time to break all the milk pots in order to lose the mission. So he's just going to do 3 shots, and then he's just going to chill for the rest of the mission.
It takes exactly 9 hits, 3 hits for each of the 3 milk crates to lose this little mini game. And they should only get 7 hits in.
We have $50 for Bright Sides Better. You said $5? Well, let's try 50. Also, donation choice goes to the person at the very back of the room, all the way on the right. And we asked him what his choice was, and he said, kill the animals.
So he just hit him 3 times, and now he's just chilling, just doing whatever.
Yeah, now there's not enough time for the Gorman brothers to win, so you can just do whatever.
Is there a lag reduction to look at the...
It reduces a
Supposedly there
very
is,
small
but it's
amount of
not much,
lag.
yeah.
It's more being lazy than lag reduction. Weird effect, when you shoot an arrow, you can actually see the pads of the other ones you shot move, I guess. We can look at that, because it's pretty...
$50 from Amarok. He says, this game is ridiculous. $5 from Anonymous. Okay, that last donation convinced me. Here's my $5.
Alright, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to head to Curiosity Shop. I need to get the All Knights mask, which because we stopped Sakon from robbing the bomb shop lady, instead of selling the big bomb bag like he did last cycle, he's going to be selling the All Knights mask for 500 rupees on the 3rd night. So we're going to go there. I'm actually going to advance it to 3rd day in front of the bank, and withdraw the rupees I need to buy this at the bank, simply because he has less text boxes if you withdraw money during the day.
Are you going to do Blast Mask and Dex Trick?
I could go for it. Should we do it?
Yeah.
I think I can get it.
So Trev's going to go into the Curiosity Shop and buy the All Knights mask right now. And if you remember, the Curiosity Shop opens at 10 p.m. at night and then closes at 5 a.m. But because we're not going to wait that long and we have extra explosives, we can actually clip into it from the back using a hookshot clip. Remember in Stone Tower when Thiefbug did a hookshot clip using the Armos into that sunblock right after the dungeon map? You can do the exact same thing using torches, and you're going to see that being exploited right now to go behind the wall and enter the loading zone. Because the only thing stopping you from entering Curiosity Shop is the locked door. So if you touch the loading zone behind it, you'll enter the shop.
$5 from Caden. Just woke up and heard someone say something about everyone giving $5, so I'm doing my part. Much love, AGDQ.
What just happened there was damage ISG as well. It's the same thing as regular ISG, just obtained a different way.
Yeah, you can get Infinite Sword Glitch off of, if you crouch stab an explosion or a damage source and stand up on the same frame, you'll actually get ISG. Perfect. So now what he's going to do is, normally, we need to not do the Blast Mask quest in order to get the Express Mail from the Curiosity Shop guy. But because we can do this thing called Song of Time Storage, what Trev's doing now is he's voiding out and he's playing Song of Time. And when he says yes to the Song of Time, it's going to reset all the actors in the cycle to their original state as if nothing ever happened without going back in time. So it's as if the Blast Mask sequence never occurred now that he said yes right there. And now what he's going to do is he's going to go to the laundry pool, which is to the right over here. And then when he gets inside, he basically is able to receive the express mail, even though he's technically not supposed to in this section. So he does that with the blast mask. Remember, I used the bomb when I did it, but there's actually a very cool trick with that. You can use the bomb recoil to go in. It's very fast. Nice. So now we got express mail. That's normally not supposed to be able to happen.
Yeah, they're mutually exclusive events. If you do one, you can't do the other in the same cycle. But we reset all the flags. Alright, so coming up, I'm just going to use that express mail I just got in order to get the last bottle, and then I'm going to get Elegy, and that will actually wrap up the cycle. And then we'll be moving into fourth cycle, which is
is that the
very
one?
short.
Yeah, talking to that little kid apparently happens all the time. I somehow have avoided that little kid in every run, but
Something weird about that bottle is you can collect, on the Japanese version, you can collect it over and over and over.
Really?
Yeah, you can store Song of Time and can go back with a priority mail and she'll give you another real bottle.
Interesting. So you can get all 6 like that,
Yeah.
but they're not the real bottles.
Alright,
They
so
are
we have a
real.
very cool trick coming up, actually. Like the dungeons, Akana Castle, they actually stored all the areas for Akana Castle in the same map. And the inside of Akana Castle is actually underneath the outside area. And so I'm going to do a clip in order to access that. Right, coming up.
So he has to pick up some arrows. When he played Song of Time, he lost all of his inventory. So that gives him 30 arrows right there, and that's all the ammo he needs to take care of this because he can use his sword to kill the boss that we're going to fight. Nice. Very fast. So he clips out of bounds, just like Trev mentioned. And then, because the map inside is the same as the outside, he can just touch the loading zone in the outside, and now he's in the boss room. Nice.
it avoids some movement and some loading zones, and you also don't have to shoot the sunblock, so saves quite a bit of time.
Okay, so to kill these guys, you gotta take out the curtain, the fire arrow, that melts it, or burns it up so that the sunlight enters. And then Trev's gonna stun them, use his mirror shield to kill them, and then he's gonna fight the main guy, Egos. So Great Fairy Sword is OP in this. Kill 1, 2, that's it. And now one last guy.
Light arrows do not work on them. Just kind of weird. If you go into this fight without the mirror shield, even though you have light arrows, there is pretty much no way to get out except for playing Song of Time.
Alright, and after I get Elegy, will be Song of Timing, and that is the end of Cycle 3, and that means all that remains is Cycle 4, which is just going to be get 3 heart pieces and go to the moon, so we are
Almost done.
approaching the end.
I went by pretty fast, I gotta say.
I felt like a good run.
It felt pretty good, yeah. So the Elegy is a useless song. We don't use it ever. It's just simply for 100% completion.
Normally you would have used Elegy to like climb Stone Tower and get in the temple, but we index warp to the top of the tower and then we use Time Stop to get across the gap, so
Before we hit
never-
that first real owl statue.
yeah. So we never actually had to use it.
$50 from Anonymous. Someone said $5. I suppose I'll cover 10 lurkers. Awesome job, though, guys. This is the second GDQ I've watched, and I'm always impressed.
Very bad at songs.
Yeah.
That includes See Up.
Songs are the hardest part.
I fail at least 5 songs every run.
Yeah.
Spin.
Alright, and again, just to avoid any sort of save corruption to our save, we'll reset.
One more cycle.
Finishing up.
It's a very short cycle, too.
So when we get to the moon, there's 4 different trials that we have to complete, and we only get to access the trials if we've collected all the masks, because the kids on the moon, they basically take a certain amount of masks before they allow you into the trials. So the Deku trial takes 1 mask to visit and 1 mask to leave, and the Goron mask takes 2 to visit and leave, and then the Great Bay one is 3, which is the Zora one, and the last one, which is Human Link, is 4. And that totals your mask count of 20. We're each going to be taking turns doing 1 trial each. So I believe thiefbug's doing Human trial. Yeah. Trev's doing Goron trial. Kyle's going to take Great Bay, and I'm going to take Deku. And then we're going to finish off with that blindfolded co-op Majora battle, which you've so anxiously all been waiting for.
So at the very end here, on this bomb shop purchase, I'm actually going to do a glitch called 2 for 1. I don't have enough rupees to buy 2 sets of bomb shoes, but if I mash fast enough, I can actually purchase a second set before my rupee counter depletes enough for me to not have enough. And so I bought 80 rupees worth of bomb shoes with only 70 rupees.
So he's going to get 2 heart pieces from Grandma, which we found at the beginning of the run. We get to visit her again. And then we're going to get the last heart piece from, or the second last heart piece from the mayor's residence, or mayor's office.
By the way, the bottom door is locked right now, and so we're going to gainer up to the top here and open the top door.
If I can not fail a gainer.
There we go.
Yeah, that gainer's kind of tricky. You do have to move a little over to the left to reach the thing. I always miss that one too a few times. But yeah, this looks exactly like the beginning, except instead of a Deku or a Zora. It's kind of cool how like we come back and do the same thing that we did at the beginning at the end. So again, we read the second story, and then this time we have the All Night's mask, so we don't fall asleep and we hear the entire story. Then she asks us a question. She's like, which one is it? The second story corresponds to the second answer, and the first story corresponds to the first answer. And that gives us 2 heart pieces.
Yeah, for the second story, actually, the answer I chose actually is I don't know what happened, like what the story was, and for some reason she gives you that one on that. And this one you actually want to answer the correct option, which is the first one. The second one's always I don't know.
All right, goodbye, Grandma.
We have $50 from Daniel. Greetings from Australia. Loving the marathon. Thanks, AGDQ. Keep doing what you do. $6 from Noichat. Giving $6 to this great event because apparently everyone's donating. Thanks to everyone who makes this happen, and don't forget to kill the animals because
like
speedrunners don't make mistakes. They just leave happy little accidents.
Happy little accidents. Indeed. So final equip in Termina, which is Couples Mask Bomb Goron.
Yeah, they're having like a debate. The guards want to evacuate everyone. The construction workers want to keep everybody there and keep on with the festival. And for some reason, you can settle their argument with the couple's mask.
Only reason you do that entire section for the Couples Mask is that heart piece. It's crazy. All right, so now we're done. And now, if you remember, the first heart piece we saw, we actually didn't get because it was slower since we killed ourselves with 3 hearts instead of 4 by not picking it up. So now, it's actually the last heart piece you get in this area.
Yeah, if I don't have 19 hearts after this heart piece, I forgot one, or someone forgot one.
But we do have 19.
All right, there we go.
Free business.
So we're going to do a Goron damage boost here. You have, I think, what, 2 frames or something for the... It's a very precise trick, but we got it first try.
First try.
Nice.
Nice.
And any percent you hover up there, because any percent skips the Goron mask completely, but since we have Goron mask in this category, it's much faster to just use the single bomb and boost in. And it also makes equips better for the moon.
Yeah, so there actually is an optimal equipping on the moon that we do in order to make it so that it's the least amount of pauses to talk to all the kids and deliver the masks. But we've got a riveting 5-minute cutscene right now. It takes a long time.
Oh, but the best part is the part where the Goron has no face.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, there's a part in this cutscene where the Goron loses his face. We're not really sure why. That would be a great time, for sure.
Fantastic. $50 from Badger. This marathon is bad for my sleep schedule. Totally worth it. Loving the MM run. Let's keep the donations going and break the 1 million. $10 from Nicholas. Heard we're all donating 5 each, but knowing that someone out there can't donate for some reason, I'll cover for them. Don't worry, bro. I got you. $50 from Anonymous. Thanks for running this event year after year. Can't wait for the Majora fight. Put this towards runner's choice. $5 from Princess Potatoes. Super exciting to see one of my favorite speedrunners participating in AGDQ. Go Trev, and here's to a good Majora RNG. $314 from Marvel Dad. Way to go on such a great MM run. Been waiting all week to see this run and so proud at all the work you guys are doing. Let's make this year the PB on the speed run for the cure to cancer. Just remember, it's as easy as pie. $50 from Anonymous. First time watching live, had to donate. Put this towards runner's choice. Good luck, everyone.
All right, so I think I'm actually going to hand it off to Kyle here because you're going to be doing the Georg trial first. We're going to each do one of the 4 moon trials. It's going to be the order of Georg, and then the Twin Mold trial, then the Goron trial, and then the Deku trial. And the reason for that is it just optimizes the equips amount of times we have to pause. So
You're going to use Bunny Hood for a human trial?
Yeah.
Yeah.
just don't give it away.
But yeah, this was pretty much the entire, this was like the main part of the run. The moon is kind of just like the last straw. We do hope you enjoyed this run. It's been amazing to be able to showcase it. It is a very long run, but it does cover quite a bit, and it's been really cool that we've been able to showcase it. Most of the time with Majora's Mask, we've only been able to showcase any %, and this is really, other than one other time at ESA 2014, which is European Marathon for Charity as well, they showcased an MM 100% run. thiefbug was actually there. And yeah, it's just cool to see that run and this run and how the routes really advanced over time to show how it's really progressing. Stuff gets found all the time for this game. It's almost like this game came out in 2000, and just like almost on a weekly basis, there is new stuff being found. Small optimizations. Right now, as a community overall, we're trying to get sub 5 hours for the run. Trev right now holding the world record with a 5 hours, 6 minutes, and 25 seconds. And then we're all top 5 times, and we're trying to get sub 5. Right now, optimally, the best possible time you could probably get with a good run would probably be like a 5:03, maybe a 5:02 if you play super well.
Yeah.
But I mean, over time, I'm sure there's going to be little things found, maybe big things like that Reverse Pirates Fortress thing was found a few weeks ago.
Yeah, it was like a 40-second
That was
time
a
save or
huge
something,
time
45
save.
maybe.
Exactly. So expect to see sub 5 soon. I think we're all actively running the category as well.
Yep.
So definitely, if you enjoy MM 100%, you can look forward to more of it from us over
Also
the next
the
couple
scene
months.
where he has no face coming up. Just for some reason, during this one little bit, it's going to be for like 3-4 seconds, he will not have a
Yeah,
face.
he doesn't have a face.
$150 from Anonymous. You guys are covering the Goron bonks, so I'll cover the Zora ones. That way they aren't forgotten.
Yes.
Awesome run, guys. Loved every minute. $30 from Lucas. Awesome run. Enjoyed watching it. Worth destroying my sleep schedule for that. $5 from Lee Bolt. Hey runners, been watching for a couple years now, but I always felt bad because I couldn't afford to donate the big numbers, so I wouldn't donate at all. But $5, I can totally do that. Keep up the great work. $50 from Alanator. Had to donate during my favorite video game. Good luck with the Majora fight. Money goes to runner's choice.
All right. So like Phil said, there are 4 trials on the moon, each one corresponding to either a transformation mask or one of the bosses, however you want to think about it. You have to give away all of your masks, or all your masks.
I usually do this, like, I'd go to the first kid and, like, I do them in order from that way, so I didn't know which one was the Zora trial. But yeah.
Yeah. And each one there is 1 heart piece, so even though we only have 19 hearts, by the end of this, we will have 20.
And then the moment we've all been waiting for, that Majora battle. It went well in practice. We did like maybe only 2 in practice, which is probably not enough practice. But
It's
whatever.
going to be the fun of it.
It's going to be fun to just run around not knowing what's happening. Okay, so he has to get the heart piece in here too. There's a heart piece in each of the trials, and that way he's able to complete the total heart piece count. The first one, he's following a certain path. That takes him to the heart piece, and then it's actually interesting in this trial. You're supposed to exit through behind him right now, but it's actually weird. If you level off with the side of this pipe, you can actually swim into the current, which you're not supposed to do. And you can travel backwards instead of having to reset the area, and then you can turn left, and that takes him to the kid to deposit more masks. So that's nice and fast. Nice. Sometimes I get caught in the current, it pushes me back.
Yeah,
It can be
that
slow.
happens. Probably should equip Goron Mask there for you, but
All right, that's one.
$25 from Bird. It's always amazing seeing what AGDQ does every year. Keep up the work and please get some hype up for the last day of AGDQ. $50 from Dozla. Greetings from Switzerland. Awesome event. Glad I was able to catch the last bit of it live. Good luck on all future runs.
Alright, so this is the only use of the bunny hood in the entire run. Beyond this, it's basically useless.
Honestly, the idea was just like pitched a couple of days ago to use the bunny hood in here.
So I now stored a jump slash with a with a great fairy sword, and by crutch stabbing, I'm keeping the damage, so I won't need it equipped anymore. I'm gonna do boring strats.
Nice.
Now there's a weird exploit coming up. He's gonna play Song of Storms at this Gossip Stone. It's gonna automatically solve a puzzle. You would automatically, or you would normally need to use like bomb choose and 4.
So playing Song of Storms here solves the puzzle for the next room and spawn the letter there.
$10 from Anonymous.
Oops.
Yo, I had no idea AGDQ even existed until I stumbled across it last week. I'm so glad I did. You guys rock. This whole event is amazing and for a great cause. My uncle is battling cancer as you read this, and this is for him. Also, save those animals.
you can do the same Gossip Stone trick here as well.
And
I'm
instead
really
of
not.
spawning out
Is
loud.
that supposed to be intentional or no? Like,
Yeah,
I
it's,
honestly,
it's intended.
I mean, it would be a really weird unintentional glitch, but like,
All right, 2 more heart pieces, and we got a full 20.
Okay.
Alright,
Next up is Trev.
yep, Goron trial. This one's pretty easy for the most part.
It's kind of funny. The Goron trial is really easy to do. Especially if you just want to complete it and not grab the heart piece. But whenever you see people playing this game the first time and trying to complete this trial, they struggle with this one for hours because they think they have to control the Goron manually.
Yes. As you
It's-
see, I will be doing it with one hand.
Yep, it's as
Takes a
simple
lot
as-
of effort.
It's as simple as pressing.
Very
A.
intense. And then right here, I'm just going to stop to avoid bonking this chest and go around, and then I'm going to hover up to the heart piece.
$75 from John. Thank you guys so much for running my favorite game. $20 from Kim. Keep up the great running, guys. Like the mask salesman says, you'll be fine. Surely you can do it. Believe in your strengths. $50 from Hendrik. Take my rupees. $50 from Shulk. Awesome job with the Majora's Mask run. Been an amazing 5-ish hours. Finished strong. I'm really feeling it.
Alright. Now for the last trial, I'm handing it off to Phil.
All right. All right, Deca Trial is pretty easy. It's just 2 Deca Flowers, and get the heart piece, and then hover across. And then we get to finish off in style. That was close. I almost missed a cycle there.
It's also pretty interesting. If you fall down during this trial, the starting positions of the Deku Flowers is different. So, for example, in other categories of this game, you won't be able to make your cycle anymore.
All right, we have
The last heart
all
piece.
the heart pieces. All right, now we're gonna go here, and I'm gonna equip explosives. And I actually need to equip my last mask. I forgot to do that.
$10 from Christoph. I was waiting all week for this, and I love it. You guys rock. Thanks everyone for this amazing event. Greetings from Germany. We have 1738 from Anonymous.
All right, just making sure we're on top. Okay.
Donating because everyone else is. Kill those animals.
All right, so I don't have bomb shoes, so I can't do the quick slide.
The whole reason you wanted that trial.
I know. That's all right. We can do one last super slide. A super slide of success. Got it.
Hey.
And now the moment of truth.
Okay,
All right, here we go.
All right.
where's my
Fierce Deity's mask is
Oh, there.
a good sign of getting all the masks.
Alright.
All right. This is the blindfolded part. So,
Yeah, we're gonna be using these hats.
hang on a sec.
Makeshift blindfolds.
Okay.
So where's the controller?
Where is it?
Do you have it?
No.
Wait. Hang on.
You guys.
All right. Everybody chill.
we're good,
All right,
we're good.
hang on. Just look for the controller. Use your hand. Look for the controller.
Where is it?
Just lift up. All right.
There. Okay.
All right.
we're
So,
good.
I got it.
all right, we got it.
I can't hear the game. Wait, no, I
It's
can't.
okay, it's okay.
Is it starting? I'm not even in the thing, I think. Where am I? Oh, okay.
Alright, we're looking for audio cues here. So.
Yeah. All right, so there is a strat for the first phase. What we're gonna try and do here is, I'm gonna walk forward a bit, or I'm gonna hold forward right now, and then Thiefbug's gonna press A for a roll. Kyle's gonna target, and then Thiefbug's gonna press B to do a magic slash on Majora. And then 3 jump slashes should hit him. Okay.
Here we go.
Now, Kyle's going to do a double target, and then that's going to target Majora again, then magic slash and jump slash. Jump slash? Perfect. Okay, that's one. Okay, so I'm holding down left here. Hopefully he runs that way. He could be like Michael Jackson, just dance around all over the place. But he's going to have to hopefully go in our direction, and then Thiefbug's going to press B and try to slash him down right away. and then it's just kind of a free-for-all. Let's go. Oh, you got it! Let's go! Let's go!
Oh,
Yeah! Okay! Okay!
that was really good.
Okay, I'll wait for the block, right?
Yeah,
All right, get
I'm
ready
gonna
on
guard the
time.
first attack.
Get ready on time. When Majora dies, you stop the timer. All right, that's fine.
Nice.
Okay. Yeah!
Could not see it, but that worked out pretty well. I'm just surprised down left worked. Got it this time.
That was a really good fight.
That was very good.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm curious, what was our time? That was a really good run.
5:28.12.
5:28.12.
That's
Nice,
not
sub
that
Not
bad.
bad.
5:30 at a marathon. That's unbelievable. That's pretty good. That's with really bad Goron race, having to fix the heart piece, and what other stuff went down? There was some pretty bad
There was
stuff.
some stuff at the beginning.
Bad
Yeah.
Dampe.
Yeah, the
Oh yeah,
bad
bad
Dampe.
Dampe.
But oh my god, man. I was really nervous for that Majora battle. I
Oh,
thought
yeah.
like in practice it always goes well, and then during things like this, it
Yeah,
just
you
like,
can't expect that to go that
Yeah.
well in a marathon,
But
but
yeah.
it did.
But yeah, we do want to thank you guys for watching this run. I know it's a really long run. Hopefully you stuck it through. We're very grateful for the opportunity to do it. So we hope you enjoyed it, and we hope you come say thank you in our chats and stuff. We love it. So appreciate it, guys.
Thank you guys.
Any
Yeah,
other
thanks for
farewell
having us.
words that we
Everyone.
should say?
I think that's pretty much covers it.
All right. I think up next we have Super Mario stuff happening.
Super Mario Galaxy.
Yeah, Super Mario Galaxy by Mr. Chris, 360 Chrism. So stay tuned for that. We hope you enjoy the rest of the marathon and stuff. It's been a pleasure, guys.
See you guys.
Thank
Thanks
you.
a lot.
Thank you.
Good work and congratulations to our 4 runners there. I'm just going to read off a couple more donations in this in-between time. $50 from the animals from last year. Thank you for saving us. Please save our friends this year as well. $70 from Anonymous. I was hoping to catch as much of this year's AGDQ as possible, but unfortunately work got in the way. But hey, at least I can afford to donate for an awesome cause, an awesome event. Here's $10 for each day I missed. And of course, kill those animals.